Ahead here tonight.
This is a special edition of Lou Dobbs Tonight, America Votes 2006, live from CNN's election headquarters in New York. Here now, Lou Dobbs.
Good evening, everybody. Voters tonight are casting ballots in an election that could have a tremendous influence on the future direction of the country. The results could, in fact, change the conduct of the war in Iraq and determine the fate of President Bush's second-term agenda. But this election is unlikely to stop the war on our middle class, to end our illegal immigration and border security crisis, or prevent corporate America from trying to influence our government. In a moment, we'll have the live reports from Washington and expert analysis from three of the very brightest political analysts in the country. But first, the initial exit poll results are now available just within the past hour. We can give you early estimates of who voted in this election, and we can give you considerable analysis of why. Bill Snyder is here to do exactly that. With the very latest on these estimates, Bill Snyder.
Lou, you call them initial results. Keep in mind, people are still voting around the country, and we're still taking polls of voters around the country. The West Coast, for instance, polls will be open for many hours. But we're going to show you the results among people who were interviewed so far. What were the issues that determined how people vote? Was this a national election or a local election? We asked people which was more important to them. And the answer was, by nearly 2 to 1, people said they were voting in this election on national issues, 62%, local issues, 33%. Now, does this mean the Democrats are bound to do well? Democrats were hoping that it would be a referendum on Iraq, but there were other national issues, like the war on terror. Republicans talked about taxes. How about that economy? How did the voters polled so far feel the economy is going in this country? Did they say economic conditions are excellent or good? 47% said that. Not so good or poor, 52%. It appears that voters are not very bullish on the economy, even though the Republicans in the White House were talking it up. They are divided. So it doesn't look like the economy was a determinative issue in this election. But here's something that wasn't even close to 50-50. That is, how do people feel about Congress? And the answer was overwhelmingly 62% said they disapprove of the way Congress is handling its job. Only 36% approve. That could be a very powerful mandate for change, at least a strong indicator, Lou, of broken government.
Bill, thank you very much. Bill Snyder, and Bill throughout the evening here will be giving us his analysis of these exit polls and the results as they continue to flow from the polling booths all across the country. Bill, thank you very much. Democrats tonight are hopeful that they can win control of the House of Representatives for the first time in more than a decade. They are less sure about their prospects in the battle for the Senate. Our congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, has the report now from Washington. Dana.
Well, Lou, House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi came to the Capitol, today, and our producer, Ted Barrett, bumped into her. She was looking downright giddy. He jokingly said, "How are you, Madam Speaker?" And she replied, "I like the title," but then quickly caught herself and said, "Not yet." Now, but in public, you certainly hear some caution from Nancy Pelosi. In private, however, we understand that she and her staff are already talking about whether or not they should move their suite of offices to the much larger ones now occupied by the current House Speaker, Dennis Hastert. Now, there was not a lot of caution at all earlier today at a briefing by the House and Senate Democratic chairman of the campaign committees, talking about the fact that they are very optimistic, bubbling with optimism, as a matter of fact, about the fact that Democratic turnout, they say, is up. And one even said that this will be an historic midterm elections. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, Lou, Republicans are also saying that they have a slight, maybe a 5% advantage in turnout from their side over 2004. But talk to senior Republicans on the Hill and elsewhere, they simply are resigned, even depressed about what they're going to potentially encounter tonight. I talked to one senior Republican aide here on the Hill earlier today who said, "I feel like I did in 9th grade going in for a chemistry test I knew that I didn't study for." He said that I'm going to fail and there's nothing I can do about it. Lou?
Dana, thank you very much. Well, nonetheless, the White House tonight is putting on a show of confidence that the Republican Party will retain control of both the Senate and the House. GOP strategists predicting that a big turnout of Republican supporters would deny the Democrats victory. Suzanne Malveaux reports now from the White House. Suzanne.
Well, Lou, we saw President Bush and the First Lady earlier today in Crawford, Texas. That's where they cast their ballots. And then the president made a brief remark to all Americans, decidedly nonpartisan, saying that everybody should go out and vote and do their civic duty. But make no question about it, Bush administration officials realize the #1 issue for voters is the Iraq War, that this very well could be a referendum on the president of the Iraq War, and either losing the House or the Senate would definitely weaken the president's ability to get things done in the next 2 years. Now, some White House officials, however, and insiders say there is certainly no talk about that possibility, not here in this building. They feel that any hint of doubt would affect voter turnout. They say that they cannot concede. And another White House insider I spoke to, who says it's going to be a bad day for the Republican Party, simply said that Karl Rove and company are very encouraged with what they're seeing, an increased voter turnout of Republicans in rural areas in key states. Lou?
Suzanne, thank you. Suzanne Malveaux from the White House. Apart, of course, from the outcome of this election, the biggest question tonight is whether or not your vote will actually count. Election officials all across the country have been reporting problems with e-voting machines. Kitty Pilgrim has the latest for us. Kitty?
Lou, voter activists have been monitoring all day, and Common Cause says 15% of their hotline calls were about mechanical problems with electronic voting machines. Voter Action says they are drowning in reports, and Verified Voting says the system was clearly very complex for volunteers. In Denver, lines were hours long. The electronic poll books with voter registrations were not ready. In Indiana, paper ballots had to be used in more than 100 precincts because the touch screens on electronic voting machines were not working.
222 locations that we had to send technicians to get the machine up and running.
In New Jersey, the Sequoia machines had printer or mechanical problems. Polling locations issued paper ballots and had voting machines replaced. Broward County, Florida, a 90-minute delay because of activation mess-ups.
A number of people that were sent away and told to come back, I hope that they have the perseverance and come back and get their votes cast.
These, of course, are the observable problems with the machines. Now, none of this actually shows how the votes are tallied at the end of the day, and we might see some additional problems as that process continues. Lou?
Kitty, thank you very much. Kitty Pilgrim joining me now. I'm joined by 3 political analysts who have credentials beyond compare. Joined by Ed Rollins. He's the Republican strategist, former White House political director. Errol Lewis, columnist for New York Daily News. And Robert Zimmerman, Democratic strategist and fundraiser. Let me turn to you first, Errol. These early exit polls suggesting that there is a relatively strong turnout and a strong reaction in some cases on issues that weren't anticipated, particularly corruption.
Well, that's right. The earlier segment that talked about where everybody said their concerns were was sort of the reverse of what we've been hearing for weeks. And I think what that means is that when people are listening to these ads that tens of millions of dollars are being invested in, when people are watching all of these news reports, they're taking their own message from it. And in many individual races, corruption was the main issue.
Ed, we've heard the White House very confident. Suzanne Malveaux reporting that the president, Laura Bush, very confident. We're hearing that Nancy Pelosi is almost giddy in anticipation of the results here. What do you make of it?
Well, I think there's been a tremendous turnout today, and I think both sides have turned out their own vote. But the critical thing is the independents turning out. The independents are turning out. We're going to lose Republicans big time because they're going to break against us 2-1. And I feel that they probably are, and I think they're the ones that are most concerned probably about the corruption.
You know, it's a very important point Ed's bringing up. In 2004, the Republicans ran Bush's re-election by trying to build the Republican base and focusing only on their base at the expense of the independents. Democrats have targeted independents very aggressively, and in fact, they're expanding their base by gaining more of that independent vote.
Okay. We'll be back with these gentlemen throughout the broadcast here. We appreciate it. Coming up next, we'll have more from our political panel, and Bill Snyder will also be here. He'll have the latest exit poll information for us and his analysis. We'll also have live reports from key Senate and House races all across the country. A great deal more. It's the beginning of a very exciting night. Stay with us. Welcome back to our special election night coverage. Political scandal, voter frustration, drawing voters to the polls. Within the hour, we'll see the first results in this election where the party controlling the Senate could change or not. Ed Henry reports from Virginia tonight, where there has been record voter turnout for the Senate race. Charges of racism and immorality being charged and countercharged in that race. Bob Franken reporting tonight from Ohio, where frustrated voters are looking for a senator who will fight for American workers. And Jonathan Freed reporting tonight from Missouri, one of the tightest Senate races in the nation. We begin with Ed Henry in Richmond, Virginia. Ed?
Lou, I'm here at the campaign headquarters of Republican Senator George Allen. As you know, he had dreams just a few months ago of running for president in 2008. Now his back is against the wall on a collision course with Democratic challenger Jim Webb. A very tight race, as you mentioned, turnout very high. The absentee ballots alone, there were 44,000 last time there was a midterm election in 2002. This time we're told 131,000 absentee ballots were requested this time around. The Allen team is hoping that high turnout is because conservatives are turning out to vote for him and to vote for a state-level ban on same-sex marriage. The Democrat Jim Webb hoping it's just the opposite, that people are turning out on Iraq, an issue that Webb has been demanding a new course for the war, and also turning against Allen, who had a lot of miscues, such as that infamous macaco moment. The polls will be closing at 7, but we may not have an early answer. This is a race that could go late into the night. One thing is certain, while we don't know what's happening in the Senate race just yet, it's clear that Senator Allen's hopes of running for president are really on hold now, clearly, Lou.
Thank you very much, Ed Henry. Ohio, a state tarred by political scandal and economy challenged on all fronts. In Cuyahoga County, polling locations, the Ohio Democratic Party has filed a lawsuit to keep those polls open late to ensure ballot security and to make certain that ballots are accurately counted. The Ohio Democrats citing numerous problems with those e-voting machines early in the day. Bob Franken is in Columbus, Ohio, and joins us now. Bob.
There have been a series of problems over the last several elections in Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland, but let's put this in another context. The Cleveland area is the Democratic stronghold, and so the Democratic Party would like to maximize the turnout there. It has been low, as it traditionally is during the day. The large bulk of the voters there come in after the working hours. There's a little bit less than an hour and a half. So within the hour, that lawsuit was filed by the Ohio Democratic Party in federal court in northern Ohio. The Democratic candidate, Sherrod Brown, is looking for every vote he can. He is higher in the polls. That was what the prediction was made, so he made his vote today in an area just west of Cleveland. His Republican counterpart in this race, the incumbent Senator Mike DeWine, voted also in the Dayton area. Both have headed to their campaign headquarters now to check out the result. In a state that has experienced a tremendous intensity and interest because of the variety of scandals and corruption charges, and of course the interest in the Iraq War. But right now the focus is once again where it should not be, in the minds of many, on the Cleveland area and the problems they're having with the voting machines. Lou?
Thank you, Bob Franken, reporting from Columbus. In Missouri, the battle there between Senate incumbent Jim Tennant and Democrat Claire McCaskill has been one of the nation's tightest races. Jonathan Freed is in St. Louis tonight and joins us now. Jonathan?
Lou, it has been one of the tightest races, and because of that, everybody has been focusing on the turnout here. The big question, would it be as big as predicted? And so far what we're hearing from reports coming into us from around the state is that yes, that is the case. The turnout today so far is higher than has been normal for midterm elections. Both campaigns are trying to spin it their way when we talk to them today, Lou. They're saying that their base is coming out strongly, and in fact both candidates say that they had to wait in line at their own polling places today when it came time to vote. Again, when a race is as tight as this one, every person that you can get to the polls counts, and that stem cell debate that's also going on here is bringing even more people to the polls, so everybody hanging on, waiting to see how one side affects the other and one campaign here affects the other. Lou.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Freed from St. Louis, and we will be obviously covering the Missouri race very, very carefully, and one suspects throughout the evening here. Errol, let me turn to you and ask you, we're hearing a lot about heavy turnout from our reporters, and we're getting reports of it across the country. Who's the beneficiary of that overall on balance, or can you make that judgment?
Well, you can, but to do so, you'd have to throw in an important fact that hasn't been talked about a lot, which is that there are a lot of governor's seats that are up today. There are 9 vacant seats that are being vacated by Republicans, one by Democrats. So you can sort of see that there's going to be a lot more emphasis going in the Democrat direction, where you have challengers trying to sort of snatch seats. A lot of time and effort has been focused on them. And in a place like Ohio, where there's a bitterly contested race for governor, it's going to spill over into all the other races. And to the extent that it's been a question about national parties trying to push their agenda, I think you start to see all kinds of new effects, new people coming out who maybe don't care so much about what's going on in Iraq, but care a great deal about what's going to happen in their state house.
Do you agree?
I think this is pretty much about the war. I think this campaign has been nationalized. Traditionally, there's a 30% drop-off from presidential elections, which was a record high election 2004, the highest since '68. I think this will be a record high, and I think it's been a nationalized election, and I do think a lot of it's the war, corruption, the way Congress is dealt.
That sounds, the way Ed puts it, as if the Democrats will be the beneficiary of the strategy. Rahm Emanuel has to be given a lot of credit for the strategy that he employed, right?
Well, I think it was clearly the strategy of Rahm Emanuel, Nancy Pelosi, Senator Schumer, and Reid to nationalize this election and to make a referendum on George Bush, and he certainly played into their hands.
Well, we want to turn, because obviously whatever happens tonight will define the balance of power for the remainder of President George W. Bush's presidency. Let's turn to CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield. Jeff, your thoughts?
Well, you heard about 3 endangered Republican Senate seats. If Republicans have hopes of retaining the Senate, I want to show you 2 states very quickly. One of them is Rhode Island. Where this should have been a put-away for the Democrats. It's one of the bluest states. Lincoln Chafee, the incumbent Republican, is the most independent or least loyal, depending on your politics, Republican there is. Broke with the Bush administration on tax cuts, on the war in Iraq, wrote in the name of George Bush's father in 2004. The one thing he hasn't done is leave his party. Sheldon Whitehouse was seen to be a favorite. In recent weeks, in recent days, there's been a sense that maybe voters are coming back and admiring Chafee for his independence. Obviously, we'll see how that plays out tonight. The other race where Republicans have hopes is a Democratic seat, it's an open Democratic seat in Maryland, one of the bluest of the blue states. Ben Cardin, the Democrat, a congressman, won a narrow primary against Kwesi Mfume, a former congressman, an African-American, and Cardin's being pushed very hard by Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele. The theory is if Steele can pick up 20%, 25, 30% of the black vote, they can take that seat away from Democrats and deny Democrats control of the Senate. As we have pointed out, we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Exactly. Jeff, thanks very much, Jeff Greenfield. Just ahead, we're receiving, obviously, new exit poll information. We'll be bringing you the very latest on that as we receive it, and analysis, of course. And from Walmart to Wachovia, the big spenders in this election come straight from corporate America. We'll have a special report on the best government money can buy, and much more as America votes 2006. We'll have live reports from the key House races across the country, and our election coverage will continue here on CNN throughout the night. Beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern, Wolf Blitzer, Anderson Cooper, Paula Zahn, and I will be bringing you the projected winners from all across the country. Then at 12 midnight Eastern, a special edition of Larry King Live. Stay with us. Our coverage tonight wouldn't be complete without mentioning the biggest driving force in this election, special interests and corporate America. With an estimated $2.6 billion being spent over the course of this campaign and election, this election is expected to be the most expensive midterm race in history. Lisa Sylvester has our report. Lisa?
Lou, to knock out an incumbent and win a House seat now costs a minimum of $1 million. To take over a Senate position, starting cost $7 million. And guess who's paying for these elections? Big corporate money.
Business interests provide 75% of the money that is given to candidates and parties at the federal level on average, and that's true again this cycle.
The U.S. Chamber of Commerce spent $20 million this year just on federal races, $10 million, in fact, in just the final days on calls and mailings. The Business Interest Political Action Committee spent another $3 million. And Walmart tops the list of companies that have donated the most, according to the Center for Responsive Politics. More than $1 million on the federal level and another $1 million for state races. Of course, big corporate donors are paying, but they also want to see a return on their investment. A few million now, translating to friends in high places later. And this year, the share of big business money going to Democrats has increased, but they're still running behind Republicans. Lou?
All right. And it is the story no one wants to report, it seems, across the national media. Lisa Sylvester, thank you very much. Of course, this broadcast is an exception to that. Robert Zimmerman, what in the world are we doing when we have reached a point we're spending $2.6 billion on these campaigns, corporate America funding both political parties? How can we? This is obscene.
It is obscene, and it threatens our democracy as profoundly as the e-voting systems threaten our democracy. And until we move in the direction of public financing of campaigns, we're never going to rid the corruption that corporate financing of congressional races always leads to.
Ed Rollins, do you concur or not?
I'm not for public financing, but I certainly concur. There's a couple congressional races that'll be $5 to $7 million in this cycle, which used to be a senator gubernatorial race in a big state. It's just it's out of hand. It's way too much money. You don't need that kind of money to be spent in these races, and it's overkill.
Errol?
You don't want to minimize the effect of this, but let's keep in mind the unions have been players in this game too. The Service Employees International Union, they're mostly hospital workers, janitors, and the like. They spent about $35 million, according to their emails, contacting their members, pushing people to the polls, and so forth. I think you see that play out in the Democratic plank. If the Democrats should win, one of the things they've promised is to change the rules to make it easier for unions to get into the workplace.
Well, let's ask Robert Zimmerman how they sort that out. They get the union money and they get all that corporate money. Is it going to be evenly divvied up here? I mean, how does that work?
It's not about that. It's about changing the way we finance our congressional campaigns and our presidential campaign.
He's a lonely voice. This race will be more money will be spent in this midterm election for probably 30 or 40 targeted races than the presidential race in 2004.
And nobody has run a campaign based on getting money out of elections, which shows you how effective it is.
Public financing in 2000, and Lou, you were a strong leader of that around that issue as well, and that was important to make people aware of it.
I mean, we have to come up with an intelligent way in which to conduct these races so that candidates at least are running on issues, on a platform, an agenda that is focused on the interest of the common good and the national interest, not on special interests or corporate America or organized labor. We will continue in just a moment. Coming up next, explosive new exit poll information has just come in as the president and the Republican Party made a miscalculation in this election. Bill Snyder will tell us what those exit polls are suggesting. Also, live reports on some pivotal House races and reports of frustration caused by those new e-voting machines. They've been pouring in all day. How big is the problem? How well are the jurisdictions around the country managing the problems? We'll have the latest for you. And also, be sure to stay with CNN for our prime time election coverage. Wolf Blitzer, Anderson Cooper, Paula Zahn, and I reporting live from New York, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern here tonight. And there will be special election coverage on Larry King Live tonight from Los Angeles, beginning at midnight Eastern. And I'll be right back. Stay with us. Exit poll information is pouring in, and over the last few minutes, new information from those exit polls. Bill Snyder has the very latest for us. Bill?
Lou, the economy was supposed to be the issue that paid off for the White House. Republicans were running hard on the good economy. The stock market is booming, gas prices are dropping, but guess what? When we asked voters, was the economy a very important issue in the way you voted? Among those interviewed, at least so far around the country, those who said economy extremely important were voting by over 20 points for the Democratic candidate for the House of Representatives. It looks like the economy turned out to be a Democratic, not a Republican issue. Terrorism. What about people who said terrorism was extremely important? Very important issue for Republicans in 2002 and 2004. How did it do this time? Well, majority of voters who cited terrorism did vote Republican, but notice how close it is. 53% voted Republican, 45% Democrats. Democrats are becoming more competitive on the terrorism issue. And finally, an issue of great concern to viewers of this program, illegal immigration. People who said that was a very important issue, how did they vote? The answer is they split. 51% Republican, 46% Democratic. A very close split on the illegal immigration issue. Neither party is particularly preferred.
Okay, on a host of issues, apparently, Bill Snyder. Thank you very much. One name is having a major impact in two House races tonight. In Florida's 14th district, Mark Foley's name is on the ballot. The current GOP candidate is not. And in Western New York, a senior Republican is tainted by the Foley scandal. John Zarrella is in Florida on the race for Mark Foley's vacated House seat. Mary Snow is in Western New York, where fallout from the Foley scandal has been dogging Congressman Tom Reynolds' campaign. We begin with John Zarrella in Jupiter, Florida. John?
Lou, we're at the Jupiter Beach Resort where Tim Foley, the Democratic candidate in the 16th Congressional District, is hoping to be here a little later to celebrate a victory. It won't be easy. It's going to be hard fought. The Republican candidate, Joe Negron, handpicked by the party to replace Mr. Foley, has made strong strides in the last weeks, catching up, closing the gap. And Tim Foley said all along that he expected that. This, after all, has been Tim Mahoney has said all along, this has been a Republican seat for a quarter of a century. He didn't expect anything less than a tight race, and that's apparently what we've got here tonight, neck and neck as the polls close here in 25 minutes. Now, when people went to the polls here in Palm Beach County, what they saw on the ballot was Mark Foley's name right there at the top. The Republicans say they believe that the electors, the voters, are smart enough to know that a vote for Foley is actually a vote for Negron. In fact, the Republicans kind of made a joke out of it, saying, punch Foley for Negron, hoping that, of course, that Republicans will figure it out and will go to the polls and vote for Joe Negron. But again, Lou, this is going to be close, very close. And again, the polls closing here in about 25 minutes. Lou?
John, thank you very much. John Zarrella. He'll be with us throughout the evening here. Tonight, fallout from the Mark Foley scandal still surrounds the House Republican leadership. Congressman Tom Reynolds admitting that he had been told about Foley's inappropriate emails long before they were made public. He subsequently apologized to his constituents for not doing more, but that may not have been enough. Mary Snow now live at the Erie County Republican headquarters in Buffalo, New York. Mary?
Well, Lou, some voters we spoke with said they are not ready to be so forgiving. This is a very tight race, and some here are bracing for what could be a very long night. Here in Erie County, the biggest in this district, also home to both candidates. Voter turnout, according to the Board of Elections, is said to be moderate to heavy, and that is encouraging to both camps. However, voters we spoke with today say the Reynolds handling of the Foley matter was a big part in their decision-making. Even supporters of Reynolds who say they voted for him expressed that they were troubled by how he handled it. Reynolds, in the past 3 days, has launched an unprecedented get-out-the-vote drive in his district. This against his Democratic challenger, Jack Davis, an independent businessman who pumped over $2 million of his own money into this campaign. Just recently, he pledged not to take a salary if he is elected, saying he would take a token $1 salary each year. Now, these two candidates ran against each other 2 years ago, and Davis lost by 12 points. But tonight, both camps are hesitant to make any kind of projections. Lou?
Thank you very much, Mary Snow from Buffalo, New York. Joining us once again, our senior political analyst, Jeff Greenfield, with more for us on the battle for control of the House. Jeff?
Okay, Lou, a quick primer. This is the old House, as Rosemary Clooney once sang. 232 Republicans, 202 Democrats, one independent who votes with the Democrats. You need a shift of 15 seats. Here's what's driving the Republicans to a certain sense of pessimism. In state after state, many House Republicans are endangered. New York and Pennsylvania, where their gubernatorial candidates in pre-election polls have run far behind. As many as 8 or 9 Republicans could lose their House seats there. In Ohio, where the Republican Party has been mired in scandal, 4 or 5 House Republicans endangered. But they're also in trouble in seats in Indiana, in Kentucky, 2 in Florida, and even out west, which in presidential years the interior West has voted solidly red. You see Republican incumbents in trouble in Arizona, in Colorado, In Idaho, President Bush was campaigning in Kansas for Congressman and former 4-minute miler Jim Ryan. That seat should have been utterly safe. And across the country, at best, Republicans can point to 3 or 4 Democratic incumbents they might be able to beat. That, in a nutshell, is why so many people believe that the House is going to turn Democratic before the night is over. Lou?
Jeff, thank you very much. Jeff Greenfield. Returning to our panel here, is it your sense that we can draw some pretty strong conclusions from the fact that the president, as Jeff Greenfield said, had to campaign in places like Kansas, which you would think would be a relatively safe state given history?
I think there are 2 issues here at work. One, you're seeing a wide, diverse collection of Democrats running around the country, competitive in Idaho, Colorado, Nevada, in different regions, and they're running as mainstream Democrats. They're running and showing much greater diversity than in the past. The other point, though, that's so critical is that when George Bush shows up in a competitive state like in Florida, the Republican candidate for governor disappears.
Right. Ed?
We thought we were election-proof because of reapportionment, and obviously this election is proving we're not. Tom Reynolds, a very fine man at the head of the Congressional Committee, was a very prominent speaker, candidate for Speaker to replace Denny Hastert, and obviously he's fighting for his life.
Errol, the idea that Tom Reynolds is in trouble, Jack Davis taking him on in Buffalo on the issues of basic economic issues, irrespective of what some of these exit polls are saying, in doing so well, the implications to you?
Oh, absolutely. Upstate New York is a disaster economically. It's been one of the main focuses of all of the other statewide races that are going on. And even though it may not show up in the polls in this nationalized climate, the reality is Western New York, Buffalo, it's been in trouble for a long, long time. There's been tens of thousands of layoffs, mostly upstate New York, this year alone.
And that race between Reynolds and Davis is one of those that has moved back and forth. The most recent polls, I believe, showing just about a 4-point advantage back again with Reynolds, but it is one of the tight ones that we're going to be watching here throughout the evening.
And Davis isn't a very good candidate. The best thing that's happened for Reynolds is Davis is not a very good candidate, and he may pull it out because of that.
Just to make a quick point, I think what really hurt Reynolds was not just that he knew about the Foley scandal, but after he knew about it, he encouraged Foley to run again.
Just ahead, we'll have the first projections on election results here in just a few moments, and I'll be back with our distinguished panel of analysts, strategists, journalists, editorial board members, and folks who really know. And I'll be talking with an e-voting activist who can update us on what state leaders are saying about e-voting nationwide. And this campaign season has been convulsed by controversy and scandal, from Foley to Kerry to Haggard. We'll take a look back, just a little ways back. Stay with us. We have just received this word from Ohio. Our correspondent Bob Franken reporting that a federal district court judge there is right now writing an order to insist that the polls in 16 precincts in Cuyahoga County, where there have been large numbers of e-voting machine problems, that those polls remain open till at least 10 p.m. tonight. Again, 16 precincts in Cuyahoga County, that is the Cleveland area in Ohio, which has been beset by problems, but 16 precincts will be, by federal order, keeping their polls open until 10 o'clock tonight. New reports keep coming in about problems and not all over the country, but certainly in those states on the East Coast in which we've got considerable focus. With the very latest for us, I'm joined by Warren Stewart. He is of Vote Trust USA. It's a group that is fielding tonight and today a barrage of complaints. Warren, this decision in Cuyahoga County by the federal judge directly related to those e-voting troubles that we've all been fearing.
Exactly. We've been having reports all day long from states across the country where machines have failed to boot up at the beginning of the day or have stopped working for one reason or the other. It's resulted in long lines. We have reports like that from, well, of course, Ohio, Indiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, New Jersey. I could go on and on. Right. So we've had those sort of problems, and we anticipate more of those. We've also had problems reported of vote switching on machines where either on the screen, on a touch screen where the voter's actually voting, the they vote for one candidate and it shows up for the other one, or on the review screen they're seeing a candidate that they didn't vote for. And that's happening in a lot of counties in Florida and also in Texas, and we've seen that in Kentucky as well. So those are all big concerns, but I think in some ways the worst is yet to come, because at the end of the day, when they are merging all these totals together in the central tabulators, I think we're going to have a lot of, it's going to be a long night.
A long night. But at this point, are you encouraged at all that we haven't had more problems reported in?
Oh, good heavens, no. I would say there's, I mean, there have been so many calls to the various hotlines that have been set up, and news reports as well, and we have to assume that that's just a fraction of the actual incidents that are taking place.
Warren, I was trying to look for some good news at all in those early reports on these breakdowns in e-voting machines in particular. Warren Stewart of Vote Trust USA, you'll be with us throughout the evening. We appreciate it. Now let's turn back to the panel. Errol, Warren is saying that he sees greater problems ahead. How much of an implication do you think this will likely have on this election?
Oh, it will certainly delay the final outcome, and if the outcome for the control of the House is at all close, we could be looking at this for days, hopefully not weeks. One of the things that goes on here is that there was a push to put in all of these new machines without any real sort of standards, and I mean the testing, the recent Hacking Democracy, the documentary that pointed out all of these problems. I mean, the punchline at the end was that $20 million was going to be spent in Ohio on technology that show proved was not reliable. And here we are in Ohio wondering about the vote.
Well, the other thing is there's going to be, if these are close elections, which I assume they are going to be, there's a tremendous number of absentee ballots that still have to be counted, and that could go on for days. And I think that anything that creates an image that people's votes may not be counted or counted fairly is going to put a darkness over this election.
Very quickly, Robert.
Let's call it what it is, a political scandal. The e-voting system, the way absentee ballots are being mishandled, being rejected for lack of postage, and for that matter, the way voter ID cards are being used, and in fact, in some cases, being misused to block people from voting.
Okay, Robert Zimmerman, thank you very much. This midterm campaign has been like no other. Mudslinging, celebrity pitches, personal attacks, moral misbehavior, scandal, and a lot more. Christine Romans reports on all of that.
It began with what is now known as the macaca moment and quickly devolved.
Welcome. Let's give a welcome to macaca here. Welcome to America.
From a racially insensitive remark to lurid instant messages. Congressman Mark Foley coming on to teenage boys, coming out of the closet and rushing right into rehab.
He has never had sexual contact with a minor. Between the ages of 13 and 15, he was molested by a clergyman. Mark Foley wants you to know that he is a gay man.
Next comes a celebrity slugfest over stem cell research.
What you do in Missouri matters to millions of Americans. Americans like me.
This is really shameless of Michael J. Fox. Either he didn't take his medication or he's acting, one of the two.
And then along comes what Senator John Kerry describes as a joke gone bad, telling students, if you don't study,
you get stuck in Iraq.
An apparent indictment of the intelligence of U.S. troops. Democrats cringed, and the White House demanded an apology.
This is an absolute insult.
Kerry called him a stuffed suit, and Rush Limbaugh doughy.
I apologize to no one for my criticism of the president and of his broken policy.
A day later, Kerry did apologize. For a moment there, watching these two going at it almost felt like 2004. But then came Pastor Ted, an evangelical advisor to the White House, clumsily answering allegations he frequented a gay prostitute and used drugs.
I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away. I went there for a massage.
Finally admitting in a letter to his congregation,
the fact is, I am guilty of sexual immorality. I am a deceiver and a liar.
An American evangelical leader disgraced.
Christine Romans with the sorry side of this election and campaign. I want to turn for final thoughts to our panel here tonight. Errol Louis.
The outcome of this will be the first step towards the 2008 presidential elections. That's where all of the energy is going to go the day after this is finished, possibly as early as tomorrow morning.
I hope it's clean. I hope whoever wins it, and there's not any long-term disputes here.
This election ultimately is about a very dramatic change in the direction of the country, and it also reflects a dramatic change of in the Democratic Party because of the number of states Democrats are competitive in.
Now, the idea that this is the beginning of 2008 is not exactly living in the moment, Errol. You want to?
Well, here in New York, where we have a certain senator whose last name you may recognize, Clinton, who has spent more than anybody else running for our office today. There's some thought that this is step one towards 2008.
She's the closest thing to an incumbent. There is no incumbent or no vice president. She's the closest thing to it.
And is she your party's first choice?
We have a number of very strong candidates for the Democratic nomination. If she chooses to run, she'll be among them.
A little sorting out, no matter what happens tonight.
There's a couple other New Yorkers that may have an interest in it too. I don't consider the governor one of them, but
Wednesday morning it begins.
A lot of sorting out for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party on that one. We will be focusing on this election throughout the night here. CNN's America Votes 2006 election coverage continues here in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome to our coverage, America Votes 2006. We're going to be going to we'll have the results here in about 7 minutes and 47 seconds according to our countdown clock. We're going to have complete reports of every race in the country, analysis by the very best folks in the business, and we're going to start out with one of the very best folks, Wolf Blitzer.
Lou, thank you very much. And in just a few minutes, the polls will close in 4 states, and we'll begin to find out what you have decided today. Do Democrats win back part or all of the United States Congress? Whose political stars will rise? Whose will fall? How much did Iraq or the war on terror or the economy or scandal drive this election? These are some of the questions we'll be answering tonight. Let's bring it over to our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield. There are 4 specific questions that you're looking at the start of what could be a long night.
You betcha. And this is what they are. The first question, a flood or a trickle? Indiana and Kentucky have 5 endangered House Republicans. There are 2 Democrats in Georgia who've been targeted by the Republicans for possible defeat. If the Republicans can hold many or most of those seats, maybe this is not a flood. If they lose most or all of them, they're in real trouble. The second question, an Ohio disaster. Ohio closes at 7:30. It's a state where the Republicans have been mired in scandal. The Republican candidate for governor is running far behind. There are 4, perhaps even 5 House Republican seats that could be lost. And between that, Indiana and Kentucky, the Democrats are doing 2/3 of where they need to get control of the House. Here's the third question. As Virginia goes, so goes the Senate. Virginia has that race between George Allen, once considered a shoo-in, and Jim Webb. If the Democrats hope to retake the Senate with the 6 seats net they need, they have to take Virginia. And the fourth question, we'll have to wait till the end of the night to answer, is what about presidential coattails? Bush campaigned in Georgia for the 2 Republicans challenging the Democrats. He went into other districts in this region. If, in fact, the president has political clout, we should see this in those states. And one more quick mention about Ohio. This is where the vaunted turnout machine of the Republicans delivered Ohio, and therefore a second term to George Bush. It's an Ohio turnout versus a mood in Ohio that seems to run against Republicans. Wolf?
An early indicator as we continue to watch what's going on. This is only just beginning. I want to bring in Anderson Cooper. He's got the best political team on television with him. Anderson?
Wolf, we want to talk to some of our reporters, both here in the studio and also in the field, to find out exactly what their thoughts are, what they're going to be looking at over the next 15, 20 minutes or so as some of these polls are closing. John King?
The earliest thing for me are the Republican incumbents in Kentucky and Indiana. If Republicans are losing in places like that, they're in for a very long night. They should be able to hold those seats in a good year. We know this is not a good year. 5 or 6 of them in Kentucky and Indiana. That's a good early sign of how the night's going to go for the Republicans.
Candy Crowley?
I think I'll look at something, that takes us forward, and that is, how did Democrats do in the rural vote? How do they do in some of these southern states? The South has been blocked off to Democrats in the presidential campaigns for a very long time. Are they going to make some inroads into those very red states? And are those inroads, do they show signs of any kind of permanence?
Also joining us tonight from Newsweek magazine, Marcus Mabry, good to have you here. What are you going to be looking for?
Good to be here, Anderson. Thanks. I'm going to be looking to see what happens with the women's vote. I'm going to be looking to see how many women turn out, how many women support Republicans. You may have noticed some of the places, some polls in the last few days of this campaign has showed a tightening, with the Republicans still behind the Democrats as far as who voters are likely to vote for tonight. But what we've seen is some other polls have a larger gap. The ones that showed the Republicans catching up to the Democrats, those polls inevitably have to do with women turning toward Republican candidates at the last moment. The question is, we'll see from who women vote for tonight, whether or not Democrats have closed the deal or not.
We are about 4 minutes away from polls closing. I want to talk to some of the best political minds in the country who we assembled here tonight.
Where are they? If you find them, let me know.
James Carville, what are you looking for?
You know, it comes in fast and furious, and I mean, I'm just going to be watching CNN, I'll be watching the monitor on the bottom, and I'll be calling campaign managers and political professionals around the country to see what they're seeing. I'm going to be talking to people at the Republican National Committee, people at the Democratic DCC, to see if I can do some actual reporting as to what they're seeing on the ground.
Paul Begala, what races are you watching very closely?
Well, I have a stake in Pennsylvania. I have one campaign I'm working for as a consultant, and that's my friend Bob Casey. He's running against Rick Santorum in a marquee Senate race. But I'm also intrigued as the Bush coattail effect, something Jeff Greenfield was talking about before. Does he have coattails, or is he like an anchor? You know, the most stunning thing of the last week of the election was the Republican candidate for Florida, Charlie Crist, ducked President Bush, even though Bush went to do the event for Charlie. But he cut and run from the president. That tells you that, you know, Republicans are pretty worried about Bush.
Paul Begala working in a cut and run mention. J.C. Watts, what are you watching?
Maryland, Michael Steele, I think Republicans have a real chance there. And then, as you all have said, I think Indiana, Kentucky, the polls close early there. We'll get some kind of feel for how this thing might trend over the next 2 or 3 hours.
About 3 minutes, the polls closing. Bill Bennett?
Right, Paul, an advocate to the very end. The polls are still open, and Paul is...
I like that you guys coordinated with your red ties,
You bet. We know. Indiana, Kentucky early on. It's a trickle, then there's a flood, but those two states will tell us a lot what those congressional races. I'm watching Maryland. That's my home state. Rooting hard for Michael Steele.
A fascinating race. We're going to have a lot of races to talk to. Let's go back to Wolf. Actually, let's go to Lou Dobbs right now. Lou?
Not all the campaigning going on outside this studio. We're going to be turning to our correspondents covering the very tight race. First of all, and from Columbus, we're going to go to Bob Franken. Ed Henry will be reporting from Richmond, Virginia. Dana Bash on Capitol Hill to give us some sense. Let's turn first to Bob Franken at Mike DeWine's headquarters, the incumbent Republican senator in that tight race with Sherrod Brown.
A slight complication in Ohio. A federal judge is about to rule that 16 voting places in Cuyahoga County, that's Cleveland, stay open an extra hour and a half, which will make that 9 o'clock Eastern. Both sides are reporting heavy turnout, which is what the prediction had been in a state that has very high feelings, in a state that, unless there's an upset, is going to be bad news for Republicans. Lou?
Thank you very much, Bob Franken. Let's turn to Ed Henry, who's at Senator George Allen's headquarters in that race with James Webb.
That's right, Lou. I'm in Richmond, and we're hearing from both camps. Turnout was very, very high, almost in presidential election year levels, not what they normally see in midterm elections. What the Republican incumbent George Allen is hoping is that is mostly on the gay marriage issue that's on the state ballot here, Lou.
And turning to you quickly, Dana Bash at Democratic headquarters in Washington, D.C.
Well, let me tell you, Lou, that really all I have to do is show you where I am to show you the difference between the feeling and the atmospherics in Democratic world versus Republican world. This is a place where Democrats think they're going to have a party here at a hotel just near the Capitol on Capitol Hill. Republicans are having nothing like this. They are sort of spread out in their home districts with some friends watching returns privately. Democrats are going to be very public here because they think they're going to have a celebration later.
Thank you, Dana Bash. Wolf, back to you.
Lou, thanks very much. We're going to be watching very closely in the next few seconds as the polls close in a few states on the East Coast. We're going to be able to make some projections. Who will win in the United States Senate? We want to make sure, though, we wait precisely until the top of the hour so that we don't interfere with any of the voting. Libertarian. Lugar will easily win his 6th term in the United States Senate. Another one, Vermont, Bernie Sanders. He will be elected as an independent senator from Vermont. We can project he will win in Vermont. In Virginia, we do project that the ballot question number 1, the ban on same-sex marriage, that will be approved. That will require marriage being defined as a union between a man and a woman in Virginia. We cannot project a winner in Virginia between the fiercely fought battle between George Allen and Jim Webb. This contest right now, the polling is closed in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but this contest clearly close. We cannot project a winner right now, but we have been able to project the first 2 winners in the United States Senate in Indiana and Vermont. Anderson, no great surprises in either of those races.
The Virginia race, of course, has been very closely watched. We've been watching it, talking about it an awful lot. John King, it has been a fascinating race, to say the least.
And it's one of the races where, yes, there's anti-war sentiment in Virginia, but George Allen's problems are largely of his own making. A few statements that came back against him, and it shows you how quickly your life can change in politics. Many thought George Allen would get 60%. He was a conservative, the son of a former football coach, wanted to go out there and run for president. Now he's fighting for survival tonight in a race again that, yes, there's some of the national dynamic at play in Virginia, but mainly a race that's very close because of his own problem, keeping himself in line, his candidacy in line.
Candy Crilly, though, Jim Webb has had his own problems as well. Some of the books he wrote in the past coming back to be mentioned on the campaign trail.
I knew this race was off the rail when I looked up at some point and Webb was reading from one of his books, and I thought, okay.
I think he was reading his book reviews even.
Exactly. I thought this was, one of those anomalies in the entire country in terms of what was it about. No, I don't. I mean, it mattered because it just it added to the kind of, if you had a proclivity to like Webb, this made you like him more because he's being attacked. I think it just sort of solidified people's feelings about it. The other thing I'll say is that Allen went on the air for 2 minutes in all the major markets last night saying, I know I've made mistakes in this campaign and I brought them on myself, and then went on. If you're like feeling good about your campaign, you don't make that kind of speech.
Mark Neighbor, the fact that there was a ballot initiative to ban same-sex marriage and it seems to have passed at this point, does that, I mean, the idea, I guess, is to help mobilize conservative voters to come out. Is that going to help Allen?
That's exactly right. That's the idea. It's what happened in Ohio. Many analysts think afterwards in the 2004 election. In theory, it will help Allen. But this is really, I think, going to be a great test of the GOP's much vaunted get out the vote effort. This will be the place where, in the end, most polls had Allen actually up about 3 points at the end. This is going to be the place where we're going to see if that get out the vote effort actually worked, and he actually has that margin, or if it evaporates, because other polls have had Webb ahead.
How did Iraq play in this race? Jim Webb, famously, his son served in Iraq. He walks around in his son's combat boots. How did it play?
He's a Republican who said the only reason he switched parties to run in this race is because he thinks the president made a misguided choice in Iraq. Senator Allen, most of the race was on the stay the course message. The president's right, we need to keep going. But late in the race, like many Republicans all around the country, started saying, well, the administration does need a new strategy. We can't pull the troops out right away. That would be a mistake, but we need a new strategy, which is, again, win or lose in Virginia. You're seeing this dynamic play out in a number of races, and many Republicans who are on the ballot this year who were stay the course Republicans 3 months ago are now change the strategy Republicans. The question is on Wednesday morning, will they be fire the defense secretary Republicans?
I think the other thing is that you heard Allen in a speech last night saying, I want the troops to come home too as soon as possible. I care about these troops. So that it did play a role in it. It just got off course on a number of other things, but certainly the ads were about that, about how Allen always backed the president. Certainly Webb made it one of his signature issues just by how he dressed.
Was he successful? Was Webb successful in sort of linking Allen to President Bush?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's hard. Absolutely, it's hard not to. And this is, remember, this is kind of a Washington neighborhood over there in Virginia. So they were playing to, particularly in Arlington, the near-in suburbs. These are very Democratic areas. They've been trending more Democratic. They've had a Democratic governor over there for now elected twice. So this could be a real pickup for Democrats, and it has the potential to really turn the color of that state in some ways.
The amazing thing about Virginia is it's really 2 states. It's the North and the South. It's like the Civil War, as if the Mason-Dixon line went straight through there instead of between Maryland and Pennsylvania. And in the North, in Nova, in the Washington suburbs, it is increasingly affluent, increasingly well-educated, increasingly democratic. But the amazing thing about this is it's in that southern part of the state, the Tidewater area around Norfolk, where you got huge naval bases. Democrats generally do not do well there. Webb, however, a former naval secretary under Ronald Reagan, the most Republican of modern-day Republican presidents, actually is doing well there. And I think that's where we're going to see if he loses or wins this race. It's what happens in the Tidewater.
Regional politics playing a role there. Also in Tennessee, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Let's go back to Wolf, who's watching a couple of the House races. Wolf.
All right, Anderson, thanks very much. I want to update our viewers. We're getting some of the initial numbers on 3 congressional races that could be indicative of what's going on. First, let's go to Kentucky 3. Kentucky 3 is a race where there's an incumbent Republican, Ann Northrup. She is now trailing with 37% of the precinct reporting so far, 48 to 51% against John Yarmouth, her Democratic challenger. 1 out of 3 votes apparently cast so far. Let's go to Kentucky 2 right now. Ron Lewis is the incumbent Republican facing a challenge from Mike Weaver. Only 3% of the precincts are reporting, still very, very early, 53-47%. These are Republican seats, obviously, so if the Democrats win, these are pickups for the Democrats. Hostetler in Indiana, John Hostetler is facing a stiff challenge from his Democratic opponent, Brad Ellsworth. Only 13% of the precincts reporting, but you can see in those 13%, Brad Ellsworth doing a lot better than John Hostetler. These are 3 important seats. We're going to be following these early on. If the Republicans are in trouble in these 3 seats where they are the incumbent, they have the seat in the House of Representatives, it could be indicative that the Democrats are going to have a relatively good night. We're going to watch those. We can't project any winners yet, but we're going to keep you up to speed on these and all the other close races. Let's bring in Paula Zahn. She's watching, together with Bill Schneider, some of the exit polls. We're getting some indications of what's going on in the country, Paula.
We're getting some really interesting numbers, Wolf, out of Virginia right now, and Bill and I have been fascinated by them as we've heard our team across the newsroom talk about how hotly contested this race is, and in particular, all the controversy surrounding some of the comments and some of the writings of the Democratic candidate, James Webb. Take a look at these numbers about how women voted. Of course, James Webb criticized by his opponent for writing things that were out and outright, he said, disrespectful of women. He had written an article in the late 70s suggesting women can't fight. 56% of women voters actually voting for James Webb. What does this mean? None of those attacks work? None of the
They did not work. Women traditionally vote Democratic in most states, including Virginia, and Webb kept that women support. 56%. That's clearly a victory for Webb among women, because Allen's effort to discredit him with women voters doesn't seem to have paid off.
Now, we also asked these voters as they came out of the polls after they had cast their votes of those who had served in the military. Who did they vote to? And it broke down like this. The incumbent, Senator George Allen, with 43% of that vote. Actually, we have these numbers flipped here. We haven't quite moved. It was 57% for George Allen, 42% for James Webb. What happened?
These are veterans. Now, they could be voting for James Webb because James Webb was the Secretary of the Navy. James Webb is a decorated hero and a veteran of the Vietnam War. He might have done very well with veterans, but this is, if women were a breakthrough for Webb, the veterans vote was a breakthrough for George Allen. George Allen, the Republican, carried 57% of the veterans vote in Virginia, despite the fact that Webb is a decorated veteran and a former naval secretary.
And of course, we've just gotten this news, this ban on a gay marriage amendment has passed. We have a sense now of how that also broke too. That favoring?
Very interesting. The ban on gay marriage passed in Virginia, but 30% so far among voters interviewed at the polls, 30% of those who voted for the ban on same-sex marriage also voted for Jim Webb, the Democrat. So while it certainly delivered a lot of votes for Allen, 69% of the supporters of the ban voted for Allen, almost a third of them voted for Webb, so it wasn't totally determinative.
And we should make it very clear, Wolf, we have another wave of exit polling coming into us at this hour, but I think it is fair to say that it appears as though this race at least is trending towards issues of national interest, and it wasn't driven by local issues.
Not all politics, not necessarily being local, Paula.
You got that right.
All right, thanks very much. Jeff Greenfield, I wanted to come up with me. I want to talk a little bit, Jeff, about these House races, because this will be an early indicator of what is going on. Specifically, let's talk about Indiana, the 8th District.
The so-called bloody eighth, because there have been some incredible partisan fights about recounts and upon recounts in that one. Brad Ellsworth, by the way, is a county sheriff and a social conservative. So this may be one of those races where Democrats are electing people who are not quite the model of what people think of as liberal Democrats. This was considered one of the most vulnerable Republican seats in the entire country. Hostetler doesn't take PAC money. He's a bit of a, his critics call him eccentric. He calls himself his own man. And Republicans have been worried about this race from the very, very beginning.
And it's only 13% of the precincts reporting. If we move down only 3% in this race over here, the Republican ahead, but 3% is a very, very small number of precincts reporting. More interestingly, over here, Ann Northrup, the incumbent Republican, is behind by 3 percentage points with 37% of the precincts reporting.
This is a swing district. John Kerry narrowly carried it in 2004. Ann Northrup was elected in '96 by a sliver. Tom DeLay put her on the Appropriations Committee as a freshman so that she could bring home the bacon, or if you prefer, the pork. And she, while she's a conservative, she has always run on her delivering the goods for her district.
And even as you're speaking, 55% of the precincts now reporting, and Northrup up at 50%, John Yarmouth down at 49%, so it's going back and forth. But if you look at the aggregate, the total numbers there's a relatively small number of difference right now. This is only about half of the vote in.
We're not going to be calling this race anytime soon.
I want to walk over to the Senate, to the board, your smart board. Why don't you go over there and give our viewers a sense, because as we know, 15 seats, the Democrats need to pick up 15 seats
6 in the Senate.
In the House of Representatives, but they need to pick up 6 in the United States Senate. That's going to be a lot more difficult.
Right. Let's do the quick chalk talk. There are 100 seats in the U.S. Senate. 33 of them are up for re-election, 17 Democrats, 15 Republicans, and this one seat, interestingly, Jim Jeffords, the retiring Republican turned independent, will be succeeded by Bernie Sanders, an independent who will caucus.
We've already projected that Bernie Sanders will be the next United States Senator from Vermont.
Exactly so, and there we go. Bernie Sanders will win. Bernie Sanders will caucus with the Democrats. He is the only self-avowed socialist in the United States Senate, Bernie Sanders. And he also has the thickest New York accent of any Vermont senator probably in history.
He's originally from Brooklyn.
Right. But if I can just show you the other things that we're doing here. Of the 33 seats, we believe 24 are beyond doubt. We could be surprised, which leaves 9 seats that will decide the Senate. 7 held by Republicans. Those are the seats that are circled in red. 2 held by Democrats, New Jersey and Maryland. Those are the seats circled in blue. When we call a state...
When we project a state.
I beg your pardon, and we have to be careful with that. When we project a winner, we will color in that state by the blue for Democrat, red for Republican. So right now, 7 Republican seats, 2 Democratic seats. Those are the seats that will tell us who runs the Senate starting next January.
And Virginia clearly being very important. The polls have closed in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but we don't know whether George Allen will be reelected or Jim Webb will be elected the United States Senator from there.
It is astonishing to remember that just a few months ago, Allen was considered a walkover winner. He was going to run up the margins to get ready for a presidential campaign in 2008. Now he is struggling to survive.
The whole issue, and as we look at this control, if it's 50-50, a lot of our viewers are probably wondering, 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans, explain to them what happens then.
It happened, in fact, after the 2000 election. If the Senate splits 50-50, Vice President Dick Cheney decides who controls the Senate. It is expected he will vote Republican. I think that's a fair projection. But if he does, and we go back to what happened after 2000, while the Republicans will chair all the committees, they will engage, if they do what they did 6 years ago, in power sharing. They will give the Democrats an equal number of seats on each committee, and they will give them virtually equal funding.
Stand by. We're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more to talk about. Just want to remind our viewers what's going on. Six seats, that's what the Democrats need if they want to be the majority in the United States Senate. 15 seats they need to pick up in the House of Representatives if they want to be the majority there. We're watching all of these races. The results are now beginning to come in those states where the polls are closed. We're going to have a lot more of that coming up. We're also going to take you to Washington to an internet cafe, The Tryst, where a group of bloggers have now gathered to update their readers on the internet on what's going on. This is something you'll see only here on CNN. At the bottom of your screen, you'll be able to constantly see what's going on as far as the balance of power is concerned in the Senate, in the House of Representatives. Much more of our special coverage from CNN election headquarters here in New York right after this.
We're back as America Votes 2006. Our coverage continuing. You're looking at the Great Wall here in CNN World Headquarters. North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia displayed prominently on the map. You see the numbers 11:23 as the countdown continues toward the closing of polls, 7:30 p.m. Eastern in those states. And we'll be bringing you those results. Wolf will have the latest as soon as those polls do close now in just a little over 11 minutes. We're pleased that CNN is hosting a very important party in Washington, D.C., a party for the most important bloggers, or certainly a lot of them in Washington, D.C., because those bloggers have played a very, very important role in this campaign and election. So we're going to turn to Abby Tatton, who is there as hostess, and we'll turn it over to you, Abby.
Hi there, Lou. Yeah, here we are at Tryst. This is an internet cafe here in Washington, D.C. We've been joined by about 30 prominent bloggers, left and right. And as you said, these are people who have been really getting involved in this cycle. They have been fundraising online using new online tools. They have been getting together to make sure people are getting out the vote in the last few days, even having contests to make sure people are doing that. And I'm surrounded right now by a group of bloggers left and right. We've got Bob Cesca right down here from the Huffington Post, a couple of representatives here from America Blog, both of those blogging on the left there. And then we've got behind me here Mary Catherine Ham from Town Hall, Ed Morrissey there from Captain's Quarters. And we're going to be talking to them throughout the evening about what they're seeing, how they're reacting, and also what they're hearing from their readers. What we've seen on many of these blogs, left and right today, is reports from around the country of some voting problems, some turnout, that kind of thing, the issues of people, what people are seeing on the ground. And I know Jackie Schechner is also here with me. She's talking to a few bloggers behind me right now. Jackie?
Well, Abby, one of the things that people always ask us are, why are blogs important? Why do we cover blogs? And one of the answers that we both give is that it's disparate voices, diverse voices. I want to introduce you to Geraldine Merritt, who blogs at TalkLeft.com. She's actually a criminal defense attorney, and one of the things she's looking at today with the voter irregularities are the differences in how states are handling it. What have you blogged about with regard to this?
Well, in Colorado, a judge has refused to keep the voting polls open late, even though there's been so many problems. Whereas in Ohio, the judge near Cleveland ordered 16 precincts to stay open till 10 p.m. So not only are there irregularities all over the country, but the courts are treating them differently.
Are you finding that most of your readers come for that sort of analysis from you?
Yeah, they come for that more than they do the number crunching, as you know, in terms of the predictions. I'm not a poll. You know, I don't do the polling crunching. But I do the analysis and the results and what it means and where the problems are in particular.
That's what's so wonderful about gathering together all of these people in one room, is they all have different niches and different specialties. And we've got liberals and we've got conservatives, and you can go onto CNN.com/blog party, and that's got a link to all of the blogs that are in this room. And I'm telling you, it is an unbelievably impressive list of very smart people, and they're actually furiously blogging right now, Anderson, but we certainly know that there will be some conversation as it gets more heated.
All right, we'll be watching the blogs. Thanks very much for that. What kind of power do the blogs have this time around? What has their track record been thus far?
Well, we'll see. Ned Lamont was certainly one of those that got attention through the blogs. There was a lot of complaints from inside Connecticut.
Lamont running against
Ned
Joseph
Lamont
Lieberman
running against
in
Joe
Connecticut.
Lieberman, who beat Joe Lieberman in the primary.
Ned Lamont, Democrat, Joe Lieberman now running as an independent.
Exactly, and it looks as though, if the polls were right going into this poll, it looks as though Lieberman might win pretty handily. This then ends up being a net negative. I mean, for bloggers and those who pushed the Lamont, they're very anti-war sort of left kind of bloggers. The other example we have is Howard Dean. What's happened with bloggers is they've proven very effective at raising money and funneling it towards campaigns. They've yet to kind of turn a race that we can see.
Go ahead.
Well, we've had to change the way we communicate because of the blogs, for better or for worse. The exit poll people were sequestered in a room. No Blackberries, no cell phones, no nothing, because in the last campaign, the early wave of the exit polls leaked out, was spread like wildfire on the internet and the blogs. Turned out they were wrong. So you had this discussion going on all around the country about the Kerry administration and the Kerry inaugural and who would be in the Kerry cabinet, and it turns out the exit polls were wrong, and it's sort of embarrassing. You have that information out there, it's communicated so rapidly, and you can't get it back. One person cannot go on and say, hey, guess what, this wave was wrong, when it's all over the blogs and all over the internet. So it has changed the way we do business. They had to lock everyone in a room this time to keep it from leaking early.
Marcus?
I mean, I think clearly these guys have a real impact, both the left-wing and the right-wing blogs. And I think what's interesting is, while we, in the mainstream media, and in the case of Newsweek, the dead tree media, as they call us, in the print world, while we try to stay balanced and have this kind of objectivity, what makes these folks listened to and read and linked to, which is important in that blog world, is the fact that they do give opinions, and people look for that. And that's.
Let's talk about Ned Lamont in Connecticut. Has he been able to, obviously did very well in the Democratic primary with the far left voters, has he been able to reach some of those more centrist voters, some of those independents?
They tend to, at least the last sort of internals that we looked at with Joe Lieberman, was that his basic support was coming from Republicans, and after that it was coming from independents, and after that it was coming from Democrats. So Democrats were the least likely to support Joe Lieberman, but if I remember correctly, a very high number of independents were supporting him. So Lamont has reached out to a certain extent. It may not be enough to overcome all the Republicans that are supporting Lieberman.
And he is a vehicle for a fascinating dynamic that will carry out through the results of this election and through what happens to the Democrats after this election. Like Howard Dean, he was the favorite of the liberals. He was the anti-war candidate in the race. It got him the nomination. He knocked off a United States Senator in the primary. If he loses the election, many will say, is this enough? How does the Democratic Party decide to deal with the war? If Nancy Pelosi is Speaker, there are 3 or 4 or 5 different views on the war within her caucus. What will the Democrats in the Senate do? So Ned Lamont is a vehicle for the anti-war debate within the Democratic Party that, if they get power tonight, will be much more important, because they will then have responsibility.
And what we have been seeing in races around the country really is that this has been a national race in many ways. We're seeing that also in the exit polls. For that, let's go to Paula and Bill. Paula?
Thanks so much, and we're just beginning to find out from talking to voters as they left the polls what they ranked as issues of chief concern to them. And when we posed the question, how important were these specific issues to your vote, this is what they had to say. 41% said corruption, 40% said terrorism, 39% said the economy, 36% said Iraq. Now, these are pretty closely lumped together. I think a lot of people might have thought that Iraq would have had a higher number.
What this says is it was a national election, but it was a multi-issue election. Iraq was not the single dominant issue. 36% said it was extremely important, but just about as many said corruption, terrorism, and the economy were also extremely important. And we found that among those voters who cited Iraq, predictably, they voted heavily Democratic. Those who cited corruption voted heavily Democratic. Some surprises on those other issues.
There are some real twists that a lot of people weren't expecting, specifically when it came to the economy. And we asked those voters, those who voted Democratic and Republican, how important that was to them. Let's see what we found out. 60% said the economy, as Democrats, was important. 38% as Republicans. Now, the Republicans have been out there, particularly the president, saying this is a great economy, the stock market's up, gas prices are falling. These numbers don't reflect that.
They do not reflect the voters rewarding Republicans for a good economy. Those who said the economy was extremely important, that says 60% of them voted for the Democrat, which means there's a lot of anxiety out there. Yes, stock market is high, gas prices are low, but housing values, people are nervous about, wages are stagnant, and people are worried about jobs.
Democrats were hoping, at least at this stage of what we're beginning to learn with this polling, that would be the case. Do you think Republicans will be surprised by that number this early on in the evening?
I think they will be surprised, because they thought the economy was their issue. It was not their issue.
Let's move on to the issue of terrorism, and this is what voters who told us, that 53% of them who voted Republican, that terrorism was extremely important, 46% of the Democrats.
Now, this is really surprising, not because Republicans carried a majority of voters who said terrorism is important. That was the issue Republicans won on in 2002 and 2004. This time, yes, a majority of the voters who said terrorism extremely important did vote Republican, but only a bare majority, 53%. Democrats got 46% of voters who said their top concern was terrorism. That's a pretty good showing for Democrats on an issue that's not supposed to be their issue.
So once again, national issues seeming to drive a lot of races here this evening. But as you can see, Wolf, it is a whole range of issues that is affecting the vote.
I love this kind of information, Paula. Thank you very much. We're going to keep watching it together with you, Bill, throughout the night. Jeff, these are 4 important congressional races that we're going to be watching very closely. In some of the precincts, you see a very small percentage of the precincts reporting. But let's talk a little bit about each one. 3 in Indiana, and then at the end we'll talk about Kentucky.
Chris Chicola, Joe Donnelly. This is one of the endangered Republicans. Here's a case where, if not all politics being local, some politics is. People in this district are very angry about a privatized toll road and the fact that the governor pushed the whole state to daylight savings time. This may not mean much to you and me, but out there, that's a very, very big issue.
He's seeking his 3rd term as the Republican. In Indiana, 3.
Right. This was not one of the most endangered Republicans. This is Mark Souter versus Tom Hayhurst. I think it's fair to say that if this race were to go Democratic, the question we asked at the 7 o'clock, it might be some sign that we're talking more of a wave than a trickle.
And it's only 3% of the precincts reporting. Indiana, 9 right over here. 8% of the precincts reporting. Another Republican slightly ahead right now, but it's very early.
Well, this is the 3rd straight matchup between Mike Sodrell and Baron Hill. Sodrell took the seat away from Hill by about, I don't know, 1,000, 1,500 votes. So that's where we are.
In Kentucky, 3. This race has been going back and forth. 64% of the precincts now reporting in the Democratic challenger, slightly ahead of Van Northrup.
And it's one of those seats that the Democrats look at when they look at a national map that says, except for the South, we think we can compete everywhere. This is one of the seats they really would love to take away from a 10-year veteran Republican Congresswoman.
And as remember, only 64%. We're going to take a look as we look at 7:30 coming up. 3 states will be closing their voting in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. We're going to be watching these races very, very closely. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Ohio is got an incumbent Republican endangered.
They have an incumbent Republican Senator Mike DeWine in danger. They have Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, the Republican candidate for governor.
And we're going to be able to project some winners right now. In West Virginia, Robert Byrd, no great surprise, the Democratic senator. He is easily reelected, beating a challenge from John Racy. And in Ohio, we can now project a winner for the Ohio gubernatorial race. Ted Strickland, the congressman running against Ken Blackwell. We project that the Democrat will be elected the next governor of Ohio.
Ohio has been a solidly Republican state throughout the 1990s. As I mentioned earlier, they've been hit by scandal. The economy has not been good. Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State that some Democrats blame for tilting Ohio unfairly to Kerry 2 years ago, was the Republican candidate for governor. He is being replaced by Ted Strickland, and we're going to have to watch to see whether the ripple effect, depending on how big Strickland's margin is, knocks off a bunch of Republican House members.
Let's walk over to the Senate, your so-called smart board over here. Robert Byrd, reelected. That was fully anticipated. Doesn't necessarily change the balance of power.
If I'm not mistaken, Robert Byrd is the longest-serving senator in the Senate, now that Strom Thurmond retired after approximately 2 centuries. I think if the Democrats take the Senate, Robert Byrd would become president pro tem, only 3 heartbeats from the White House. But as you can see, we long ago assigned that seat in West Virginia to Robert Byrd. It wasn't really a contest. Racy tried to raise the age issue. Robert Byrd has probably brought enough bacon or pork to West Virginia to sink the state. He is one of the great deliverers of federal largesse, and he wins another term.
And so far, the balance of power in the Senate has not changed. The senators that have been reelected, the incumbents, Bernie Sanders, elected in Vermont, replacing an independent. He's an independent. They caucus with the Democrats. And in Indiana, Richard Lugar. And now in West Virginia, no change in the balance of power. The Democrats still need 6 Republican seats in order to be the majority in the Senate.
I think it's safe to say that the drama of the Senate is yet to unfold. I think pretty much the fact that, for instance, Richard Lugar had no Democratic opponent was a pretty confident way of saying he was going to be reelected.
We're getting some videotape in. I want to show it to our viewers right now from Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington. Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives, and Rahm Emanuel. You see them in the middle, Steny Hoyer to Rahm Emanuel's left. They're watching this very closely to see what's going on, and fortunately you can see they're watching Jeff Greenfield on this videotape here. They got CNN up there, which is encouraging that people are watching over there in Washington, D.C. There's no doubt that Nancy Pelosi and Rahm Emanuel have a huge, huge stake in what's going on in the U.S. House of Representatives. Rahm Emanuel, the congressman from Illinois, he's been in charge of that congressional campaign committee that's been trying to get Democrats elected, and he's been, over the past couple of years, aggressively recruiting Democratic candidates that he and his colleagues thought could win, and we'll see if that recruitment effort, Lou Dobbs, worked out well.
Well, it certainly, they say Rahm Emanuel was absolutely exhausted 2 days ago. So let's see what the situation is in Democratic headquarters, where we have Dana Bash awaiting the outcome of this election like everybody else. Dana, what's the mood?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Rahm Emanuel exhausted, but this could be the test. You know, we saw pictures, just as you said a short while ago, of Democrats watching the returns. The person who is in charge of this, Rahm Emanuel, saying, "I'd rather be us than them." That has been their message all day long, really, over the past several weeks and months, especially. You know, there is sort of a game that politicians play. We call it the expectations game. They usually try to lower expectations, especially on a day like today, Election Day, but they haven't been doing that at all. As a matter of fact, they've been bubbling with optimism. Upstairs from where I am right here at a hotel on Capitol Hill, the Senate Minority Leader, Harry Reid, and the senator in charge of getting Democrats elected on the Senate side, Chuck Schumer, they're watching returns. We're going to be able to go up and watch them soon. A very different kind of approach to election night from the Democratic side than the Republican side. We're with the Democrats because the Republicans aren't having any kind of event at all for the media, and that sort of says a lot about where the Democrats think they're going to go tonight versus where the Republicans are. But obviously, we'll see how that turns out.
Dana, thank you very much. Anderson, over to you.
Thanks very much. The race in Ohio for governor, were you surprised?
Not surprised, because Ohio is a cesspool this year. The current governor, the Republican incumbent, Bob Taft, has pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. That's where Bob Ney, the congressman, pleaded guilty to corruption charges.
Bob Taft was term limited, though, so he had to.
Right, he couldn't, but the whole environment in the state is just horrible, anti-Republican. And it is a place, as Jeff noted, where the Republicans have tried to build a party organization. George Voinovich was the mayor of Cleveland, went on to become the governor of Ohio. Mike DeWine, who's in a very tough race tonight, many believe he will lose that race, hasn't done anything to put himself out of step in Ohio except for the war, maybe. But it's just an awful environment in the state right now. But this is key to Democrats trying. In 1994, when the Republicans won big, they won all the big state governorships, too. And that was the key to Republican dominance of the debate, not just in Congress, but across the country in the 90s. Welfare reform, issues like that, balanced budget. The Democrats are trying to do that again. They have the Michigan governor. They want the Ohio governor. They have the Pennsylvania governorship now. That is how the Democrats looking ahead on how to build from 2006 into 2008. They want those big jobs.
In the Senate race in Ohio, it has been very contentious. Sherrod Brown, Mike DeWine.
Been very hard. It's just a tough, as John said, it's just a tough row to hoe for Mike DeWine, who is not all that disliked in the state. It isn't somebody that this is just a pure message thing. He is the wrong guy in the wrong place. We talked to some people out there in terms of the think tank and the politicians out there who say, look, at some level, everybody in Ohio knows that Mike DeWine isn't responsible for the war in Iraq. I mean, it's not his to conduct. On the other hand, they want to say something here. This is a state full of angry voters, and this is as close as they can get to George Bush.
You agree with that?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be interesting. I think one not really funny thing for Ken Blackwell, certainly, is the fact that he was at the center as Secretary of State in the last presidential election of a lot of controversial things that happened on election night, especially people like I at Kenyon College, where the kids had to wait in line all night in the rain until midnight, and some still didn't get the vote. And lots of African-American districts, and he is an African-American himself, people weren't able to vote at all because of mishaps, because of broken machines, because of a lack of ballots. So I think a lot of people are feeling a little schadenfreude tonight.
The other race that we're following very closely, of course, in Virginia between George Allen and Jim Webb. We're starting to get some raw votes from that race in. We're going to have that right after this short break. We're now 22 minutes or some 23 minutes away from polls closing in some key races in Missouri and Tennessee and Maryland. We'll be covering all of that ahead as our election coverage continues. Stay tuned.
About 19 minutes away from the top of the hour, and look at this. 16 states at 8 p.m. Eastern will be closing the voting in 16 states, including some states that have major Senate contests that could determine the balance of power in the United States Senate, including in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We're going to be watching all of those races very closely. Maryland specifically as well. Connecticut, Joe Lieberman had been way ahead in the polls. We'll be seeing how he does once these states close their polling in only about 18 or 19 minutes or so from now. Well, I want to show our viewers the actual vote that is coming in right now from Virginia. Only a small percentage, 6% of the precincts reporting, only 6% reporting George Allen, the incumbent, with 57%, to Jim Webb with 42%. But remember, it's still a very small percentage of the vote. And we don't know, and this is very important to remember, we don't know where these votes are coming in, whether they're coming in from the northern part of the states, the suburban Northern Virginia suburbs of Washington, D.C., which is pretty much Democratic, as opposed to the southern part of the state in Norfolk and Virginia Beach, other places in the southern part of Virginia where the state is largely Republican. So once again, with 7% now of the precincts reporting, Allen is ahead, but it's still very early in this critical contest. Anderson, if the Democrats hope to become the majority in the United States Senate, Virginia could be key.
It certainly could. 7% of precincts reporting, though. We should keep that in mind as we check out those numbers. Let's talk to some of our analysts. James Carville's gone walkabout, I think, but we'll start with Bill Bennett. What are you looking for in Virginia tonight?
Well, obviously, very close race, razor thin. So we'll see what happens. But I'm looking to see what the exit polls say, what the voters say, how it breaks on the war, whether they believe Jim Webb was a credible guy or not. I think Allen was coming on at the end. He had a terrible campaign. A lot of it self-inflicted, but I think he was coming on stronger at the end. Webb is a very interesting Democrat candidate, given the background. Marine, worked for the Reagan administration, so it's a different look. I recommend the look. It's a smarter look. Smarter look for the Democrats. But
he famously was wearing his son's combat boots all throughout this campaign.
And that's right. But I think some questions about Webb were raised, and the question of his consistency on issues, I think, is a doubt in people's minds. That's what I heard from some independents.
George Allen trying to hammer that home, especially in these last days, saying that Webb is basically a grab bag. You don't really know where he stands, sort of echoing the flip-flop of John Kerry.
Yes, and the good reviews that Allen got pretty much bipartisan way as a governor. Good for Virginia, knows Virginia. Yeah, he was hitting all the points. He wanted to give a quiz to Webb about Virginia places in the last few days, but Webb wasn't buying.
J.C. Watts, the fact that in Virginia this ballot initiative banning same-sex marriage has passed, is that going to help George Allen?
Well, you would think it would, but I think the thing that helped Senator Allen more than anything, I think, was his organization. You know, in the rural communities, you know, that's where his vote is outside of Northern Virginia. That's where the strength of his vote is. He's been very well organized in those areas. I understand Webb has been less organized in those areas. That could be the difference.
Paul?
Yeah, you know, it's the single dopiest cliche on election night, right? It's all about turnout. It's not really all about turnout. It's about who turns out where, what Virginia votes, right? Will it be that rural Virginia that J.C. just talked about, which is very conservative, and maybe they'll be inspired to vote by this anti-gay constitutional amendment? Or will it be Northern Virginia, the prosperous suburbs there outside of Washington, D.C., which delivered the last two Democrats to the governorship in Richmond? And it looks like, I mean, I live there and I vote there now, and I was surprised in my, you know, upper-income McLean suburb. The line was really long to vote today, much longer than it usually is in a midterm. That's a good sign for a guy like Webb, who's a Democrat. He needs that Northern Virginia suburban vote to win.
James?
Yeah, I think the big thing for our viewers to know is that if Webb does not win, the math becomes awfully difficult for the Democrats to take the Senate back. So this is absolutely essential. As you watch in this race tonight, if Webb loses to Allen, the math is just really hard for the Democrats.
Because they need, I mean, they need six total.
They need six total, and assume that they pick up the big four, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Rhode Island, and Montana. They have to win 2 out of 3 in Missouri, Tennessee, and Virginia. You lose Virginia, the math starts working against you bad. So Virginia is very critical.
You all agree with that, Bill Bennett?
Absolutely, and I think Tennessee is probably gone. We don't know. We don't have any numbers yet. It looked that way, so they pretty much have to take Virginia and Missouri.
Right. So it's absolutely critical. So watch this one all night.
We will. We will. Let's go back to Wolf.
Anderson, thanks. I want to update our viewers on some actual numbers, actual votes that are being tallied in these key states, Republican, by and large, Republican incumbents that could be endangered. We'll start off, Jeff, with Kentucky, the 2nd district in Kentucky. We see a very close race there with 9% of the precincts reporting.
Right. That one is way too early to project, as indeed are most of them. If I may, I'd like to bring you over to Kentucky 4, because this is a race where Ken Lucas, who retired, he's a Democrat, retired a couple of years ago. Jeff Davis took the seat. Ken Lucas boasts on his website, he's a Democrat, that he was one of the most conservative members of the House. He's one of those people who's not sure he's going to vote for Nancy Pelosi if the Democrats do take a majority. That's one race we're going to be keeping
Only 1% of the precincts reporting there, so it's still way too early. But in Kentucky 3, this is one that's been going back and forth. If you take a look, with 74% of the precincts reporting, and Northup with 48%, John Yarmouth with 51%. Once again, that's almost 3/4 of the vote in.
If memory serves, that's exactly the percentage by which Kerry beat Bush in that district in 2004, and it's one of the reasons why Democrats were hopeful about that district. You can also see down in Indiana 8, as I mentioned earlier, one of the most vulnerable Republican seats in the entire country. Brad Ellsworth, the county sheriff, with 23% of the vote in. That's obviously too early to project, still holding a substantial lead over John Hostetler.
These are all basically Republican incumbents that you see all of these races here that the Democrats have targeted. And if we go to Indiana 9, for example, take a look at Mike Sodrell's race right there with 21% of the precincts reporting.
This is a seat that simply cannot make up its mind. I think we should call this the Hamlet of congressional districts. Sodrell won that seat by about 1,500 or 1,600 votes 2 years ago. Hill won it 2 years before. I think this may be, if we live to be 100, they'll still be running against each other to try to figure out who should take that seat.
Let's hope we both live to be 100. Indiana 2, I want to take a look at Chris Chicola's race. He's the incumbent Republican in Indiana, 7% of the precincts reporting. It's about as close as it gets, 51-49%, but way, way early.
Right, and I think we're going to wait, obviously, a while. Once these votes come in, I really think we're going to have some picture about whether the Republicans were able to withstand some of this wave or whether they fell to it. And Chris Chicola is the seat that a lot of Republicans and Democrats have pointed to say, watch that seat, and you may know something about national trends.
If there's an early trend, we might, in these 8 seats right here, there's an early trend for or against the Republicans or the Democrats, we might be able to get that information fairly soon. I want to bring in the numbers that we're getting now from Virginia and take a look and see at how this actual contest, George Allen and Jim Webb. Now, 10% of the vote is now in. We don't know which precincts are reporting, whether the northern part of the state, the southern part of the state. But right now, with 10% of the vote in, George Allen has 55% to Jim Webb's 44%. And obviously still a long way to go. 90% of the precincts haven't yet reported. We're going to continue to watch Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, all of these states. A lot more of our coverage coming up right after this short break. We'll be right back.
Back with about 7.5 minutes remaining before about 16 states set to close their polls, and we're looking forward to that. And Jack Cafferty is looking forward to the results and has a few questions about what happens next.
Where do we go from here? Miles to go before we sleep, and it's much too early to begin to decide who's going to win this thing. But if we get up tomorrow and the Democrats are in charge of either one or both houses of Congress, what's the plan? Where are they going to take us? And are they going to be able to get there? A lot of people wonder whether there is a plan. The first thing that a lot of people would hope that they would do would be to address the lack of checks and balances in the federal government. We haven't had a lot of that in the last 5 or 6 years. The war in Iraq, of course, looming very large, one of the most important issues in the exit polling today with a lot of the voters, and they would like that addressed. A lot of people want the troops pulled out of Iraq, or at least some sort of plan for a partial, if not a complete, drawdown. As far as domestic issues, there are tons and tons of those. The open borders, immigration reform, all the stuff that this last Congress failed to get around to. Education, Social Security, Medicare, health insurance, the deficits. The list just goes on and on and on. Arguably the least productive and one of the worst Congresses we've had in our 200-plus year history. Fortunately, they're on adjournment right now and waiting to see if some of them will be unemployed by tomorrow morning. And of course, the other big possibility in all of this is if the Democrats feel frisky and have enough political muscle to do so, they could launch a series of formal investigations into some of the shenanigans, if you will, that the Bush administration has pulled off in the name of the war on terror. So the question becomes this: if the Democrats get control of the Congress, what should their priorities be? You can email your thoughts to CaffertyFile@CNN.com or go to CNN.com/Cafferty File. Lots of options.
A lot of options. It'll be interesting to see what people have to say. I guess you're operating on the principle that no one of us is as smart as all of us here.
Well, I suppose that's a safe place to take safe harbor in these times. You know, it's discouraging already. We're hearing problems with the voting machines, judges getting involved in this stuff. We're 230 some odd years old, and here we go again. And it's just so sad, you know, that we can't seem to figure out how to vote our people in to run the country.
Well, we certainly can't seem to figure out how to count them accurately and fairly in all jurisdictions. I was talking to Warren Stewart of Voter Trust USA earlier, who's an expert on this, an activist on e-voting machines, and he thinks that we're going to see more problems tonight rather than fewer. I'm sort of holding on to the thought that things are going to work better over the course of the evening rather than worse.
Wouldn't you think, after going all the way back to 2000 and the hanging chads, and here it is 2000, almost 2007, that we could have figured some of this stuff out? There are flies out there in the jars of ointment that haven't been addressed.
Sometimes just that little old paper ballot might have worked just pretty well despite all the fancy technology. But I also happen to think of all the folks across the country, whether they were in Ohio or they were in Maryland, laughing at those poor folks down in Volusia County, Florida in 2000 and in Palm Beach County.
They were the laughing stock of the country, remember?
You don't hear so many chuckles anymore.
No, they're getting it done, or at least so far.
Jack, thank you very much.
Sure.
And can't wait to see what folks have to say.
We'll have the email answers in a bit.
Looking forward to it. Anderson, over to you.
Lou, we're just 4 minutes away from the 8 o'clock poll closings in a number of states, and one of the main races we've been looking at where the polls closed at 7 p.m., of course, is in Virginia. George Allen against Jim Webb. Candy, we were talking about, you know, some 12 or 13% of the precincts have only reported in Virginia, so the numbers, you have to look at them with that eye. Big problem is, though, we don't know where those precincts are.
Exactly. I mean, we know, for instance, where Webb should be strong, and that's in that northern Virginia area, Nova area, as they call it. That's a suburb of Washington, really, and we've been talking about the affluent Democratic voters. Paul was talking about it. So if, for instance, the vote that we're seeing now includes a lot of those votes, well, I can tell you that Allen's in big trouble. But we just don't know where those votes are coming from, the real votes. So when you see something that is sort of looks like this big a gap, you have to sort of look at it and realize that we just don't know where they're coming from.
And what Candy's talking about it right there is the vote board: 53% for Allen, 46% for Webb. But again, look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen: 16% of the precincts reporting, and as Candy repeatedly saying, we don't know exactly where those precincts are. 2 minutes 45 seconds away from the 8 o'clock poll closings. Huge Senate races to talk about: New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Missouri, Maryland. A lot could be determined in this next hour.
Missouri and Tennessee, two of the races the Democrats probably need if they are to take control. Maryland, one of the states where Republicans thought, hey, can we take a seat? That's held by the retiring Paul Sarbanes. Ben Cardin, a congressman, is running for it. Michael Steele, the African-American lieutenant governor. He was close. He ran a very great race. The most interesting ads, maybe, of the whole campaign. Republicans are hoping very much for that one.
Michael Steele really positioned positioning himself as an outsider, as a hoping that the vote was anti-incumbent as much as it might have been anti-Bush.
Absolutely. And the amazing thing about Michael Steele, and you'll hear this from the Republicans on our expert panel behind us, but the amazing thing about this candidate is the Republicans have high hopes for this candidate. If he is successful, and he actually has received the endorsement of some Democratic officials from Prince George's County, African-American Democrats, if he's successful in reaching black voters, then Ken Mehlman's dream of a truly Big Tent Republican Party is alive and well, despite what happened in Katrina and the loss of faith from African-Americans.
Ironic, though, a lot of folks in the White House have high hopes for Michael Steele, and yet when asked, is he a proud Bush Republican, he said he's a proud Republican, not using Bush's name. Let's go check at the board with Wolf.
All right, Anderson, 16 states about to close their polling. Actually, 15. Pennsylvania is going to wait for an hour. But Jeff Greenfield, you've got 4 questions that we want to look at as we approach 8 p.m. on the East Coast.
Yes, I do. As we just heard, how did race play? Is it going to hurt Harold Ford Jr. in Tennessee? Might it help Michael Steele in Maryland? Question 2. Have Democrats found a social values issue? Embryonic stem cell research is on the ballot in that tight Senate race in Missouri. Gay marriage hurt them on the ballot in 2004. Maybe the embryonic stem cells help them. Question 3, the Lieberman factor. Is an independent going to win? Are the Netroots, the bloggers who pushed Ned Lamont and helped him win that Democratic primary, going to be happy or disappointed? And the final question, will reverse coattails doom the Pennsylvania GOP? Their Republican candidate for governor is running far, far behind. There are endangered Republican House members in Pennsylvania, just as there are in Ohio. We'll find out.
And they've decided to keep the polls in Pennsylvania open for an extra hour in 2 counties, and not in all of the state, in 2 counties where there were some problems. As a result, we're not going to project any winner in Pennsylvania until 9 p.m. on the East Coast at the earliest, because we don't want to interfere with the voting in those 2 counties in Pennsylvania where there were some earlier problems requiring them to go ahead and keep the polls open for an extra. Didn't even know that he was up for re-election. We can project Ted Kennedy will be re-elected the United States Senator from Massachusetts. Take a look at these other Senate races, though, where we are unable at this point to project a winner. In Maryland between Michael Steele and Ben Cardin. In Tennessee, Bob Corker, Harold Ford Jr. cannot project a winner. Jim Talent or Clara McCaskill in Missouri can't do it there either. Or in New Jersey, for that matter, between Tom Kean Jr. or Bob Menendez, the incumbent Democrat. We're going to have to wait and see the actual results that come in. We'll be able to weigh that with the exit poll numbers that we receive. But in these 4 battleground states, as well as in Connecticut, by the way. At this point, we cannot project a winner yet. Joe Lieberman is the incumbent, the Democrat turned independent. Precincts coming in now that the state is closed, but Ned Lamont is the Democratic challenger. Alan Schlesinger, not much of a factor according to all of the polls. I want to update our viewers now on what's happening in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now, with 23% of the vote now in. Take a look at this. Jim Webb has 50% of the vote to George Allen, the incumbent Republican, with 49% of the vote. Almost a quarter of the precincts now reporting Jim Webb slightly ahead of George Allen, but it's still very early. These numbers are constantly changing right now. 50% for Webb, 49% for Allen, with some 23% of the precincts reporting. And we're going to be showing you these numbers. It was billed as a very, very close race in Virginia, and by all accounts, it's emerging as about as close as it possibly can be. We don't know, and I want to caution our viewers, we don't know the 23% of the precincts that have reported in Virginia. We don't know if that's from the northern part, the southern part, what part of the state that's coming from, because clearly there's a greater tradition, especially in the recent years, of Democratic strength in the northern Arlington County, Alexandria, the suburbs of Washington, D.C., as opposed to the southern part of the state where it's more traditionally conservative and Republican. Anderson, this race in Virginia emerging as exactly as billed.
Absolutely, and Candy, you pointing out, it's very possible that some of the city precincts reporting the fact that Jim Webb now has just popped up.
It jumped pretty substantially from 16% to about 23% at that. So that
24, right.
says that you've got a large amount of votes there, which says to me city.
Let's talk about the race in Missouri. Jim Talent, Claire McCaskill, another race which has been very closely watched, has been very close, and at this point, in the last several days, too close to call, really.
I think we're going to be counting that one into the night. It's a bellwether state. We call it that for a reason. It has just about everything you look for. It has the urban vote in St. Louis and Kansas City. It has farm country. It has the Bible Belt in the southern part of the state. This could be one of the states. There was a lot of talk about how the president couldn't go to a lot of the most competitive races. He wasn't invited to some of the most competitive races. Well, he was invited to this one in the end. He went to Springfield and in Joplin, down in the conservative Bible Belt areas. If Senator Talent can pull this out and win re-election, he might owe a thank you to the President of the United States. It might be one place where he has an impact.
And both these candidates have a history of very close races.
Yeah, Missouri has a history of close races, and so neither one of them were very bothered by it. We loved it because we love close races smack in the middle of the country in a bellwether state. I mean, you know, it's something we sort of live for. What's been interesting here, again, is the rural vote, because McCaskill, when you talk to her about it, several of us were out there over the course of the last 6 months, has been going into these rural areas that Democrats have ignored for years, thinking, it's Republican territory, let's go back to the cities and the close-in suburbs. She's been down in those rural areas, and I said, what did you talk about? And she said, kitchen table issues. They want to know how their kid's going to get to college. She said, look, Iraq is an issue, but these are economy questions inside the rural areas. So she's made a real play there. It'll be interesting to see if she can pull some out.
And yet the issue of embryonic stem cell research has certainly gotten a lot of attention in this race. Claire McCaskill supporting the ballot initiative that is in the state to allow embryonic stem cell research in Missouri. Jim Talent saying, though he supports adult stem cell research, doesn't support embryonic stem cell research.
This is why, other than the closeness and tightness of this race, this is why the national media, and in fact the international media, have been watching this state this year. And it has to do with the fact that this was the stem cell research state. This was where Michael J. Fox and Rush Limbaugh got into a virtual fisticuffs over that issue. And where Rush Limbaugh implied that Michael J. Fox was actually imitating his illnesses from symptoms from Parkinson's in order to help Claire McCaskill. It was a nasty, nasty race in that degree. The interesting thing is this was one of the few races where it was not the candidates who were being nasty.
I want to talk to some of our analysts over here about the issue of embryonic stem cell research, how it's playing nationally. Bill Bennett, is this enough to bring people out to the polls in Missouri?
It is in Missouri. It's and we understand it's very close, about as close as the Senate race. And it is a very complicated initiative. Michael J. Fox confessed he had not actually read it. Many people who have read it think it is about cloning, clearly about cloning, and so people feel very strongly about it. Not to beg the question, but just to say that this issue is tied into a Senate race about as intimately, I think, as any issue is in any Senate race. This is part and parcel with it.
After admitting that he hadn't read it on George Stephanopoulos' show days later, he said in an interview with me that he actually had read it and he did support it, but initially he had not read it.
Could always turn the paper in late when I was a professor. That's right.
Do you think it's likely we're going to see more and more of this issue in ballots across the states?
Well, I tell you what, you're surely going to have people think through it before they put it on the ballot, because I think the Democrats understand they'd put it on the ballot thinking that would drive their vote, and again, it ended up driving Republican votes as well.
It became an issue in Maryland as well.
Exactly. Both sides are pretty intense on that issue, just like Iraq, and so I think it might have backfired on the Democrats in that case, because in the end it could maybe help Jim Talent.
Very briefly, you think it backfired?
No. That's as brief as I can be. No.
Well, you can elaborate a little bit.
Because look at the theatrics of it. There are principled reasons to oppose embryonic stem cell research. There are principled Americans who do. Bill Bennett is one of them. But Bill Bennett was not the face and the voice of the anti-embryonic stem cell research debate. It became Rush Limbaugh, a drug-addled gasbag who's self-discredited. That's good for Claire McCaskill. And I just talked to her campaign manager, Richard Martin. He says that the turnout in the cities is very high. They're very encouraged that in the kind of Anglo suburbs of eastern Jackson County, which traditionally is pretty Democratic and should really care about stem cell research, he thinks turnout's going to be something like 70%. So they think the stem cell thing is working big for them.
Bill Dooner.
Well, it's a nasty comment about Rush. It's his personal opinion. That's fine. Rush happens to be a very popular person. Rush also said he would apologize if he were wrong. Rush is also a native of the state of Missouri, and a lot of people listen to him and take him seriously in his good moments and his not so good moments.
Well, I talked to to some Republicans and talked to people that really in the Republican National Committee, they think turnout in rural Missouri is very high. Paul talked to Richard, who's a heck of a campaign manager. I think what you're going to see all across Missouri, there's going to be extraordinarily high turnout, but I expect that everywhere, even where stem cell is not on the ballot. I think we're in an election of really high turnout, and I think late on the night we're going to be. They're saying this is really a remarkable election. I've heard stories all around the country about high turnout. In Rhode Island, there was a casino initiative, and they spent a lot of money getting the vote out in some Democratic areas. So some Rhode Island Democrats that I've talked to seem to be very encouraged about that turnout. So I'm getting reports from all around, and all of it says on both sides, high turnout.
Jim Carhill, thank you very much. Lou Dobbs has been talking to correspondents who are deployed all throughout the country. Let's go back to him, Lou.
Thank you very much, Anderson. One name dominated for 2 weeks at least this campaign, this midterm campaign, and that, of course, the name of Mark Foley. And we're going to turn to Susan Rogen, who's at Joe Negron headquarters, who is running against Tim Mahoney, the Democrat, in that race. And I'm going to turn, if I may, to you, Susan, first, because you have the punch Mark Foley for Joe Negron issue there, and a race. And as we're looking at these numbers that are just changing, this race looks pretty tight. We've only got about 13% of the precincts reporting at this point. Give us your sense of what's happening there from Negron headquarters.
Well, Lou, it is expected to be a very close race, especially when the candidate himself, Joe Negron, is not even listed here on the official Florida ballot. His campaign had to try to encourage voters to punch Foley for Negron, to hold their noses if they would and vote for Joe Negron otherwise, so that their vote would not be wasted. It's a heavily Republican district, Lou, but the Democratic challenger Tim Mahoney has run a very great race. It's expected to be a very close night here, so we'll just have to see if enough voters did indeed punch Foley for Negron.
Okay, and as you can see on the board there, Foley and Mahoney. Foley, because had to withdraw so quickly before the election, unable to print Joe Negron's name. Tim Mahoney, obviously not too concerned about that, right? John Zarella?
That's right, Lou. Well, you know, Tim Mahoney, a businessman, this is his first election, never run for public office before. He'd been running for about 1.5 years, and up until 6 weeks ago, when the Mark Foley scandal broke, no one knew who he was. Suddenly, he was catapulted into the lead. People felt like he might cruise to victory. He never thought that. A heavily Republican district here. For the last quarter century, they have voted Republican in this district. He knew it was going to be a dogfight right down to the end, that the numbers would tighten up, and in fact, they certainly have. We don't expect to have a clear answer on how this race is going to turn until very late tonight. This is going to be one of those, hate to use that cliche, Lou, but certainly a nail biter. Lou?
All right, thank you very much, John Zarella from Mahoney headquarters. Susan Rogen from Negron headquarters. We'll be back with you, I'm sure, often, and as John says, into the wee hours tonight. We're going to take a quick break here. Coming right up, Howard Dean. America Votes 2006 continues in just one moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to CNN Election Headquarters in New York. Take a look at this, the Virginia race. These are actual precincts reporting. 32% of the precincts have now reported George Allen, the incumbent Republican, with 50%. Jim Webb, the Democratic challenger, the former Navy Secretary during the Reagan administration, with 49%. Only a few hundred votes separate Allen and Webb. This is about as close as it gets. 32% of the precincts reporting. We're going to watch this throughout the night. We're also watching exit polls, especially in Florida right now. Paula's standing by with Bill.
Thanks so much, Wolf. And earlier you projected that the incumbent Democrat, Senator Bill Nelson, was reelected with 56% of the vote. But what we are seeing emerge tonight is the tale of two Bushes. And it seems that voters are telling us tonight they like the governor a whole lot better than they like his brother, the president. Take a look at what voters told us that they left the polls today from precincts all over the country. 55% disapprove of the president's handling his job. 44% approve. Now let's look at how they measure his brother, the governor, and the numbers are quite striking. The 66% approve, 33%, or actually 32%, disapprove.
Now look at this. These are both Florida voters. 44% approval for George Bush. Here's something interesting. How do they feel about the war in Iraq? 44% support it, 55% oppose it. Clearly, the war is dragging him down. Jeb Bush, 66% approval. I mean, his brother must be talking to Jeb and saying, how do you do that? A good economy helps. I was in Florida for about a week in this election, and the voters down there were talking about how good the economy is. No war, a good economy. But Jeb Bush has got to try to make sure, he can't run again, that the Republican candidate for governor is elected to succeed him. And right now, that's Charlie Crist. Right now, we haven't called that race. It looks very close.
And it seemed like Charlie Crist was running away from the president yesterday.
Yes.
As the president came to town to campaign on his behalf, he went AWOL.
That's right, but he might be running towards Governor Jeb Bush, who obviously is very popular in Florida.
And another fascinating thing, Lou, here is that in spite of some minor scanning problems reported in various precincts today and some delays, that 83% of the voters said that they were confident that their vote would be tabulated accurately, 16% not. How things have changed from the 2000 election, no?
Absolutely. Let's hope they have in fact changed. And we want to turn now to Democratic National Committee Chairman Howard Dean at Democratic headquarters in Washington, D.C. Good to see you. How do you feel at this early point in this, what appears to be the onset of a long election night?
Well, one of the things that we think is terrific is there's a huge turnout. There have been some election funny business, you know, in Maryland particularly, which I know has gotten in the papers about some dirty tricks. But seeing all those people come out to vote is a really good thing for the country and makes us optimistic because we know people want change, and it looks like they're acting on it tonight.
Acting on it, and the turnout, as you suggest, pretty high across every state that we've been able to judge at this point. We are also seeing from these exit polls a striking statement that Iraq is important, as we knew, but so is the economy, and so is corruption. Putting, if you will, at least a pause, if not the lie, to the idea that this would be dominated by one issue, that is Iraq.
I think that's true. I think the issue of corruption is an issue that the Democrats have pushed very, very hard on. We simply have too much corruption in our government, too much corruption in Washington. One of the things that Nancy Pelosi has said, should she become Speaker, is that she will, within the first 100 hours, have a real ethics legislation that will put a stop to some of these Republican scandals. And I think that's going to be a very big help, and I think that motivated people. You know, nobody likes dishonesty and corruption, not Republicans, not Democrats, not conservatives, not liberals. So it's not surprising to me that corruption is one of the top issues. We've seen that in our polling for about a year now.
And I know that you're hesitant to make a forecast, but give us at least a sense of where you think the direction is headed. Is it headed in your way, or is it headed in the Republicans? Is it in that direction for both the House and the Senate, or one?
Well, I just got off the phone with Rahm Emanuel, and he and I agreed that you do not make forecasts and predictions until all the votes are in. So, you know, I think there's a lot of great work been done. The DSCC, the DCCC has done really good work. All the state parties, the coordinated campaign. We've tried as hard as we can. We think we've reached the American voters, but now they get to say. Certainly the early indications look good, but I think we're all prepared to stay up all night and watch to make sure.
And it looks like in a number of states that we're going to be doing exactly that, staying up all night. There is one other aspect in these exit polls. To the degree that you can ever trust these exit polls, and you can certainly overanalyze and overconjecture. But the idea that on the issue of the economy, that we are, those polls suggesting that it's just about evenly split amongst voters who say the economy is worse for them and those who say it is better, but just about double that amount. The great center is saying it's about the same as it was 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Any surprise for Democrats in that?
Yeah, I think that most Americans, we've been saying, have not felt the impact of the Dow Jones Industrial Average going up in corporate earnings because the president has skewed our policy towards helping the folks at the top who really, frankly, don't need all that much help. And I think one thing you're going to see, should we become successful tonight in taking back the House and the Senate, I think you'll see a reorientation of government policy to help middle-class people, middle-class people's kids to go to college, working class people to get ahead. I think we've lost that in the last 6 years, and we want that back again. You know, America is a great country, but it only works when everybody benefits from a good economy, not just the folks that are giving to the Republicans.
My colleague John King has a question for you as well, John.
Governor Dean, good to see you. I would say
Thanks,
something.
John.
Just the fact you're talking to Rahm Emanuel, I think, is progress in the discourse of the country tonight. But
well, those guys have done a good job. You got to take your hat off to them.
I want to move to the question of Iraq. If the Democrats take control of one or both chambers of Congress, they will be in responsibility. They can't just say the president has the wrong plan, we need a new plan. Should the Democrats try to cut off funding for the mission in Iraq? Should they try to set specific timetables?
I think it's far too early to even think about that. I mean, we don't even have a majority yet. I think we're not even going to have any discussions like that. I know there will be discussions about what to do about Iraq, because clearly the American public is voting not to stay the course. Don't agree with the president. But it's a long way. We got a long way to go here, and I think it'd be a little premature to start talking about public policy before we don't even have a majority yet.
But do you worry you'll disappoint the voters if they turn out for Democrats thinking they're going to get a change? The president's still the commander-in-chief. There's not much you can do, even if you have both chambers of Congress.
Right, that's true to a certain extent. There's not a lot we can do to force the president to leave Iraq. But ultimately, we can have some influence, and I think you'll see certainly an attempt by Democrats to change the direction. Look, despite the Republican propaganda, none of us believe, or very few of us believe, we need to leave Iraq tomorrow. We do believe we shouldn't be in Iraq. We think it was a mistake to go there, but we don't believe that we ought to cut and run, as the president was so fond of saying. We believe that we need to stabilize the situation and leave in a thoughtful, gradual way. So I think you'll see the Democrats moving to do that, but there'll have to be some disagreement and some strong impetus towards some kind of compromise with the president, because the president seems determined to do what he wants, no matter what the voters say, and we clearly think that's a bad idea.
If I may, Governor, I want to bring it back to this evening, and that is, if you won't make a forecast, tell us what you are looking for as the best bellwether for the Democrats' chances in this election tonight.
Well, there are two very, very important states that we have to win in order to get the majority. One is Virginia and the other is Missouri, and they're both very close. In the House, it's a little more complicated because there's so many races in such flux. My own personal belief is if we were to take 3 in Indiana, we would certainly win, I think, the whole thing. If we were to take 2 out of 3, then we'd have to wait for a while, but that would be a good indication. But again, you've got to look at the collar counties around Philadelphia, right. And then you've got to go out west. There's 2 or 3 seats in Arizona and New Mexico. We believe that Patricia Madrid is going to win that seat, even though it's going to be very, very close. So again, all over the country, these races are close. Nobody should be making any predictions right now, but we're hopeful.
Okay. Howard Dean, thank you very much, and living up to your own advice, not making any kind of prediction. Thank you very much. Wolf, over to you.
Thanks very much, Lou. We're ready to make a projection in the House of Representatives in the state of Indiana in the 8th Congressional District. The challenger, Brad Ellsworth, we project will be elected the next United States Congressman from Indiana, the 8th Congressional District, beating the incumbent Republican Jon Hostetler. This is the first of 15 pickups that the Democrats would need if they're going to be the majority in the House of Representatives. This is number 1 for the Democrats. This would be 14 to go, Jeff Greenfield.
That's right. This can't be counted as a surprise. As I mentioned earlier, Hostetler was regarded as one of the 2 or 3 most vulnerable Republicans anywhere in the country. His opponent, Brad Ellsworth, is the kind of Democrat that we may see more of, particularly when you move away from the coast and the interior. A county sheriff, self-acknowledged social conservative, and it's one down and 14 to go.
And with 39% of the precincts reporting now 62% for Ellsworth, 38% for Hostetler, we project Ellsworth will be elected to the United States Congress, a pickup for the Democrats. 1 pickup. Remember, they needed 15. They have 14 to go. We're going to continue our special coverage from CNN election headquarters here in New York. Lots more coming up. We'll update you on what's happening in Virginia, where it's a very, very close race. We'll be right back. As of 8:28 p.m. here on the East Coast, CNN projects Democrats have now picked up their first seat in the House of Representatives. CNN now projecting that in Indiana's 8th congressional district, Democratic challenger Brad Ellsworth has defeated the Republican incumbent, Congressman John Hostetler. Democrats will need at least 15 seats to gain control of the chamber. They've got one of those, assuming they don't lose any of their own seats. They would need 14 more. That's the first. CNN projecting also right now that Democrat Deval Patrick will win the governor's race in Massachusetts, defeating the Republican Lieutenant Governor Kerry Healy, succeeding the Republican Governor Mitt Romney. Deval Patrick becoming only the second African-American governor elected in the United States. Deval Patrick, we project, will win the governor's race in the state of Massachusetts. Anderson?
Let's talk about this race. Brad Ellsworth, a surprise?
Not a surprise, because Hostetler had a tough district anyway. Brad Ellsworth is a different kind of Democrat, you might say. It's going to be interesting to see these conservative Democrats come to Washington if Nancy Pelosi becomes their leader and becomes the speaker, because this is somebody who is anti-abortion, anti-same-sex marriage, wants to balance the budget. So you're going to have a different Democratic caucus. If they become the majority, it's going to be because candidates like Ellsworth are winning across the country, and it will be a test of her leadership. She is a liberal from San Francisco, though she has said that what she says is the Republicans don't listen to the diversity in their caucus, and that she promises to listen to hers, but it's a big challenge.
It does seem, Candy, that there are an awful lot of conservative Democrats who've suddenly come to the fore.
Well, you know, there's a lot of them now testing out sort of the template that's worked in the South. I mean, Southern Democrats have been, in general, on these social issues, conservative, on abortion, on same-sex marriage. Interior West is another place where conservative social values combined with progressive economic policy has really worked. And John's absolutely right, because the fact of the matter is that these are the new Democrats. They're kind of like the old Democrats, and then there was a time when they became something else.
Everything old is new again.
Exactly. So, you know, now these are the neo-Democrats, or whatever you want to call them, who have returned, and they are going to be a force to be listened to here, because guess what? They're winning elections.
Marcus, it was your magazine Newsweek which had the cover of Harold Ford Jr., which said, I think, not your daddy's Democrat.
That's right, not your daddy's Democrat. I mean, this is the interesting question here. You know, we always can have a tendency sometime when we over-pundify, perhaps, on election night to talk about how the sweep of the nation has changed. That's a bit of a danger, but I got to tell you, it's exciting to think about, depending on what these numbers look like by the end of the night. Could we see another refocusing or reshifting of the coalitions that make up the Republican coalition and the Democratic coalition? And this is the old Democratic coalition, and it'll be really interesting to see if it's coming back together, getting the old band back together again.
Let's talk to some of our brain trust, some of our analysts over here. I don't know if you guys are old Democrats or new Democrats or daddy's Democrats.
Aging rapidly.
Aging rapidly Democrats?
A lot older now.
Is this what the Democratic Party needs to do in order to get elected?
Yeah, what we're going to see tomorrow morning to wake up, the percentage of moderates in the Democratic Party is going to be much, much higher than the percentage of moderates in the Republican Party. I suspect by the time the night's over, Mike Castle will be a caucus of one Republican moderate in the entire House of Representatives. I want to point out, when people watching this, watch this Kentucky 3, this Ann Northrop, Yarmouth race. If the Democrats pick this up, that's a key to a big night. That's one we've been trying to get for a long time. She's a very good candidate, and that might be the first sign that you have a wave coming. Watch the crawl on the Kentucky 3.
Well, and Northrop has tried to distance herself from President Bush as much as possible, and just in the last week called for Secretary Rumsfeld to step down.
Right. What did Joe Lewis say? He can run, but he can't hide. You know, it doesn't work to run away from the president of your own party. It doesn't work to embrace him. I mean, you just take your lumps when you have a year like this. I saw this when I was advising Bill Clinton in 1994. You know, he was desperately unpopular. Our policies were unpopular. We lost over 50 House seats. But I think James's point about moderates versus conservatives and liberals is a pretty interesting one. When the Republicans took the Congress in '94, it was with very conservative, they call themselves the shock troops, you know, and they helped pull their party to the right. If Nancy Pelosi becomes the speaker, it will be with moderate and conservative Democrats who would tend to pull my party to the center.
Very briefly, J.C.
Well, I think Nancy's going to have the same challenge that the president has. He's a drag on Northeast Republicans. Nancy will be a drag on Southern Democrats, and it's going to be very interesting how she, in a very sensitive way, manages that.
Bill?
Well, for your purposes of your question, aging Republican but former Democrat, and the reason I left the party is if you look at the leadership of the Democrat Party today, you'll find out I'm much closer to a Brad Ellsworth. What happens when these new Democrats come in and meet the leadership? Who's going to give?
We got to go over to Lou, who's going to be talking to Senator Bill Frist. Lou?
Thank you very much, Anderson. The man who is the majority leader of the Senate, obviously, and the man also retiring, making Bob Corker and Harold Ford Jr.'s lives very interesting tonight. Senator Bill Frist, good to have you with us.
Hey, Lou, great to be with you tonight.
It's very early, as the saying goes. 4%, it doesn't get much earlier than that, but Corker right now is stepping out in front of Harold Ford Jr. What is your sense of the direction this race is headed?
Lou, well, it's interesting. I traveled around to a lot of the different states, a lot of the contested races, and what's unusual about this particular race in this particular state is that the contrast is crystal clear, and a lot of the national issues did not come and resonate right here. We had this choice between Bob Corker, mainstream Tennessee, American dream right here, versus Harold Ford, a career politician, went to high school, college outside of the state. So you see a clear-cut contrast. On the economic issues, Bob Corker strong on keeping taxes low, Harold Ford, who voted against the president's tax cuts. So the clear-cut contrast, I believe, is why Bob Corker ultimately will win tonight.
The exit polls are suggesting to us, as they're coming in to us from around the country, that this was a nationalized election, that the Democratic strategy certainly did work in making this a referendum, focusing national attention on the war in Iraq, corruption in Congress, if you will, across the board, national issues. Any of that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me, and I agree with that to a certain extent. But again, the contrast here, you had Harold Ford, who again was on the side of the Democrats against missile defense, against the Terrorist Surveillance Act, against the Patriot Act, versus a candidate who very much is fighting this war on terrorism with all of the tools that are there, Bob Corker. So that is the way the issue played here in Tennessee, and Tennesseans are speaking loud and clear, and thus we'll have Bob Corker as our next United States Senator.
Senator Frist, I'd like to, if you would excuse me just for a second here, I'd like to continue with how the folks in Tennessee are speaking tonight, and turn and let you know that here at CNN Election Headquarters, we are now able to project in New Jersey that Senator Bob Menendez is the likely winner over Tom Kean Jr., his Republican opponent. Bob Menendez, the incumbent senator appointed by John Corzine, the governor of New Jersey. Menendez, we now project as the winner in that race. Let's turn back, Senator Frist, to Tennessee for a second here. I understand your enthusiasm for Bob Corker. Again, early lead for him in this race. Let's turn to what you think will be the determinant issue in this election. Harold Ford Jr. has a reputation of being an extremely strong, young, energetic campaigner and candidate. What's determinant?
I think that it's a good question here because Harold Ford is very charismatic, really a smooth talker, and a very good candidate. And in that standpoint, both candidates very attractive. Ultimately, it's going to come down to Bob Corker being mainstream Tennessee values, American dream, created his business here, made a payroll. And Harold Ford is a full-time politician, career politician, grew up in a family of politics. And this history of citizen legislator out of Tennessee, like me, like Fred Thompson, is something that Tennessee expects, and that's what Tennesseans deserve, and I think that's the way they're going to vote tonight.
And the issue of race in this campaign certainly creating some ugly moments. To what degree do you think it plays a role?
You know, I'll tell you what I heard coming out of the sort of media in Washington and New York and even out of Atlanta is that race was a big issue here, in large part because of one ad that should have been condemned. But when you got on the ground here, it just simply never came up. It's just not the issue that the national pundits made it to be. And I say that very honestly, asking reporters, is race an issue? Are people moving it in that direction? And I think after it's over with, Harold Ford will also say the same thing that Bob Corker is, that race was not a dominant issue here in any way in Tennessee.
Senator Bill Frist, we thank you very much. Look forward to talking to you later in the evening. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Lou. Good to be with you.
America Votes 2006 continues in just one moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to CNN Election Headquarters in New York. We're watching very, very closely the race in Virginia right now with 55% of the precincts reporting. It's about as close as it gets. George Allen with 50%, Jim Webb 49%. Only a few thousand votes separate these guys. It's been back and forth throughout the night. We have projected a winner in New Jersey. Bob Menendez, the incumbent Democrat, will be reelected. We're going to go over to the board, Jeff Greenfield, and talk a little bit about this. Bob Menendez beating Tom Kean Jr., the son of a very popular former Republican governor of New Jersey. This was a seat the Democrats absolutely, positively had to go ahead and win.
And when you look at the 9 key seats that we've been talking about for weeks, the Democrats were very worried about what this was going to happen here. John Corzine, when he left the Senate to become governor, appointed then Congressman Menendez to take his place. There were people, Chuck Schumer, one of them, the chairman of the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee, who was pushing Corzine to name another more popular Democrat. There were reasons within the state why Corzine picked him. This was one of the nastier races you've ever seen. It was filled with Kean commercials playing the audio tapes implying corruption on the part of Menendez. But I believe we're going to find the key to this race was George W. Bush. Menendez's campaign targeted Tom Kean as wrong on Iraq, a rubber stamp for Bush. It was the overwhelming message. And in New Jersey, which has not elected a Republican to the Senate since 1972, it is as blue a state as you can get when it comes to the Senate. I believe that argument became decisive, and the Democrats have held one of the 2 most vulnerable seats of theirs, the others being Maryland, which we can't talk about yet because we don't know, but it is a major sigh of relief we've just heard coming from Democratic headquarters.
And just to be precise, 33 Senate seats are up for election this time around, a third of the Senate. If the Democrats are going to be in the majority, they need to capture 6 and not lose any of their own. They're little bit of the way there because they didn't lose in New Jersey, but they still have to hold Maryland. They still have to then go ahead and capture 6 Republican-held seats.
There are 7 Republican seats that are considered to be vulnerable, and the Democrats have to do 6 or 7. There's been a competition among journalists to find the right cliche. They have to draw to an inside straight. They have to run the table. They have to hold out the 18th and 3. You and I should probably figure out what cliche is best, but it is a hard road to hoe. But at least with New Jersey and the Democratic column, they know that they at least captured or kept what they had to keep, at least one of those 2 seats.
And here's the actual vote, Jeff. Only 5% of the vote now. The precincts now reporting. Actually, Tom Kean Jr. had 52-47%, but we projected that Menendez wins. These 5% of the precincts probably are very Republican-dominated precincts.
No doubt.
That's why there is this distortion. But based on the exit polls, based on the hard numbers, based on all of the other information we are receiving, we project that Bob Menendez, the incumbent Democrat, will remain in the United States Senate. Anderson, it gets a little confusing from time to time, but that's the nature of politics.
It certainly is. Let's talk to some of our analysts about this race in New Jersey, about what they have seen, about any surprises?
It's a blue state. It always closes blue for the Democrats. It's a little bit like Lucy and Charlie Brown of the football. The Republicans put about $4 million into it at the end, as they did in the presidential race a couple of years ago, and at the end it always closes for the Dems. So it's a very blue state. It's not going to tip the balance of anything in the
And
Senate.
do you agree, James Carville, with Jeff Greenfield, that it was really about Iraq, that Bob Menendez effectively hammered that?
Yes, and it just, if you look at the last governor's race in this race, Democrats just win New Jersey by big margins. That's one of the shifts in American politics. That was not true. I think George H.W. Bush carried New Jersey in 1988. It is decidedly a blue state now.
JC?
No surprises. That was not a seat that Republicans felt like they were going to pick up at the end of the day. That's not a seat that was counted on to keep Republicans in the majority. So nothing new. It was going to remain blue. And we thought it would, and it did.
And certainly if it hadn't remained blue, it would have been a big defeat for the Democrats.
Big shot. More about blue than Iraq. But can I say something about Virginia?
Yeah.
So I've heard about some exit polls in Virginia about inroads. Apparently 40% of people who are voting for Webb declare themselves to be Christian evangelicals or opposed to the same-sex marriage amendment and are going to Webb. That's inroads. I don't know if there is, it's way too early to call anything, but with this Ellsworth thing and this, and the opinions of these guys, maybe some real, genuine conservative movement in the Democrat Party. What do we say, the end of Kerryism, or the end of McGovernism anyway? It is an interesting trend. It does seem to be moving back toward the center. And again, I think that raises interesting questions about what happens when these new conservative Democrats, whether they have a majority or not, meet their leadership.
And Anderson, could I add something to that?
Yeah, let me just tell our audience, Schumer is addressing the DNCC, sure. And we're just going to be showing that. Let's dip in briefly and let's continue this conversation in a moment.
Mendez and New Jersey is in our corner, too. And we are right now biting our nails about Virginia, which is neck and neck. But I've been told by someone pretty authoritative that a lot of the northern parts of Virginia, where we're going to do very well, have not yet been counted. So let us hope. So let me just say, we're not going to speak for too long here, but we really care about taking our country back, about giving, about changing the course in Iraq, overseas, about helping average people pay the bills, the tuition bills and the prescription drug bills and the health care bills and the energy bills. And that is why we are so passionate and so concerned about this election. We want to thank all of you. We're not breaking out the champagne bottles yet. It's going to be a long night, but so far, so good.
And you've been listening to Charles Schumer addressing the DNCC. I want to continue our conversation with Bill Bennett and J.C. Watts. Bill Bennett, right before that, pointing out that some 36% in one exit poll that he has been hearing, 36% of people who call themselves evangelical or born-again Christian voting for Webb.
Well, that's a high number, but it's not a number that totally surprises me, because I think there is a conservative vote out there in the evangelical community that, Anderson, they're saying because of our faith, we do think people should be able to eat. We are concerned about poverty. We are concerned about AIDS in Africa. We are concerned about health care issues. Now, we can have a discussion, a debate about the models that we use to address those issues, but I am concerned about poverty because of my faith, not because of my Republican Party affiliation.
Is that an expansion of what it means to be evangelical? An expansion of...
Well, I think what it's saying is that candidate, Republican or Democrat, that says we are evangelical candidates, when they are talking about those issues, they will catch the ear of many evangelical voters.
I think the candidate, Webb, here is too many of the people just described a more congenial figure, for example, than, say, Chuck Schumer is. They would identify more with him, the military service, the so on, the conservative background. And that's the kind of thing that can really change politics.
Ellsworth in Indiana,
yeah,
I think is a great example.
Do you see an intentional strategy on the part of the Democrats to appeal to those evangelical voters?
I would defer to this end. I don't know. It's smart, obviously, and I think it's better for the country for that party to move to the center. But I can't tell you that's what's actually happening.
Sure. There's a host of poverty issues that J.C. talked about that Democrats use to appeal to Christian evangelicals. Issues in the environment. The evangelical community is becoming a very, very green community. And if Bill's exit poll is right, and Jim Webb is getting 36% of the evangelical vote, in Virginia, the home of Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson, that's extraordinary. John Kerry nationwide only got 21% of Christian evangelicals. So if Webb is going to double that almost in one of the most conservative states in the country, he's going to win.
You know, Christian evangelicals...
Actually, I'm sorry, we just got to do a quick projection. We can, CNN is now projecting Sherrod Brown is the winner in Ohio. that it would be a Senate pickup, obviously, for the Democrats. Bill Bennett, what do you make of that?
Well, I talked to Mike DeWine today, or yesterday. Tough. Ohio's tough. Ohio's tough for Republicans all around. He didn't have strong support from the base either. He was part of this Gang of 14. You remember this in the Supreme Court nomination, so a lot of conservatives were unhappy with him. Some of the NRA people were unhappy with him, and he just got caught in the crosshairs. Brown, I would have to say, if I'm advancing a thesis of conservative Democrats, here they come. Sherrod Brown ain't one of them.
No, he's a populist. I mean, he ran on these meat and potato economic issues, which in Ohio is a pretty smart thing to do. Now, he had the wind at his back because of the corruption that did not involve Senator DeWine, but it involved his party. And so I think Brown capitalized on that. But he is a meat and potatoes, minimum wage health care kind of Democrat, a populist.
I'm sorry, Anderson, there's an elephant in the room. Iraq. And we talk around it like it doesn't exist. There's a horribly unpopular war here, and that's the impetus for a lot of this. And we can, and evangelicals are concerned about this, and Green voters are concerned about this. And to have this discussion without Iraq we're missing what I think is the driving point of this election. This is a horribly unpopular war that's not going very well, and this is why you're seeing these Democrats take these seats. And Jim Webb's campaign, as much as anything else, more than any other single thing, has been about Iraq. It is the elephant in the room. It is what is driving this election.
And we're going to continue talking about Iraq in just a moment. Obviously, we're going to be talking about an awful lot tonight, as the voters are clearly talking about it tonight and have been for months now. Let's take a quick break. Our election continues in a moment.
About 5.5 minutes away from the top of the hour. Polls will be closing in several states. We'll be making some projections at that time. But this hour, CNN is projecting that Democrats have picked up their first seat in the United States Senate. CNN projects that Democratic Representative Sherrod Brown has also defeated an incumbent Republican Senator Mike DeWine in Ohio. CNN projecting that New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez will be reelected, defeating Republican challenger Tom Kean Jr. CNN also projecting that Democrats so far have picked up one seat in the House in Indiana's 8th congressional district. CNN projecting Democrat Brad Ellsworth has defeated Republican incumbent Congressman John Hostetler. Democrats will still need to pick up at least 15 seats to win control of the House. But with this race, with Ellsworth winning, Jeff Greenfield, that's 14, assuming they don't lose any of their own. But this is very significant. Sherrod Brown, the challenger to Mike DeWine, defeating the incumbent Republican. This is the first of 6 seats the Democrats need to be the majority in the Senate, assuming they don't lose any of their own seats.
A couple of keys to this. Mike DeWine was an enormously popular senator. He was reelected 6 years ago with more than 60% of the vote. Apart from the scandals that hit Ohio, apart from Iraq, Sherrod Brown went into small towns and rural parts of Ohio, the places where George W. Bush rolled up huge majorities in 2004, and his message was a basic economic populist message. Anti-free trade, or at least the way it's been done. Sounds a little like Lou Dobbs. The middle class has been sold out by the elites, and he has taken this seat. It is one of the 6, and it's one of the ones that Republicans were most worried about. But the fact that their vaunted turnout machine, which delivered Ohio to Bush in 2004, didn't deliver for Mike DeWine, suggests that there may be trouble ahead.
So that's 1 down, 5 to go for the Democrats. And the reason it's 5 to go is in part because Bob Menendez has been reelected as the Democratic senator. We can project in New Jersey.
That's right. It is an inherently blue state. Actually, this is one state where Democrats tend to do better on Election Day than the polls suggest. Democrats came home. And when we get to
we're going to talk about that in a little while. I want to bring back Lou, though, for the time being. Lou?
Well, I'm still here, and if you would, Wolf, tell Mr. Greenfield that would sound like Lou Dobbs on any other night but this. I think it's what he did. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Wolf. We're going to go to Mike DeWine's campaign headquarters, where our colleague Bob Franken is standing by in Columbus, Ohio. This has to be something of a surprise for the DeWine camp to see the Sherrod Brown projection by CNN. What's the sense there?
Well, the sense is that they are holding steady. They are not planning immediately to come down. and have their candidate come down. But in terms of the result of the election, although Mike DeWine has insisted for the last several days that the polls did not really mean anything, they were closing, and that this tremendous get-out-the-vote effort that Republicans have been able to mount in this state would rescue DeWine and the other congressional people who are in trouble. Well, it has not rescued Mike DeWine. The projections are pretty consistent with what the polls had shown. Now the focus turns to those 4 or 5 congressional seats of the 22 in Ohio that are competitive or are really leaning Republican because of the current climate. So Ohio could, as everybody expects, be the bellwether state, could really give a strong indication of how things are going to go. But the Mike DeWine result is following the script that the polls had written. Lou?
Thank you very much. Bob Franken reporting from DeWine headquarters. And we have, of course, projected Sherrod Brown, Congressman Sherrod Brown, as the winner of the seat now held by Senator Mike DeWine. We're going to continue, and we're going to turn to my colleague Wolf Blitzer for more. Wolf.
Thank you, Lou. We're only about a minute away or so from the top of the hour. 9 p.m. Eastern, Jeff. We're looking at 4 questions.
Hillary. Her presidential campaign, or the speculations, will begin probably in about 2.5 hours. Did she win by enough in New York to make her credible? It's a foolish question, but everyone will be asking it. Question 2, a moderate GOP route. Lincoln Chafee in Rhode Island. Many Republican moderates in New York State in the House who may be threatened. This may produce an endangered species problem for moderate Republicans even more than now. Third question, the immigration factor. In Arizona and Colorado, there are Republicans running with very strong anti-immigration messages. If they prevail, they're tough races, may be tricky. And lastly, how big a loss? If we see, for instance, Republicans beginning to fall as the votes come in, we're going to find out that this is going to be, to go back to the 7 o'clock question, whether it's a trickle or a rout.
And just to recap for our viewers, the Democrats need to gain 6 seats, 6 of those Republican-held seats in order to become the majority. They've already, according to our projection, taken 1 of those seats in Ohio. 5 more needed, assuming they hold on to the state of Maryland, because that race still in doubt at this time. We have projected that New Jersey remains in the Democrat. As we take a look at these races, let's go over here. First of all, in Pennsylvania, another pickup for the Democrats, Bob Casey Jr. Bob Casey Jr. Beats Rick Santorum, the incumbent Republican. That's 2. That's the second pickup that we project for the Democrats. They still will need 4 more, assuming they don't lose any of their Democratic seats right now. A big win in Pennsylvania. Bob Casey Jr., the son of an earlier governor, winning in Pennsylvania. In Texas, we project that Kay Bailey Hutchison will be reelected. Not a surprise. In New York State, Hillary Rodham Clinton reelected. Not much of a surprise. In Michigan, Debbie Stabenow reelected. A little bit less of a surprise, although all of the polls suggested she was way ahead. Let's continue down and take a look at our other projections. In Wyoming, Craig Thomas, we project reelected. Not much of a surprise. In Minnesota, an important seat the Democrats needed to hold. Amy Klobuchar is elected the next United States Senator from Minnesota. Important win for them. Kent Conrad projected our winner. We project he will be the winner in North Dakota. Jeff Bingaman projected winner in New Mexico. Ben Nelson, the Democrat in Nebraska, projected winner in Nebraska. No surprise there. Herb Kohl, re-elected once again in the state of Wisconsin. No surprise there. And in the state of Delaware, Carper, we project, will be re-elected as well. All of these, no great surprises, but it's important to note, once again, Pennsylvania, a pickup for the Democrats. Bob Casey Jr. Beating Rick Santorum, we project, in Pennsylvania. That's Anderson, the second pickup for the Democrats. They still need 4. By no means easy to do, but they haven't lost any of their own seats, and they've picked up 2.
Bob Casey Jr., the son of a former governor, 2-term governor of that state. What did Rick Santorum do wrong?
What did Rick Santorum do wrong? He's a member of the Republican leadership. He is probably more conservative, has become more conservative. He used to be in the House from the Pittsburgh area, represented a district where organized labor was big. When he got into the Senate, he became a state, again, as James noted a few moments ago, where the war is a big issue. And you also have a Democratic ahead as well, so you have a little bit of a tide there as well.
You also had Rick Santorum talking a lot about national issues, about Iran, about Iraq, and not running away from President Bush, as we've seen other Republicans doing.
Well, I mean, it's who he came to the dance with. It would have been hard for Santorum to move away from George Bush. I'll tell you the other thing that really up in Pennsylvania, and there was a meeting of the Republican wing of the Republican Party, and what they were mad about with Rick Santorum was all the money that Republicans were spending down in Washington. So he had also
that also, I think, coming to the Democrats. There's a whole, in the cover story of this week's magazine, in Newsweek, we actually have a whole cover story about the progressive, evangelical social issues, what J.C. Watts was talking about. It's poverty issues, it's world health.
The suburban voters made the Republicans the majority. You have the collar districts around Pennsylvania, around Philadelphia. You have the Tammy Duckworth seat in Illinois, the suburbs just north of Chicago. You have the suburbs west of St. Louis, which will decide the Senate race there. It is the suburbs that made the Republicans the majority party in Congress. If they turn tonight and the Democrats make inroads in the rural areas, there's the math they need to get a majority.
I want to talk to some of our analysts about what you're seeing, Bill Bennett.
Before the body is laid into the ground here in Rick Santorum, you bet very tough partisan slashing. He was targeted by the Democrats who wanted to take him out.
A huge money race, a lot of money.
A huge money race to take him out. But let it also be said, as David Brooks wrote in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago, what you were just talking about in terms of compassion. If you were a victim of AIDS or autism, suffering from autism, if you were in Darfur, if the issue was partial birth abortion, lots of linking across the parties, from Rick Santorum to senators on the Democrat side. He was the champion, really a champion of the poor, the dispossessed, the helpless, the unborn, whether it be here in the United States or abroad, and they have lost a champion in losing Rick Santorum.
What Rick Santorum, though, was running, hammering Bob Casey Jr., saying he was weak on national security, that he couldn't keep the country safe. Does that message no longer resonate as much as it did in past elections for Republicans?
Well, Rick never backed off that message, but I think, Anderson, you have to look again at the type of candidate that the Democrats chose. You know, Senator-elect Casey he's pro-life, you know, pro-family. I mean, he took on a lot of the issues that Rick took on, and I agree with Bill. I think those issues I was talking to you about earlier, poverty issues, historical black colleges and universities, AIDS in Africa, the things that I was concerned about as a person of faith. Rick Santorum took those issues on, so he was not the type of conservative that I thought didn't get it. So we've lost a real champion in Rick Santorum.
But he's not finished. Can I just say that? His political life is not over.
Where does he go from here?
You will see a movement to draft Rick Santorum to run. You will see that.
Run for
President of the United States.
Really?
You will see that, yes. Or
so
as
that's
a
still
running
alive,
mate.
because, I mean, that's been talked about in the past.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you have to look at, I mean, if you want to get to 08, you have to look at the front runners, John McCain and Rudy Giuliani. These are not social conservatives. The conservatives are strong in this party. They will want a champion. He's very articulate, very experienced. So you haven't seen the last.
Well, and Rick is a kind of conservative that in terms of poverty issues, economic issues for the underserved community, small businesses, minority businesses, Rick Santorum is the type of guy that, you know, I could hang my hat on.
Very strong socialist conservative.
Absolutely. And again, I'm going to disclose that I worked for Bob Casey in this campaign. He's not just a friend, he's a client. I worked for his father 20 years ago. I'm very close to that family. He's the only candidate I worked for in this election cycle because that's how much I believe in him. I won't speak ill of the political dead and relitigate the Santorum campaign, but he is the kind of guy who was the #3 Republican in the United States Senate, just lost in a landslide. And that takes an enormous amount of talent for Bob Casey Jr. Santorum spent $25 million, outspent Casey overwhelmingly, and yet lost in a landslide. Casey came to voters and he said, I want to change.
What did Casey spend, like $14 million or something?
Yeah, but roughly half.
Roughly half.
Awful lot of money, sure. But it was not the money that determined this. It was the message. The message was, I'm going to take up on President Bush. Almost every single ad we ran had this statistic. Santorum votes 98% of the time with President Bush. So President Bush was like an anchor on Rick Santorum, as was the war, as were a whole host of middle-class economic issues. Santorum may have been good on poverty in Africa, but he wasn't seen as being very good on poverty in Altoona or Aliquippa, where he voted against the minimum wage. He voted to kick kids off a Head Start. And so Casey used those issues, the international issues about the war and the home issues about the economy.
To kick people off Head Start?
Oh, yes.
When was that vote at?
It was this summer. They cut $39 billion from the budget, included cuts in Head Start. In fact, when he voted to cut child care, he said in the hearing Senator Lincoln of Arkansas said, well, you're going to kick moms off of child care. They're really going to be struggling. He said, I don't think having to struggle is the worst thing in the world.
What that means is...
We use that in the campaign.
Well, and that's true, but $39 billion, what that means, Anderson, is there was probably a $70 billion increase proposed, and they only probably got $31 billion, so he voted against a $39 billion increase. That's a little disingenuous.
We're following a number of very close Senate races. We're going to talk more about this race also a little bit later on. Let's check in with Will.
Anderson, guys, thanks very much. I just want to update our viewers on what's happening in some of the key Senate battlegrounds right now. We'll start with Tennessee. Take a look at this. 11% of the precincts now reporting the Republican Bob Corker with 53%, Harold Ford Jr. 46%. Still very, very early. These numbers presumably could change, and I want to remind our viewers we don't know what part of the state these 12% of the precincts are reporting, but it's very close as expected.
It's so close that when I made a joke on a radio show this morning about all we have to talk about this afternoon is rain in Memphis, Harold Ford Jr. called in to say, you know, it's not raining in Memphis. Which is his strong place.
And if you take a look at the bottom of your screen, you'll always see these and other results as they're coming in all night long. In Missouri, this is a very, very important battle that's underway, projected to be very close. Only 1% of the precincts now reporting, but Jim Talent with 49%, Claire McCaskill, the Democratic challenger, 48%. They said it would be close with 1% of the precincts reporting. It's right. Close. Take a look at Virginia, though. 68% of the precincts have now reported in Virginia. George Allen with 50%, Jim Webb with 49%. It's been going back and forth, but that's about as close as it was projected.
What you have on this board, at least these three races, may well tell you whether the Democrats take the Senate. These are three races that were supposed to be close, all held by Republicans, all of them close. 1.5 million votes cast so far in Virginia. They're 4,700 votes apart.
The Democrats already have picked up 2 Republican seats. They need 4 more if they're going to be the majority, and they can't lose any of their own. In Connecticut, only 2% of the precincts reporting. Joe Lieberman with 49%, Ned Lamont 40%. The Republican getting 10%, Alan Schlesinger. Lieberman says he's an independent, but he'll caucus with the Democrats.
2 quick things. Alan Schlesinger's low total will be the reason, if it happens, that Joe Lieberman is going to be reelected, because Democrats are going to vote for Lamont, but Republicans are probably going to choose Lieberman because he's more centrist. The second thing is, because the anger of the more liberal bloggers, the so-called netroots, aimed at Lieberman is so intense that even if it's a great night for Democrats, if Lieberman wins, it's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth of some of them. Those bloggers were the reason, in large measure, that and a family fortune, why Ned Lamont was able to upset Lieberman in the Democratic primary. They want Lieberman to lose almost as much as they want the Democrats to take over the Senate.
But all the polls going into tonight suggested Lieberman was significantly ahead of Ned Lamont. He was bringing Republicans in to support him, Democrats. Obviously, Joe Lieberman, a very well-known figure in Connecticut. In fact, let's take a look. Let's back up a little bit over here. Come over here. Joe Lieberman, we can now project. Come over here.
All right.
Joe Lieberman, we can project, will be reelected the United States Senator from Connecticut. We can now project that Lieberman, as an independent, stays in the United States Senate, beating Ned Lamont and Alan Schlesinger. Literally, as we were speaking about the Connecticut race, all of the exit polls, all of the hard votes that we're getting indicates to us that Joe Lieberman is now projected to be reelected to the United States Senator. And he promises he will be a Democrat in all but name. He'll caucus with the Democrats. He told the people of Connecticut he would, even if the Republicans were to dangle out some important committee chairmanships.
It's such big news that I forgot the choreography. But you have to wonder whether there's a certain temptation on Joe Lieberman's part to go back into that Democratic caucus when they reconvene in January and look at the Democrats, including his fellow Connecticut Democrat, Chris Dodd, who campaigned against him, and just for a moment, just have that sweet feeling that I'm here. Because as you know, Wolf, revenge is a dish best served cold. And I just have a feeling there may be an order of revenge on the ticket, even if he doesn't gloat. Maybe it's just my personality. I'd have to think he would like a word or two with the Democrats who he'd worked with for 18 years and came into the state to try to beat him.
I suspect Joe Lieberman's pretty happy right now that he's going to be reelected to the United States Senate from Connecticut. We projected Joe Lieberman holds on to that seat, not as a Democrat, but as an independent. Paula and Bill are looking at some exit polls in Connecticut.
And a lot of what Jeff was saying about his suspicions of how the Republican vote would go is borne out by some numbers Bill and I have just had a chance to analyze, and these tell us exactly of the Lieberman voters, how they broke down by party. 35% were Republican. Now look at the Democratic line, just 26%. So he actually got more of the Republican vote than he did of the Democratic vote, with 38% of the independents voting for him.
What this says is Republicans elected Joe Lieberman. He says he's going to caucus with the Democrats, but it was Republicans who voted for him, 35%. He got more Republican votes than Democrats, although he did best among independents. But, you know, when he goes back to the Senate, as Jeff was saying, there are going to be a lot of people who say to him, Joe, what do you owe the Democrats? They threw you out. They fired you. They didn't campaign for you, and they didn't vote for you. Republicans voted for you.
And he has said repeatedly over the last couple of days, I will not be beholden to the Republicans, although they handed him his victory tonight.
They did indeed.
Lou.
Thank you very much, Paula. Bill, we're going to go now to Lieberman headquarters, and Dan Lothian. Dan, as we look behind you there, it doesn't look like a lot of excitement for the CNN projection for Senator Lieberman.
Well, there have been some bursts of excitement as they've been watching the projections on the screen. Just had a chance a while ago to talk to the communications director. He told me that they're very encouraged by this projection, but they're not yet ready to say victory. So they're still waiting for all their numbers to come in before they're ready to say, okay, this is a victory for us. But, you know, what's interesting is in the last few minutes, they were actually quite concerned, saying that this race was probably much closer than a lot of people thought, because they thought there might be some issues about the placement, his name placement on the ballot. Obviously, as the projection shows, that may not have been an issue at all. We'll wait to see what they have to say.
Dan Lothian, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Dan Lothian reporting from Joe Lieberman's headquarters, and CNN has just projected Joe Lieberman to return to the U.S. Senate, this time as an independent. America Votes 2006 continues in just a moment. A lot more to come. 13 seats undecided for control of the U.S. Senate.
Welcome back. We're watching all these races, and what you're seeing right now here on our wall, these are winners that we've projected for various Senate seats, House seats, gubernatorial seats. If you take a close look, you'll see the projected winners at this hour. It's almost 9:20 p.m. on the East Coast. Take a look. And if you didn't know, the red are clearly Republican wins, the blue are Democratic wins. You saw the green in the state of Vermont, for example, as independent, and Joe Lieberman in Connecticut, an independent as well. So those are the winners that we've projected so far. But right now we have a major projection to make in the state of Maryland. Congressman Ben Cardin, the Democrat, we project will be elected the next United States Senator from the state of Maryland, succeeding Paul Sarbanes, the longtime incumbent Democrat. Michael Steele, Maryland's lieutenant governor, who ran a very, very strong campaign. Not strong enough. Michael Steele goes down, according to our projection. Ben Cardin will be the next United States Senator from the state of Maryland. Jeff Greenfield, this is one the Democrats desperately needed to hold. It was one so many Republicans could almost taste. They were feeling that Michael Steele, an African-American Republican, would be a strong candidate. He certainly was, but not strong enough.
They thought, hey, Ben Cardin beat an African-American in a close primary, Kwesi Mfume. Michael Steele had gotten the endorsements of some Prince George Democrats who said that the Maryland Democrats had taken them for granted. I talked to a couple of Democrats this weekend who were more nervous about Maryland than certainly than any other Democratic seat. What this means is that the two Democratic seats the Republicans wanted to take away, New Jersey and Maryland, are both in Democratic hands.
Hold on one second. Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic leader in the House of Representatives, speaking right now. If the Democrats are the majority, she would be the speaker. Let's listen in briefly to see what she's saying.
Masterminding our strategy, which is bearing fruit tonight. The polls are still open in at least half the country. So while you have done your work and you've come here, I want to remind the people in the Midwest and Rocky Mountain West and in the West Coast, the Pacific West, to get out there and vote. Important, get out there and vote. It's very important. We don't know what the results are of this election. What we do know is we want as many new Democrats in Congress as possible. And to my own state of California, I appeal to the Democrats there, independents and fair-minded Republicans, to get out and vote for Phil Angelides for governor of California. And for our Democratic candidates from Washington State, Darcy Burnham and Charlie Brown and Jerry McNerney and Patsy Madrid, and there's so many candidates in the West and in the Pacific West. So we have to go back to work to man the phones to the Midwest, Rocky Mountain West, and West Coast. But as the evening progresses, our 330-somethings, our voices for their generation, will be giving you the good news about the future. In the meantime, I thank all of you for taking us to where we are tonight. Let's give a big cheer to the American people who across the country.
All right, Nancy Pelosi, the would-be Speaker of the House, if the Democrats capture 15 seats, don't lose any of their own. And we're ready to make another major projection right now. In the state of Kentucky, John Yarmuth, the Democratic challenger, will be elected, we project, in the 3rd District in Kentucky, beating the incumbent Republican Ann Northup. Take a look at this with 100% of the vote right now in, 51% for Yarmuth, 48% for Northup. We project, though, that he will win, obviously, with 100% of the precinct in right now. This is the second major pickup for the Democrats right now. They still need 13 more if they're going to be in the majority in the House of Representatives. But Lou Dobbs, this is one the Democrats wanted badly, and they clearly got this one in Kentucky.
Absolutely, and Ann Northup, an absolute stalwart for the Republican Party. Another stalwart of the Republican leadership, of course, is Ken Mehlman. He is the chairman of the Republican National Committee, coming to us tonight from Republican headquarters. First, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
We're looking at some very tight races across the country. Give us your best sense of direction as to where we're headed this evening.
Well, I think, Lou, that you've hit the nail on the head. There are a number of very close races. It's interesting that Kentucky number you just mentioned. Another race in Kentucky that everyone expected to be much closer than it ended up being was the Jeff Davis race against Ken Lucas, who used to represent the seat. We always said that we thought Indiana and Kentucky would be two of our tougher states. I'm sorry that Ann appears to be where she is. We'll see what the numbers finally are. Indiana appears to be very close. Around the country, though, there's a lot of very interesting data. The Virginia numbers are tight as they can be, and a significant amount of Northern Virginia appears to have voted. There's some early evidence that in Maryland, Michael Steele could be making some incredibly history, doing very well with African-American voters. Missouri appears, as we thought it would, incredibly close. What it says to me all over the country is if you haven't voted yet, we're going to have about 30 races that are going to be decided by potentially the turnout tonight. And so it's critical that everybody participate and vote and get out there.
Of course, we have just projected here that Ben Cardin will prevail over Michael Steele. The inroads that you talk about with the African American voters, this race in Virginia looks like it's going to be tight all the way through. You've suggested that you have information about where that vote is coming from. We just heard from Senator Charles Schumer that he was being advised at Democratic Party headquarters that the North had already was about to move into this vote. You've heard just the opposite.
Well, I've heard that a significant part of Northern Virginia, of Fairfax County, of Arlington County, had already been in. A significant amount of Loudoun County, which is kind of an ex-urban county, was still out. We'll all see where that data comes from. We know one thing: it's an incredibly close race in Virginia, as a lot of us expected it would be.
Well, there are 11 undecided seats right now in the U.S. Senate. Republicans holding an edge, 44 to 43 right now. Are you confident about the remainder of the races? Give us a sense as to whether or not you really believe right now you're going to be able to hold control of the Senate.
I do. I think we will hold control of the Senate. Obviously, a lot of these races are going to be very close, could potentially go into overtime. But obviously, we think the Missouri race remains incredibly close. We've yet to see some numbers back from Montana. Virginia appears incredibly close. I understand what you say about Maryland. I haven't seen data to indicate that, and we'll see what the exit polls and then ultimately, more importantly, the actual numbers actually show there. But I think we're going to see it's going to be a fairly late night in both the Senate and the House, because a lot of these races are really different. The fact that the Northup race and then the Davis race appear to go in different directions really indicates how race-specific a lot of this information is.
Ken Mehlman, Chairman of the Republican National Committee. Thanks for being here. Wolf, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. We're now ready to make another major projection in the state of Rhode Island. Take a look at this. The Democratic challenger Sheldon Whitehouse, we project, will be elected the United States Senator from Rhode Island, beating the moderate Republican incumbent Lincoln Chafee. We have very little of the actual vote coming in, but based on the exit polls and other information we're getting, this will be the third pickup for the Democrats in the U.S. Senate. They need 6 if they're going to be the majority, and they can't lose any of their own seats. We've projected that they will retain the Democratic seats in both New Jersey and Maryland, the 2 more vulnerable Democratic seats. So they need 3 more if they're going to be the majority. But we are ready to project that Sheldon Whitehouse will defeat Lincoln Chafee in the state of Rhode Island. Let's bring in Jeff Greenfield. 3 pickups already for the Democrats.
They're halfway home to the need 6, and I think this one they need 6 net to get control of the Senate. They've kept New Jersey and Maryland. They have picked up Pennsylvania, Ohio, and now Rhode Island. And what this means is that the hope of the Republicans, that Lincoln Chafee, very popular, his father was a senator before him, what's happened here is that the party label, I believe, will be shown to have been decisive. Chafee, as I've mentioned, didn't even vote for George W. Bush for re-election. He didn't support the war. He didn't support the tax cuts. He did a very powerful ad saying, you want an independent voice to talk back to the president, I'm him. But Rhode Island, which gave John Kerry one of the biggest, if not the biggest margins in '04, said, you know what? Your party loyalty is a bridge too far for us, and Sheldon Whitehouse goes into the Senate.
So let's talk about where the Democrats need to win if they're going to reach that magic number of 6. They're at 3 right now. They need to pick up 3 more Republican-held seats to get to 51 in the United States Senate.
And just to make it clear, the blues are Democrats, the reds are Republicans.
These are the 33 seats that were at play tonight.
Correct. And I have colored Vermont and Connecticut blue because both Bernie Sanders and Joe Lieberman say they will vote Democratic, which puts my number at 45. What we have left to see is Virginia, Missouri, Montana, Tennessee, 4 Republican-held seats. We already see how close Virginia is. We already see how close Tennessee is. Missouri is also close, and the polls in Montana haven't closed. But this is the ball game. 3 out of 6 are in Democratic hands. New Jersey and Maryland have stayed in Democratic hands. 3 of these 4 seats, these are the contested ones. The Democrats still need 3 of these 4 to make up the 6 they need for the majority.
And some prominent Democrats, as you know, including the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, were holding out hope that Arizona, John Kyle, the incumbent Republican, that seat could be vulnerable as well.
Speaking of President Clinton, James Carville mentioned, I think, that last night at 9:30 at night, he was campaigning in Rhode Island for Sheldon Whitehouse. That's how nervous Democrats were about that. And you have to say that the states they've been most nervous about, Rhode Island, Maryland, New Jersey, have all come in for Democrats. And we're waiting to see these four. Montana, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia is going to decide whether Republicans or Democrats control the Senate.
And that race in Virginia, specifically between George Allen and Jim Webb, that's been going back and forth as the actual votes are being counted. The precincts are coming in. We're going to try to update our viewers on where it stands precisely right now. We have not been able to make a projection in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
I have to admit to you that I really like watching races where all of the computers and all of the projections and all of the modeling are thrown out the window and people sit there and actually count votes.
The good old-fashioned way of actually counting the ballots. It's encouraging. And this race in Virginia looks like it's going to be the case. If you believe what Chuck Schumer said earlier, the senator from New York who's in charge of getting Democrats elected in the Senate, he was saying that a lot of the votes from Northern Virginia had not yet been counted. Presumably that would be good for Webb because that's more of a Democratic stronghold than in the southern part of the state.
If we hadn't banned smoking in this room, I would have had an old-fashioned politician with a cigar in his mouth, a pencil, and some crumpled paper chucking the numbers for us. But
I want to go over to the board over here and take a look because there's another pickup we're ready to make, project in the House of Representatives. Take a look at this. Indiana. Here it is, right over here, Indiana 2, the 2nd District in Indiana. Joe Donnelly, the Democratic challenger to Chris Chicola. We project he will now be the next United States Congressman from Indiana. This is one of those vulnerable Republican seats in Indiana. Chris Chicola, he was one that was considered vulnerable, and now Joe Donnelly, his Democratic challenger, we project will be the next United States Congressman from Indiana in that district. I believe that's the 3rd Democratic pickup in the House of Representatives. They need 15 in order to be the majority in the House. So it's a struggle for the Democrats in the House, but slowly they might be moving in that direction, Anderson.
And at the beginning of this evening, we talked about Indiana, we talked about Kentucky as being two very important states to watch in these congressional elections to see how the Democrats would be doing. Let's talk to Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report. What do you make about this new Democratic pickup?
Well, as Wolf pointed out, now Democrats have picked up a grand total of 3 seats. They need 15. The Kentucky 3 race was the most surprising. And I think what this may foreshadow for Republicans are those Republicans who sit in Democratic-leaning seats like Ann Northrop does, who were in very tight races. They broke at the end to the Democrat. So I'm looking at other places like Clay Shaw in Florida. Those results are starting to come in. Looking at some other congressional districts in the Northeast, especially where they're districts that were won by a Democrat for president, but Republicans hold those seats.
The Kentucky 3 race you're talking about, John Yarmuth winning over Representative Ann Northrop, she distancing herself from President Bush as much as possible, calling finally in this last week for Secretary Rumsfeld to resign.
You know what? She has been one of the strongest campaigners in the entire country, and she has been able to beat very strong Democrats, even in not particularly great years. What she was unable to do was avoid just getting pulled down by this political environment. Yarmuth, not necessarily her strongest opponent ever, but he's running in the best environment I've ever seen.
Some of your sources are calling you on your phone.
That's probably true.
I'm going to let you go and get that. We're going to talk a little bit more with that. Bill Bennett, what do you make of some of these latest developments?
Well, the Northrop is one that we were hoping we'd win. The other two that Amy was talking about, we expected to lose. So this suggests that they are, as Wolf said, making some slow progress. In those other races, I'm heartbroken if it's true about Michael Steele.
I saw your reaction. You look like you've been punched in the gut.
You know,
we want a recount.
We want a recount.
Is that right?
Well, here it is. He was born in D.C. You know, his mom was a domestic. In D.C., you know, people can move to Virginia, they can move to Maryland. I'm going to recommend he move to Virginia and run the next time because he's a heck of a great guy. Lieberman, I'll go with my thesis again. This was one that the hard left was targeting. They really wanted Joe out. They put a lot of resources in it.
A lot of bloggers out there.
Soros crowd, the Daily Kos, whatever he is, and they didn't get it. And Lieberman got a fair number, yes, of Republican votes. He got a fair number of Democrat votes. And you know what he's for, don't you? He's for the war in Iraq.
J.C., what do you make?
You know, Ann Northup, I've campaigned with Ann in her district several times over the last 6-8 years. Tough campaigner, great constituent services. I'm disappointed that she lost because she's a friend, but it's a tough, as Amy said, it's a tough political climate, and that was considered a Democrat district. So I kind of felt like at the end of the night we might lose.
In Maryland, did you think that Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele would pull it out?
I did, and I'm going to be curious to break down those numbers and see what he did in the different demographics. Again, a disappointment because Michael's a personal friend, and I thought he gave Republicans a chance to do a lot of the things that I think we hadn't done over the last 10, 12 years, reaching out, growing the base of the party. He did that. You know, but again, you know, they're in Washington right next to the district, trying to bring along all the goop that he had to deal with. In the end, obviously, was overwhelming.
A lot of government workers working and living in Maryland.
Yes, and a lot of them, or a lot of somebodies in African-American precincts, were getting this sample ballot, which you see it says Democratic sample ballot on here. From the Michael Steele campaign, and it lists as a Democratic sample ballot Bob Ehrlich, the Republican governor. It lists Michael Steele, the Republican candidate for Senate. That's kind of deceptive advertising. Mr. Steele ran an energetic campaign. He's a really gifted campaigner. He had, I think, some of the most creative ads, and performances in his ads were extraordinary. But some of his advertising was a little false. He had bumper stickers that said Steele Democrat. So if the only way you can even be competitive is to pretend you're not even a Republican, that doesn't bode very well for the Republican Party.
He did try to paint Cardin as an insider, as a Washington insider, and sort of hoping that there would be an anti-incumbent drive as much as an anti-Bush drive.
That's right, and that's what we're learning tonight, is that this is an anti-Bush and anti-Republican drive. Again, I harken back to my nightmare election night of 1994. Not a single Republican incumbent lost their seat that year. Well, we're not seeing a whole lot of Democratic incumbents go down. Ben Cardin is a Washington insider. He's been in the Congress for over a decade. He's been a leader in the Congress, and that did not hurt him in this election, because people were looking for a way to take out their wrath on President Bush and this god-awful war in Iraq.
And Iraq again coming up in this race.
Sure, it's what's driving these races, you know, around the country. But that was hardly a surprise that a Democrat won in Maryland, to be honest about that. Republicans, I think, got a little overexcited. We're still in for, you know, a long night here in the Senate. We got a lot of close races to be looking at. Virginia, very, very tight. And we got Tennessee and Missouri left to look at, and Montana's coming in.
3 more seats needed for the Democrats to pick it up in the Senate.
Well, you know, Anderson, Republicans and Democrats both, we all sit around and kind of take out the pencil and paper and look at where we might be able to pick up. And Maryland, although it is a Democrat, it is a blue state, that was one that we were hopeful. We knew the odds were going to be long and they were going to be difficult, but we thought we had the right candidate with the right message, and we thought if anybody could do it, it would be Michael Steele.
Same candidate, same message in a different year. He might have won.
We're going to take a quick break. Our election coverage continues. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We have been talking a lot tonight about what a critical issue the war in Iraq has been in this election, and Bill Schneider and I are just finding out how critical it was in handing incumbent Lincoln Chafee his defeat tonight. Now, to put this into perspective for all of you, here is a man who voted against the president in 2004 as a Republican, voted against the war, voted against his tax cuts, and yet was handed this job approval rating in his state. When we asked respondents coming out of the voting booths today, how does he handle his job? 62% said they approved, 36% said they disapprove. Now, of those voters who strongly disapprove of the war in Iraq, just 27% voted for the Republican, some 72% for Sheldon Whitehouse, the newly elected senator from Rhode Island.
An amazing result. Look at that. 62% approve of Lincoln Chafee. They like him. They really like him. But they didn't vote for him. When I interviewed Sheldon Whitehouse, who has won that Senate seat, he said, I'm not going to attack Lincoln Chafee personally. He voted okay against the war, and I agree with him on a lot of issues. But he's in the wrong party. And when he votes for majority leader in the Senate, he empowers the wrong people. 52% of Rhode Island voters told us they not just disapprove of the war in Iraq, they strongly disapprove of the war in Iraq, and they voted 3-1 for White House, even though Lincoln Chafee voted against the war in Iraq. This has got to be a very frustrating night for Lincoln Chafee.
So this is all about a mandate for change?
A mandate for change and a very strong message on Iraq in Rhode Island. Lincoln Chafee was liked, but he was in the wrong party for Rhode Island voters.
So don't take it personally tonight, Lincoln. They really, really like you, but...
Wrong position on, wrong party on the war.
All right, let's go back to Wolf now.
Thank you, Paula, for that. And CNN is now projecting this hour in Rhode Island. CNN projects the Democratic challenger Sheldon Whitehouse has defeated the Republican incumbent Senator Lincoln Cheney, as we've been reporting. In Pennsylvania, CNN projecting that the Democratic challenger Bob Casey Jr. has defeated the Republican incumbent Senator Rick Santorum. CNN also projecting that Democratic Senator Joe Lieberman, now running as an independent in Connecticut, no longer a Democrat, has defeated his opponents to be reelected the United States Senator from Connecticut. Joe Lieberman will serve now as an independent, although he has promised everyone in Connecticut he will caucus with the Democrats, will effectively be a Democrat, even though he will serve as an independent. Significant races underway, still lots of uncertainty. We're just beginning our coverage, Anderson, and we got a lot more to work on.
We certainly do. 3 more seats. That's, of course, what they need in the Senate to pick up for the Democrats to take over control of the Senate. The big races right now, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia, at this point, too close.
Add Montana to the mix. That's the Republican firewall, especially Virginia, Tennessee, and Missouri. They call it the firewall because they want to hold their majority. They're obviously going to have a smaller majority if they hold it. And I think the defeat of Lincoln Chafee could well be a big dynamic tomorrow. Assume the Republicans do hold that majority by 1 or 2 seats. What you have lost, and this was an issue late in the campaign, is another moderate Republican, someone who is on the environmental committee. He's pro-choice, he's pro-gay rights, and he's pro-environment, like the Sierra Club would like him to be, and the National Research Defense Council would like him to be. If the Republicans keep their majority and a senator like Lincoln Chafee is gone, a more conservative Republican will replace him on those committees, and it will change the balance of power within the Republican caucus. So if the Republicans do hold on, it could be quite significant. They'll still be the majority party, but their own balance will be out of kilter a little bit.
Interesting. Candy?
Well, you know, it's going to, I mean, look at these races. This is going to be a long night, I think, because you have seen these, all of these go back and forth. One of the things about the firewall was that early on, Republicans looked at Montana, which is Conrad Burns and John Tester, Conrad Burns being the Republican sitting senator for 18 years, and they looked at that and thought the polls were so bad that they thought, okay, the firewall is, you know, Tennessee, Virginia, and Missouri. And within the past week, Burns has come within the margin of error.
How has he been able to come back? I mean, because early on, what he was being painted with, you know, association with Jack Abramoff, $150,000 he had to give back that he'd been given by Abramoff and his supporters. What changed?
I'll tell you what Democrats say when they watch the Tester race. They will tell you that Tester just wasn't mean enough. Tester just wasn't mean enough. That he needed to really go after Conrad Burns. Now, he had commercials and all of that, but they had to bring in the governor of Montana to say mean stuff because Tester had a hard time doing it on the campaign trail. They feel he just wasn't strong enough. Now, look, he may still win this race and will prove out that you don't have to be mean. But Conrad Burns has been there for a long time. I mean, Montana doesn't have that big a population. He knows a lot of those people there, and you can pull in some chits if you've been there a long time.
There were also some verbal miscues, some gaffes made during this race by Conrad Burns in particular.
Well, he made one reference, I think, to a Guatemalan gentleman who did some work around his house. It was viewed as a slur. He's not the best communicator in the world, but I think we may see this, and we're beginning to see it in some of these races. New Jersey's a Democratic state. Maryland's a Democratic state. Well, Montana's a Republican state. It is hard to knock off an incumbent in a state that is so deeply rooted in a partisan tradition. And so you saw that happen to Michael Steele. I don't think we've seen the end of him. I think he will be back. I remember a race a long time ago. A guy named Mitt Romney ran as a Republican against Teddy Kennedy. Everyone wanted him to go slash and burn negative. He refused. He lost to Ted Kennedy. He happens to be the governor of Massachusetts now, the outgoing governor, one of those considered a front runner for president. So I think Michael Steele will be back. In a state like Montana, though, it's a Republican state. It is hard, even in a year like this, out in the Mountain West, to beat a Republican.
The other race that has a lot of people have been focusing on the television commercials of is, of course, Tennessee. Harold Ford Jr. against Bob Corker. At this point, it seems very close.
It does seem very close. And while that ad got a lot of attention down there, it's like the Call Me Harold ad, and references to his going to a Playboy mansion to watch a football game, etc. A lot of people feel that the day that Harold Ford went to a parking lot where Corker was having a news conference and challenged him on a number of things, that it looked sophomoric. Because Harold Ford has run a heck of a race. I mean, it's been a really, really good race. Now, the ad has been seen as playing the race card. We'll have to sort of look at those exit polls. Unfortunately, when it comes to race, people sort of lie to pollsters, so it's a little hard to tell why they voted against or for someone.
It's a Republican state. Again, though, Tennessee is a Republican state. Since Al Gore left the Senate, you've had that seat in Republican hands. So when you get down to the margins in the very close races, unless we see a giant wave, and we're seeing Democratic momentum, but not a wave just yet.
Right.
Your gut tells you that in the end, that's where those states come home, but we'll be watching.
Harold Ford Jr., of course, representing from Memphis in the western part of the state, eastern part of the state, far more conservative. Our coverage continues. When we come back, we're going to take you to a blogging event at a place called Tryst, a bar in Washington, D.C. A number of bloggers, liberal and conservative, have joined together. We'll take you there live, and our coverage continues. Stay tuned.
CNN is hosting some of the most important bloggers in the blogosphere tonight at Tryst in Washington, D.C. We go to our internet reporter, Jackie Schechner, to bring us up to date on what is going on. Jackie.
Hi, Lou. I'm sitting here right now with Christy Harden-Smith, who blogs at firedoglake.com. It's one of the top liberal blogs that back Ned Lamont. What are your thoughts right now after hearing that Lieberman has eked out over Lamont?
Well, obviously it's disappointing, but at the same time, you know, I think all of the Democratic candidates that won this evening owe Ned Lamont a thank you. He changed the conversation with his win in the primary to the failures and the lack of accountability in Iraq. He changed the conversation to the fact that there needed to be less rubber stamping in the U.S. Congress and more oversight and more checks and balances, and I think that that's something that Americans voted on this evening.
We want to go over to Abby Tatton, who is with Mike Krimpaski from RedState.com, to get a little bit of conservative reaction to the Ned Lamont, Joe Lieberman race. Abby?
Yes, Jackie, it's not just the liberal, the netroots that are reacting to this. Mike Krimpaski here at the conservative group blog Red State, where last week already we saw a pre-mortem about this race, a kind of I told you so post. What's your reaction to the news of Joe Lieberman?
Well, I mean, it's delightful to see the voters of Connecticut displaying remarkable common sense, but I think that the more disappointing thing, I think, for the left is that despite all the resources and energy they've poured into this race, sort of proved their immaturity, that they pinned all their hopes on picking off an 18-year incumbent party and failed. And so what that says for their efficacy moving forward, I think it's a tough road ahead.
The liberal blogs also supporting other candidates around the country. Ned Lamont was at the top of the slate, but lots of other candidates out there that being supported. You don't see any luck for them there either?
Well, no, I mean, look, anybody can support candidates. It's clear that of all the candidates in the country that they most put their energy in and actually did make a difference in the primary, Ned Lamont was clearly top of the list. They certainly put all their chips in Lamont's camp and had more of an impact there, and were largely credited with his win in the primary, which of course now has proven woefully unsuccessful.
Woefully unsuccessful.
Millions and millions of dollars written out of Lamont's pocket.
Strong feelings here from the left and the right as we hear the news of these results coming in. Lou, we're watching all of them with some of the country's top bloggers here at Tryst in Washington, D.C., and I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And we'll be, of course, also watching what they have to say about the night's developments. One of those developments we can tell you about right now, the state of Arizona, with a number of very important state initiatives, has, we can now project past the initiative requiring English to be the official language of the state of Arizona. All of that, we still have a very important Senate race to figure out, but we will do so shortly. Wolf, over to you.
All right, Lou, thanks very much. I want to update our viewers on what exactly is going on in the United States Senate right now. Jeff Greenfield's got this, what we call our smart board. The Democrats have now taken, according to our projection, 3 Republican-held seats in the Senate. They still need 3 more. Where are the opportunities for them?
Okay, now, with Vermont and Connecticut independents caucusing with the Democrats, we are now down to 4 Republican-held seats, of which the Democrats need 3. Let's go over them. In the state of Virginia, we've been looking at this all night, a very close race between Senator Allen and former Navy Secretary James Webb. In Tennessee, former Chattanooga Mayor Bob Corker, the Republican, narrowly leads Congressman Harold Ford Jr. In Missouri, this race is extremely close. Senator Jim Talent, I believe, is just a bit ahead with not that much of the vote in of Claire McCaskill, the state auditor. And the polls are still open. That's Missouri again, I'm sorry. The polls are still open in Montana, where Senator Conrad Burns is being challenged by the state Senate President John Tester. It's very simple, Wolf. There are 4 Republican-held Senate seats out there. We're assuming that the other seats that aren't called or projected go as everyone assumes. Democrats have 3 in the bag. They need 3 of those 4 for the 6 to get control of the Senate. That's what we'll be watching for the rest of the night.
And in 3 minutes, they're going to be closing the voting in Montana, so maybe we'll get a little bit better indication of what's going on. Let's take a look at the House of Representatives right now. All 435 seats in the House are up for election this time around, as is the case every 2 years.
Right. Of the seats that have been decided, 107 to the Democrats, 88 to the Republicans. 218 is the majority. A 15-seat gain net for the Democrats is what they need. And as of now, to show you by contrast, this was the old House, 232 to 202 to 1 independent. And if we flip it, this is where we are. So we have, a couple of hundred seats left. But one thing we should mention so far, not a single Democratic incumbent House member has been defeated. And the Republicans really are hoping for no more than 4 or 5. This is the story of the night.
And we're counting down to the closing 10 p.m. on the East Coast. There will be a few states that will be closing their polls at that time, and we're going to take a closer look at several of them. It's only about 2 minutes from now. In the House of Representatives, the Democrats have made a modest amount of inroads so far. It's almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Are you surprised that we haven't been able to project a greater number of Democratic takeovers in the House so far?
Well, there are no exit polls in the House races. We haven't heard about what's happened in Ohio. We haven't heard from Pennsylvania. We haven't heard from New York State, with a ton of endangered Republicans.
And I think Connecticut, too.
And Connecticut, where there are 3 or 4. So I think that may be a matter of vote counting. Polls, as you say, are closing in about a minute and a half. We have some questions that we may or may not get to. Here they are. Is the West turning blue or purple? A lot of endangered Republicans in what were once safe seats. Did the Rove machine sizzle or fizzle? The vaunted 72-hour turnout. We should be getting this picture from across the country. The shape of the Senate. Well, we just talked about that. And how blue a House. If we think the Democrats are going to take this House, we haven't projected that yet, will it be with a tiny margin, where the moderates and conservatives hold power, or will it bigger margin? We hope that these questions will be able to be answered in the hour, if not hours ahead. Well,
did the Rove machine sizzle or fizzle? Who wrote that question?
Well, what can I tell you? I'll cop to that.
All right, let me just update our viewers on what is going on right now as we wait about 45 seconds or so from now, the closing of some polls out in the West, including in Montana. Right now, the Democrats have picked up 3 seats in the Senate. 3 seats. They need 6 in order to be the majority. If they pick up 5, there's a 50-50 split in the Senate. The Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, is the President of the Senate. He breaks the tie, so nominally the Republicans would be the majority in the United States Senate. The Democrats have picked up, as we know, at least 3 Republican-held seats in the House. They need 15. We're watching all of this very, very carefully. In short, the night is still young. Lots of United States Senator from Utah will be reelected. re-elected. Orrin Hatch has never had much of a problem getting himself re-elected in Utah, does that right now. We cannot project the key Senate race that's closing at this point in Montana. Conrad Burns, John Tester. We're watching that race very, very closely. But there's Rick Santorum, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania, with his family. We've projected he's been defeated. Let's listen in briefly.
Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, and wished him all of ours very best to him in his new role. Pledge to him any support that we can give to make sure that the people of Pennsylvania continue to be served in a seamless way over the next couple of months. I congratulate him, and I mean that wholeheartedly. I congratulate him. He ran an excellent campaign. I know he is a fine man, and he'll do a fine job for Pennsylvania. Please give him a round of applause, please. Come on, give it up. Give him a round of applause. The first thing I'd like to say, you know, I was thinking about what the first thing I would say when I came out here, and it came down to the same thing either way. Karen and I and the kids just want to thank God for blessing us.
All right, so Rick Santorum, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania, conceding defeat, graciously congratulating the new senator. He will be the new senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey Jr. You could see the tears welling up among his young kids who were there with him. But Rick Santorum will not be reelected to the United States Senate. Anderson?
Wolf, Bill Bennett earlier was saying Rick Santorum's political future is still very much alive, possibly even a run for the president.
I think you'll see people talk about that. As Bill noted, very popular among social conservatives, is a conviction conservative, someone who stands his ground, and even if he knows he's unpopular but believes it's the right thing to do, he says it. JC's absolutely right, too, and the Democrats do give Rick Santorum a ton of credit for working on AIDS, poverty, and other issues. They worked very hard against him in this campaign because they want the majority, but they do give him credit on those issues. Another interesting choice for him could be, it looks like Ed Rendell will be reelected governor of Pennsylvania tonight. I'm not sure if we've projected that race or not, but he was way ahead for most of the race. Rick Santorum could, Ed Rendell, I talked to him the other day, says this is his last campaign. Maybe Rick Santorum could work for 4 years, rehabilitate his image, and run for governor in a few years as well, too. A young man and a very popular among conservatives.
How does this change the balance of power among Republicans in the Senate?
Well, first of all, it leaves an opening in the leadership. I mean, what's going to be really interesting is to see when Republicans come back, whether they're in the minority or the majority, they're going to have leadership openings. One of them is Rick Santorum.
He was the third most powerful
Republican on the Senate side. And you have Bill Frist retiring. So you have these huge openings for leadership. So when they look at the makeup of who's coming back, in the Senate, they're going to have to make their choices on who's going to actually lead them, and that always sends a powerful signal as to whether the Republican Party has learned anything if they're defeated, or whether they're staying the course policy-wise or even philosophy-wise. So it's going to be very interesting with this vacancy and the Frist vacancy to see how they begin to shape who they are for 2008.
You agree with that, Marcus?
I think that's exactly the question. I think while we've heard some laudatory things tonight about the bipartisanship on occasion of the senator from Pennsylvania who only has another 2 months in office now, we have to remember this was an incredibly politicizing, divisive, partisan, both on the floor of the United States Senate, but also back in Pennsylvania. And that's one reason he's been turned out tonight. So while he reached across the aisle on occasion, his rhetoric is amongst the most heated of the U.S. Senate. The question now is, what will this new Republican, if the Republicans keep the Senate and Democrats win the House, as many prognosticators were prognosticating, the question is going to be, what is that Republican Senate like? It's the upper house of U.S. government. Are they going to work with the Democratic House? Or are they going to make sure the Democrats get nothing done? If a firebrand partisan like Rick Santorum is not returned to the Senate, maybe that the American people are sending a message to the Republican senators.
And one of the challenges in that Senate, you have a number of senators running for president. One of them, John McCain, considered the front runner right now. His presidential campaign began a few hours ago, if not a few months ago. And so how the internal Senate dynamic works is very important, whether the Republicans are in the majority or not. The man in line right now to be leader, and there needs to be an election first, is Mitch McConnell, someone with whom John McCain has been like this over the years on campaign finance and other issues. So the internal Senate dynamic, as Kenny noted, win or lose, will be quite fascinating.
Let's talk about that with some of our analysts back here a little bit. J.C. Watts, Bill Bennett in particular, how do Republicans in the Senate change with Rick Santorum gone, Bill Frist retiring?
You know, I have not thought about that other than Mitch McConnell being the majority leader if we hang on, which I think we will. Mitch
is there a lesson in this for Republicans that a Rick Santorum goes down?
You know, I think it's this, Anderson. I tell you a story I heard about a football team losing a game 177-0, and the coach was trying to figure out, what do I say to my players? And he said, you know what? I know what I'll do. We'll go back to basics. He took a football and held it up and he said, guys, we're going back to basics. This is a football. And I think that's where we are. You know, we've gotten away from who we are as Republicans over the last 3 or 4 years, and now we've seen Democrat candidates come along, like the guy in Indiana. I think Bob Casey is. I think that's who Bob Casey is. But I think we're seeing those type of candidates that's coming along and kind of, looking like Republicans. And in this environment, the edge have gone to them. So I think Republicans need to get back to basics and try to broaden the base a little bit and look at some of those issues that I think the evangelical community is concerned about, and we talked about those a little earlier.
There have been some conservatives who said, look, this may not be a bad thing for the Republican Party, kind of a shot in the arm, a wake-up call.
Yeah, I think there'll be a bigger shift if there is one in the Republican Party in the House leadership. I think you could see a real shake-up here.
So?
It'll be generational. I think you'll see guys like Pence, who I see is winning big, people like John Shadegg and others, people who have not had their way on limitations on spending, really urge their will here upon the majority. And I think you'll see them rise up and maybe replace a lot of the leadership. I agree. I think Mitch McConnell probably becomes the majority leader if we hold the Senate. And I don't think so. I mean, unless you see John Kyle thrown out, and a host of other conservatives across the land, I don't think there's any kind of sea change for the party.
From the Democratic perspective, should there be a message to the Republicans?
Well, yeah, there ought to be. I mean, let's hope they don't learn it. But I think that when you see somebody who's your number 3 leader in the Senate go down in a landslide, right, against a guy that I think he kind of denigrated in the campaign, that tells you something. And I think it's what Marcus was talking about, the sort of overheated rhetoric, fine for a guy like me, not very good for a guy who's the number 3 person in the United States Senate. The really bitter, divisive partisanship, the really remarkable attack that Senator Santorum made on gay Americans when he compared them to people who commit bestiality. I mean, that sort of thing is so over the top that I think Republicans will want to correct back from that, and they'll have ample opportunity to do it in a closely divided Senate, no matter who's in the majority. I mean, that place has to work on bipartisanship. Bill?
Well, again, this was a comment, I think, taken out of context. We'll need to argue that. Look at Rick Santorum and the totality of his actions. And again, in the state of Pennsylvania, this is not a red state. You've got conservative stars in this party in the Senate, guys like Norm Coleman, Tom Coburn from Oklahoma, and others. John Kyle remains one. And I don't think this is any kind of ideological sea change. You're right. Rick Santorum's he's a slashing debater, and he made people really angry, and he was targeted. And Pennsylvania is no gimme state for Republicans.
What's the lesson for Republicans in this?
Well, I think Santorum probably lost touch with the state. He was busy raising money on K Street. He was the chairman of the K Street project, which was, of course, conveniently being disregarded here. He was also a huge supporter of the Iraq War. I think the combination of K Street and Iraq probably did him not a lot of good in a state like Pennsylvania. It's a blue state, but Republicans have traditionally done sort of pretty well there. And I think that JC is right to some extent. The Republicans and the Democrats now have a chance. I think people want their political parties to reconnect with them, and I think the message here is too much hyper-partisanship is probably not what people are looking for.
The Bush-Roe strategy has always been a base strategy, where the base is always the most partisan folks. The Clinton Democratic strategy was always find the center in the middle. It looks like the beginning signs tonight are that this sort of centrist strategy is going to be the smarter one tonight.
I got to go to Wolf, though. I was watching some races. Wolf?
Thanks, Anderson. Thanks, guys, very much. We want to take a closer look right now at Virginia. This is a key battleground state. The Republicans and the Democrats fiercely fighting for the state. Here's what the actual votes show right now, with 88% of the precincts reporting, 50% for Allen, 49% for Jim Webb, the Democratic challenger. Take a look at the actual number. That's about, 25,000 out of almost 2 million votes cast, which is not a whole lot. Still 12% left to be counted, Jeff Greenfield. So it's still very, very close. Could go either way. And I want to show our viewers these two maps that we've put together because they're significant. This is what has been reported so far. The red is Republican, the blue is Democrat, and they're different shades depending on what's coming on. The white is clearly precincts that have not yet reported. But compare that, Jeff, to the current Senate contest versus the presidential race in 2004.
Well, if you look over at the presidential map, George W. Bush handily defeated John Kerry. People describe the North as Democratic and the South as Republican. It's more complicated than that. But Kerry, except for carrying the area right around the northern suburbs of Washington and the strip down in the southeast, couple of areas west and south of Roanoke, basically Bush carried almost every county. If you look at 2006, James Webb is doing much stronger in the northern suburbs. He is carrying Arlington by I think it's 30 or even 40 points, and he has extended his reach into counties that George Bush carried 2 years earlier. There's been talk that Virginia in the north particularly has had an infusion of more Democratic voters. I think you can see that in the map in and around Fairfax, where Arlington and where a lot of the folks who work in Washington live. And you can also see that he has won a couple of counties by bigger margins in the center of the state. That's why that blue is deeper than Kerry did in losing to Bush 2 years ago. That's why this race is so close. Our colleague Lou Dobbs has pointed out that gay marriage is on the ballot in Virginia, and it may be that if George Allen ekes out a victory when all these votes are counted, you're right, he's 25,000 votes ahead, maybe that'll be the determining factor. I hope our exit polls show that.
But if you take a look at that one county outside of Richmond, which is still white, that suggests that the precincts there have not yet reported. Is that right?
I believe that's right.
Because if you look at that same county in the presidential contest in 2004, that was about as blue can be right there. So presumably that county near Richmond is a Democratic county, which would perhaps be good news for Webb if they still have to count that county right there.
As we said earlier, we're going to have to wait and watch these votes come out. But clearly, James Webb, Vietnam combat veteran, a man who was no cultural liberal, is running a lot stronger race in Virginia than John Kerry did 2 years ago.
50-49 with 89% of the vote already counted. Paula, this is getting very, very tight in Virginia, as we suspected it would.
It is getting very, very tight and getting very, very interesting. It appears as though we have a battle of the sexes going on tonight in Virginia. I want you to take a look at these numbers. When we asked the men who they voted for, 55% said Allen, 44% Webb. All right. We kind of expected that.
Football, one word. Allen's father was a famous football coach of the Washington Redskins. Men, despite the Webb standing as a military hero, Secretary of the Navy, men are voting for Allen.
Now let's see how women voted. 46% for Senator Allen to Webb's 53%. So it would appear as though every time that Mr. Allen characterized Mr. Webb as a misogynist, a man who didn't respect women, that didn't stick with these women who voted.
It did not stick, and we actually asked people in the exit poll, does Jim Webb respect women? 60% said yes. He tried to make an issue also of George Allen's statements about minorities, the famous macaca moment. The voters of Virginia's 56% said George Allen does respect minorities. So neither one of those charges really stuck. But I'll tell you, if you had to say what to sum up these two charts, Virginia, men voting for Allen, that's football. Women voting for Webb, that is Iraq.
And that appears as though that vote is breaking in Webb's favor. The folks who were opposed to the war seem to be voting for Mr. Webb.
All right, Paul, thanks very much. Ned Lamont, the Democratic candidate for the United States Senate, is conceding in Connecticut. Let's listen in briefly to hear what he has to say.
We can be proud. We made a difference. We made a difference. You can't do anything in life without your family. I'm here with my family. My wife Annie, Lindsay, Teddy, Emily, my mom and my dad. My parents told me, you're only on this earth a short time. Do your best to make a difference, and just do your best. And that's what we did for the last 10 months, and that's what we do again starting tomorrow.
All right, Ned Lamont, who beat Joe Lieberman in the Democratic primary. Joe Lieberman now beating Ned Lamont in Connecticut. Lieberman as an independent reelected to the United States Senate. We're still watching several key battleground states, including in Virginia, in Missouri, in Montana, in Tennessee. Still uncertainty. We're going to continue our special coverage from CNN election headquarters here in New York. We'll be right back. A huge fight going on in the United States Senate right now. The Democrats have picked up 3 Republican seats so far. If they want to be the majority, they though have to pick up 6, and there's still battles going on in several of those states, at least 4 where Democrats theoretically have some opportunity. They've managed to hold on, based on our projections, to Maryland and New Jersey, 2 states where the Republicans thought they perhaps could make some inroads. In the House of Representatives, it's turning out to be a real slugfest. Up here we've got Jeff Greenfield, some of the major races, about 36 of the races that were projected to be real battlegrounds, and it's certainly turning out to be the case in several of them. Let's talk about a few of them while we have these numbers coming in specifically here.
Okay, well, let's go over my shoulder in Kentucky 4, where Democrats are hoping that former Congressman Ken Lucas could beat Jeff Davis. 82% of the vote in. Davis has a slight lead. In Indiana 9, this third straight match between Barron Hill and Sodrell, the incumbent is trailing Barron Hill by just 2 percentage points. Way too
with 83% of the vote in.
Right, and if we're just looking at race so we can actually say something about
2
numbers.
of the pickups we have already made in Indiana 2 and Indiana 8 and Kentucky 3.
Now in Ohio 15, this is Deborah Price, who is considered a very endangered Republican, running against Mary Jo Kilroy. 83% of the vote in, 50-50. 600 votes separate them. Let's go over to Illinois 6. This is one of the most
before you go over there, I want you to go down to Florida 16, because this is Mark Foley's seat. His name is there, even though he's in rehab.
That's right. Joe Negron, the Republican, who would take the seat, has the burden of telling people, please vote for Mark Foley, who resigned in disgrace, if you want to vote for me. That race was considered lost by Republicans. They've been more optimistic, 84% of the vote in, and they are, 1 percentage point apart. But I'd like to go to Illinois 6.
Before you go back, we've just been able to make a projection over here. In Kentucky 4, the Davis-Lucas race, we project that the Republican will, in fact, hold on to his seat, and the Democrat Lucas will not be able to overcome that challenge.
Well, that is a spark of good news for Republicans, because that was a seat that Democrats had definitely targeted. But it's the seat in Illinois. This is Illinois 6. Henry Hyde, the legendary Republican, retiring after, I think, 16 terms in the House. The Democrats put up what they call one of the fighting Democrats, Tammy Duckworth, who had lost both legs in Iraq. She is trailing the Republican
Peter Roskam. But it's only 14% of the precincts reporting right now. I'm very interested in Florida, House 22, Clay Shaw. He is the longtime Republican incumbent. 76% of the precincts reporting. This is the Fort Lauderdale area down there. And his opponent seems to be slightly ahead, 51-47%.
Clearly too early to call. Let's move on a little bit now. Connecticut 2. We've talked about endangered moderate Republicans. Rob Simmons, a very popular incumbent who fought for the submarine base in New London, but Connecticut is a blue state. He is holding his own with 41% of the vote in, running 50-50. Let's look at Pennsylvania.
We're going to take a break right now from this. We're going to continue to look at these races. It's fascinating. Come on, follow me back here, because Lou Dobbs has got a special guest that he's going to talk to.
Absolutely, Wolf. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. We're going to turn to Democratic headquarters again on this night of hotly contested races in the House and the Senate, and turn to Rahm Emanuel. He's the chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Rahm, good to see you.
Nice to see
evening
you,
with 3 pickups in the Senate. You've got to feel pretty good about that. It looks like a real contest underway in the House at this point. How do you feel there?
Well, I was based on some of the results, like in Connecticut 5, in the Indiana 2 and 8. We have some different numbers in Indiana 9, but also in New Hampshire. We count here +7 already. So I feel very, very good that we are, you know, at least it's an evening is early, but we're halfway around the bend already.
Halfway around the bend, you said a couple of days ago that you certainly would rather be you than the other guys. Give us a sense of how you feel right now tonight about picking up a majority in the House.
Ready? I'm going to be consistent. I'd rather be us than them.
I tried to take that away from you, but you just wouldn't.
No way, Lou. Here's the deal. We are getting a lot of results in that you guys have yet to post. If you look at places like in Pennsylvania, you look at Connecticut, you look at New Hampshire, you look at Indiana, you look at Kentucky, you look at even Kansas, you look at the Florida 22. It is Democrats are poised, and we have yet to get west of the Mississippi. I feel very good about the numbers we're starting to see across both Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and upstate New York.
And referring to the New Hampshire race, we're projecting Hodes beating Charlie Bass at this point. He's a CNN projected winner.
And Lou, what's consistent though is, look at this. What people are saying is we need a change. Washington just isn't getting it anymore. And that race was not even on anybody's screen until about 3 weeks ago. I've talked to Paul 3 times tonight, and that is a big victory over Charlie Bass. But again, what was the central issue there? The war. What was the central issue in the Nancy Johnson-Chris Murphy race? Nancy Johnson is the author of the prescription drug bill, and she ran against a state senator who had a record on health care issues. She lost. What's the #1 issue for the Democrats? We are going to have direct negotiations for prescription drug prices, lowering those prices. That is a big bellwether race.
A big bellwether race. You're feeling still like you'd rather be you than the other guys tonight.
Right.
We'll take that as your best.
That's all you're going to get from a middle kid.
You got it. Rahm Emanuel, chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee. We appreciate it. Anderson, over to you.
Lou, thanks. One of Rahm Emanuel's strategies this year has been to get Iraq War veterans to run. Tammy Duckworth, probably most notably, you were out there covering that campaign. At this point, not many of the precincts have reported in that race. A wise strategy, it seems?
Look, she was not just, and she didn't really run on the war. She didn't have to. This is a woman that lost both legs in an attack, a grenade attack. So she didn't ever really have to bring up the war. She said, look, what we need is a plan. I'm not a cut and run, but I really want to see a plan. She said from her hospital bed, she looked up and realized that only 2 members of Congress had a child that was over there. So there was a lot going on in this race. But if you asked both of those candidates what it was about, they would tell you health care. They would tell you the economy. They didn't see the war as a big factor, but she was a living symbol of the cost of this war.
James Carville said earlier he sees the war as a big factor. He called it the elephant not only in this room but probably in a lot of the voting booths around the country. You see that being borne out tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Candy's right. Tammy Duckworth didn't have to raise the war as an issue. It's a very conservative district. It's currently held by Henry Hyde, one of the most conservative members of the House. But her whole bearing brings it out. In Pennsylvania, Patrick Murphy, a young Army captain who served in Iraq and also taught at West Point, is running a strong race in the Philadelphia suburbs. And just north of there, Joe Sestak, who's a 3-star admiral, is running. These are not your grandfather's Democrats, right? These is, as Marcus was saying about the Republicans, this is a different type of Democrat. And Rahm Emanuel did a terrific job of going around the country and finding these young heroes and recruiting them to run for the Democratic Party.
Critics of the Democrats' response on the war are saying, look, all the Democrats are talking about is criticizing the president. They don't have a strategy of their own.
Well, 2 things. It's early. I may regret this, but if the 800-pound gorilla, as James said, is the war and George Bush, I do not see this overwhelming wave of anger against George Bush. It looks to me like the Democrats are crawling to what will probably be a majority. But, you know, 6 years, 6-year term, after the 6-year itch, you almost always get 20, 25 seats. I do not see this overwhelming rejection of the president or what he's doing and what he stands for. Now, the question is...
And I'm sorry, do you say that based on the tight races that are still going on in Virginia and Tennessee?
These things are very tight. Look, we lost Rick Santorum. Obviously, he was a strong defender of the war. We lost Ann Northup. These are body blows, no doubt about it. But some people were predicting a kind of tidal wave, that the country was so angry with George Bush and so angry with the war that this thing would just sweep from the east to the west. We are certainly not seeing that. However, I mean, the responsible point to make is this. If you do see a Democrat majority in the House of Representatives, then we want to see what it is they propose. Will they propose cutting off appropriations for the war, other resolutions, other actions? Howard Dean said no. Look, nobody's happy with the situation in Iraq. But what do you do? I heard Howard Dean say earlier, and this, I don't think I'd heard him before say it, well, we're not saying we should leave. So with the power will come responsibility. But I do not see this massive rejection. I would congratulate Rahm Emanuel, your buddy. He's done a very good job of recruiting people, and I'm delighted to see these soldiers running for office. I think it's great. I would like to know how the soldier vote's going in these districts. We do men, we do women. I'd like to know where soldiers are voting.
Do you see a wave, James Carville?
I see two countries. The South, the Republicans are doing quite well. Outside the South, they're doing quite poorly. And if you look here, I think the big story at the end of this night is that there was some kind of a tide or wave or whatever you want to call it in places like Indiana. Obviously, going to probably see it in Ohio. You're going to see it in Pennsylvania. You're not seeing it in the southern states, and that's going to mean that the Republican Party is going to be much, much more of a southern-based political party after tonight. The Democrats have not traditionally done well in the South, and it doesn't look like they're doing very well in the South tonight. So I think that's the big regional story that's coming out of this election, at least at this junction.
What do the Democrats do about Iraq if they take the House?
Well, I think Bill Bennett's right. They don't defund the war. That's ultimately how we wound up getting out of Vietnam, but that was after 20 years. I don't think that's going to happen. It's not in the cards. You'll have a few people calling for things like that. But I think what they're going to do, if they're wise, is first and foremost, try to hold oversight. It's the one thing that the president needs most from the Congress that they haven't given him. Hold the Pentagon's feet to the fire. Hold Donald Rumsfeld's feet to the fire. Most Democrats would like to see the president fire Mr. Rumsfeld. There's a lot of stuff like that they can do. Nobody wants 535 secretaries of defense. But I think collectively the House and the Senate ought to get together and really press the president to make a change at the Pentagon. I think that will be enough. Nobody wants, as I say, the Democratic majority to say, okay, here's how many troops should be in Basra versus Baghdad. That's the job for the chief executive.
Do you think that will be enough? Because if that's all they do, then don't they get criticized for just kind of allowing this thing to fester on?
The political lynch mob after Rumsfeld may be satisfied viscerally by getting after him and sacking him. But everything that's been said has been predicated, it seems to me, on the notion that action has to be taken. Things have to be done. We have to change course. We have to do what Mirth is saying or what something else. So I just don't think it will do to say now we're going to have oversight hearings. You've got people dying in Iraq. You've got this terrible struggle for power. You've got people saying let's get this thing resolved. To have oversight looks a little bit still like continuing to second guess and not to have a plan for winning the thing or whatever else is done. I don't think that'll work. I don't think it's enough.
Anderson, I think, and I've said before that I think when the benchmark is Americans' lives being lost, on a weekly basis and more money being spent on a weekly basis, if that's the benchmark, we lose. Republicans lose. The president loses. Americans lose. There has to be a plan, and I think the administration has failed to talk about their plan every day to win. The American people want us to win, and I think this is a challenge for the Democrats. Okay, if you're in the majority now, if you're in charge, what is your plan to win? And your plan to win can't be just being against the president's plan. And to this point, that's pretty much what we've heard. I think the American people are saying to Republicans, Democrats, what's your plan to win?
Is oversight enough for the Democrats?
Well, first of all, I had no idea. By Thanksgiving, we'll have been in Iraq long before World War II. I mean, we defeated Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, and by everybody's estimation, we slide anyway. If the president has a plan to win, no one's seen it. All right? And secondly, I think what the Democrats are going to wisely do is they have the Baker-Hamilton Commission. I think that they're going to wait for these recommendations to come in. Obviously, they're not going to recommend the president's plan. And I think you're going to have a Democratic congressional majority, but strengthened Democratic presence in the Senate. It looks like now it may not be a majority. We'll have to wait and see. And that's going to put the president alone against the congressional Democrats, the Baker people, and a lot of Republicans who have a very serious problems with the lack of strategy that we have in Iraq right now.
We're going to talk a lot more about Iraq in the hours ahead. Right now, though, Senator John Kerry is introducing Deval Patrick, the new governor of Massachusetts. Let's listen in.
We have made history tonight because we have reelected for an unprecedented 9th time the greatest senator in the history of the United States Senate, Ted Kennedy. And we have made history, not just here, but across the country, because it is clear from those who are winning in America that Americans are voting not just for Democrats or for Republicans. They are voting to end the politics of smear and fear. They want a change. And today, especially important to all of us, is the fact that Massachusetts has kept faith with the most important of all American dreams and promises. That whether you're the son of a school teacher in Worcester or a kid from the south side of Chicago, whether you're black or white, whether you're rich or poor, America is a place where hard work and vision and dreams become a reality, and right here in Massachusetts. For Tim Murray, for Deval Patrick, for Democrats, independents, and yes, even for some Republicans across the state of Massachusetts, that is exactly what happened today. That dream became real. They won big, and so did Massachusetts. Now,
obviously, we have projected Lieberman the winner in Connecticut. A very closely watched race. Let's listen in.
Our new lieutenant governor, let me tell you, we have a proven leader who knows what it takes to build community.
Hey, Nick. Well, I love you. I'm Joe Lieberman, and I approve of this election. And not only that, I deeply appreciate this election. Thank you, Jimmy Ammon. Thank you, Mike Jarjura. Thank you, John Picard, Kevin Cunningham, Mike Coffey, and Herb Grant, and the group from the Norwalk Common Council, and so many others from public life who are up here. Dear friends, thanks to the labor leaders who are with me. And the firefighters of Connecticut.
And that's Joe Lieberman speaking in Connecticut, thanking the many people who supported him and got him to where he is now. We're going to take a short break, and our coverage, America Votes 2006, continues in a moment.
Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton re-elected tonight in New York State. She's speaking right now. Let's listen in briefly.
Culture of corruption and the dominance of special interests, and a new beginning for our beloved country. So I thank all of you. I thank you for walking the precincts, for phoning your friends, for emailing everyone you know, for driving voters to the polls, for making this wonderful victory possible. But I am prepared to roll up my sleeves and get to work with our next governor, Eliot Spitzer, and our next lieutenant governor, David Paterson, and our wonderful attorney general,
All right, Hillary Rodham Clinton reelected. No great surprise there. She did spend millions and millions of dollars to get herself reelected. There are 2 more pickups. We can now project in the U.S. House of Representatives for the Democrats. First of all, in Pennsylvania. The 7th District of Pennsylvania, the longtime Republican Curt Weldon goes down to defeat Joe Sestak, who is his Democratic challenger, will become the next United States congressman from the 7th District of Pennsylvania. This is a pickup for the Democrats. Another pickup, Jeff, is in Ohio in the 18th District there. Zach Space, the Democratic challenger, beating Joy Padgett, the Republican incumbent. This is another pickup right now for the Democrats.
And what do these two have in common? The issue of corruption. Curt Weldon's offices were raided by federal authorities looking for evidence of financial chicanery, earmarks. His daughter was a lobbyist. And in Ohio 18, that was Bob Ney's seat, the congressman who is an involuntary guest of the federal government for his involvement with the Jack Abramoff scandal. That was a reliably Republican district, but as you can see, Zach Space is winning that seat handily. Joe Sestak also is a retired admiral, vice admiral, so I guess you could call him one of the fighting Democrats that we've been talking about all night. A lot of the Democratic candidates for the House have military backgrounds, making the national security issue more on their side.
And this is at least 6 pickups for the Democrats in the House of Representatives. We can now project the winner in the race for the governor of Florida. Charlie Crist, the Republican, will succeed Jeb Bush as the next governor from the state of Florida. Charlie Crist, who had effectively snubbed the president in the final day of campaigning by not going to the president's rally in Pensacola, he goes on to win the state of Florida.
Right, succeeding Jeb Bush, a very popular 2-term governor who, if his name weren't Bush, might be a contender for 08. But this is I guess, a hold. I think a lot of people raised their eyebrows, including people on the White House staff, when Mr. Crist decided that he could be better used elsewhere. But maybe
that strategy worked for him, because we are projecting that Charlie Crist beats Jim Davis and will be the next governor from the state of Florida. The Republicans hold their own.
One very quick note: when we talk about a tied or a non-tied, we need to remember that many of the endangered Republican districts in New York, in Ohio, some in Pennsylvania, have not yet been called one way or the other, not yet been projected, and we have not yet crossed the Mississippi, as Rahm Emanuel reminded us. So we really have no notion of the dimensions of what's going to happen tonight till some of these races are finally decided.
All right, Curt Weldon goes down, and Bob Ney's seat, which was Republican, will now turn Democratic. We're going to update our viewers right now. It's about 10:43 p.m. on the East Coast on this election night, with polls now closed in 44 states. CNN projects Democrats will take GOP-held Senate seats in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island, and will successfully defend their own seats in New Jersey and Maryland, both of those seats heavily targeted by the Republicans. That puts them at this point halfway to the net gain of 6 seats they need to capture a majority in the United States Senate. It's by no means an easy chore, because these other 4 seats at least are very, very close right now. The Republican candidates and the Democratic candidates all doing very, very well. They're both hovering around the 50% mark. We're watching very closely Virginia, Tennessee, Montana, and Missouri. We're also watching all of the other states that are very, very close. In the House of Representatives, the Democrats have not yet, by our count, picked up their 15 seats. Lou has got a special guest. Lou?
Thank you very much, Wolf. We want to turn now to Senator Barack Obama. Senator Obama, good to have you here. You've been out working very hard for your candidates, and it appears that in large measure, this early, we can say your work is being rewarded. Still 3 Senate seats needed for the Democrats to take control of the Senate. What is your thought right now?
Well, look, I think it's clear that the voters are looking for change, and that is what I think this election has been about. Where Democrats have successfully made the case for change, I think they're going to win. I think that the pickups that we have indicate some deep concern on the part of the American people that we haven't been pursuing practical, common sense solutions on the issues that affect their lives. Issues like the minimum wage, issues like making sure our kids are prepared for math and science, rising healthcare costs, rising tuition costs, and most of all, Iraq, a sense that it's been a little too ideologically driven, not enough driven by the facts on the ground. And so I think this is probably going to be an opportunity for Democrats to help forge a different direction, and hopefully we're going to seize it tonight.
Virginia, Tennessee, 2 races far too close to call. Harold Ford Jr. considered to be one of the best candidates, if not the best candidate in terms of his campaign skills and his record. Are you surprised at the performance at this point?
Well, look, Harold Ford Jr. is the best campaigner that I've seen in a long time, and it's a testament to his skills that this race is even close. Tennessee historically has been a very Republican state, and I think that he has performed magnificently. I'm hoping that as the results carry forward at the end of it, that he will be one of my colleagues in the United States Senate.
And amongst your colleagues in the United States Senate, no matter how these last 3 seats are decided, the issue of Iraq, the Democratic Party in this campaign has succeeded in putting it to the forefront for a public choice. Do you think that this election, irrespective of whether or not you take control of the Senate, irrespective of whether you take control of the House, that the focus on Iraq will result in a new policy direction?
Well, look, I think the American people voted for a change of course in Iraq. I don't think we have great options in Iraq. I think we've got bad options and worse options, and part of that has to do with the mistakes of the past. But moving forward, I hope that you've got the Baker-Hamilton Commission that's going to be putting a report forward. I hope that gives Republicans who have started to recognize the enormous problems with the president's strategy a place to land. I think Democrats have to be constructive in trying to find a way to change the dynamic there. I personally believe that the only way we can get Iraqis to take more responsibility is to begin a phased withdrawal, but I think that's something that can only be discussed in the context of something that keeps our troops secure and prevents complete collapse of the country. So it can't be precipitous, and I think that the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and particularly the military who are actually in Iraq, have to be part of that decision-making.
Barack Obama, we thank you very much for being here, Senator Barack Obama. Thank you, sir. And we're going to turn now to Anderson Cooper. Anderson.
Lou, thanks very much. We can project actually another race right now, the 11th District in North Carolina. We can project that Heath Shuler has won that race, a Democrat. He ran against Charles Taylor, 8-term Republican incumbent. Candy Crowley traveled to North Carolina, profiled Heath Shuler in the Broken Government series. Surprise?
No. I mean, this is, you know, he's young, he's energetic, he used to play in the NFL.
Quarterback.
He's quarterback, returning to Washington where he wasn't that popular of a quarterback. So, but he is one of those that we're talking about as the Southern template. He was virtually indistinguishable from his Republican opponent on the social issues. He was very strong on the military. The fact of the matter is, in this district, there are more Democrats registered than there are Republicans, but the district kept voting Republican because it is so conservative. He came, he took the social issues off the table: gun, gods, gays. You know, this is a man who doesn't drink coffee or tea. He wouldn't debate on a Sunday because he wanted to go to church with his family. So he took all those issues that have removed Democrats from the South largely and went ahead with the other issues and strong on defense, that kind of thing, and ousted a 8-term Republican.
We should also just remind our viewers this is the 7th pickup for the Democrats in the House. They need 8 more in order to take control of the House. Those are the numbers we are watching very carefully. Obviously, 3 more pickups needed in the Senate side. This race, it was a very interesting race. I mean, there are some. How pleased can liberal Democrats be tonight? I mean, so many of the Democrats who seem to be doing well are far more conservative than the liberals.
Well, they will be happy if they take power in the House and Nancy Pelosi is Speaker, because then they will control the House, they will control the committees. Most of the chairmen of those committees, those Democrats waiting to be chairman, most of them I think you would classify as liberals. But I'm sure they will also realize they need to heed the message of this. So far, though, Heath Shuler is an anomaly. We're seeing it's the first one, and we're still waiting for a number of southern states to come in. You have the southern and the border states, a few Democratic pickups. Most of the Republican losses so far, though, have been in the Northeast, and I think it's in the Mid-Atlantic states. I think what James was saying earlier is a very significant dynamic. If you have a Northeast, Midwest Center Democratic Party, a Southern-dominated Republican Party, it affects the politics in Congress because they vote different on guns, they vote different on gods and gays, they vote different on energy issues. So the regional divide may become a big subplot in our politics going forward.
The ballot initiatives, there have been 8 in 8 states this time around to ban same-sex marriage. How have they? Has that generated as much excitement as it did among conservative voters that it did 2 years ago?
It always gets them out to vote, I think, and we'll see what happens in Virginia. We'll see what happens in these. I mean, to me, the one that as far as we can see traveling the country, that generated the most excitement was actually stem cell. That seems to be the new issue, and it breaks really more for moderate Republicans and Democrats who tend to be for it. And in fact, it was what Jim Talent, the incumbent Republican senator in Missouri, who is in quite a race with Claire McCaskill for his seat, was sort of stuck because he had moderate Republicans who favored this stem cell, and then he had his conservative Christians who didn't. So he was sort of right. It tends to be the perfect issue for Democrats to put out there because, in fact, it tends to divide Republicans. So I think in terms of gay marriage, yes, it still brings evangelicals out, but the more scintillating sort of fiery debate this time around was about stem cell research.
And we continue to watch the ballot initiative in Missouri for the final results on that. We'll bring that to you, of course, when it happens. Let's go to Wolf right now.
Anderson, thanks very much. I want to pay attention to what's happening in Florida right now. There's Joe Negrin. He's the Republican candidate to fill the seat of Mark Foley, who's in rehab right now, the congressional page scandal. Right now, with 91% of the votes counted, we have his opponent Tim Mahoney with 49%. To Negrin, even though you see the name Foley, Negrin, a vote for Foley was really a vote for Joe Negrin. It looks like he was just conceding there in that statement. Joe Negrin, the Republican candidate for Mark Foley's seat. It was an uphill struggle for him if it turns up as close as it is. Let's listen briefly.
Before I do that, I want to introduce my parents and my in-laws. My parents came down here from Marietta, Georgia to campaign. Joe and Pat Negron and Joe and Sandy Horton. And the other person that I want to thank, because she was the architect of this entire campaign, and I want to ask her to come up, and that's Sherry Van Cura. All right, in his statement that he just made, he called to congratulate his opponent, Tim Mahoney, and to congratulate him on his win. We have not yet projected a winner. It's 91% of the precincts reporting. He has projected that Tim Mahoney, his opponent, will win. I suspect we're about to project it as well. But this is the Mark Foley seat in West Palm. Of course, it really goes across much of the middle part of Florida right there. It was a major, major struggle for the Republicans. If Mark Foley that scandal would not have erupted, it was almost a sure win for him. He had an easy road ahead of him, but clearly Mark Foley had a serious problem, had to resign from the U.S. House of Representatives, and as of last word, we're told he's still in rehab, he says, for alcohol abuse. But Joe Negrin, who had a run with Mark Foley's name on the ballot, conceding defeat, congratulating
Tim Mahoney, the Democrat. That's another pickup for the Democrats right now, and slowly but surely they seem to be getting closer and closer to that magic number of 15. They need 15 of those Republican seats. They have to take those 15 Republican seats in order to be the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. That would make Nancy Pelosi the next Speaker of the House, the first woman ever to be Speaker of the House of Representatives. Hasn't happened yet. They're still not there at that magic number of 15. And remember, if they pick up 15, they can't lose any of their Democratic-held seats right now. So we're watching all of this very closely. But we're getting another pickup right now for the Democrats. Take a look at this. Don Sherwood, the Republican congressman from Pennsylvania, the 10th district, he will lose to his challenger over here, Carney, the 54% to 46%. Don Sherwood ran an extraordinary campaign acknowledging an extramarital affair, apologizing to his district, also being sued by his ex-mistress for some sort of abuse, paying her off with some sort of legal settlement. Clearly, that's not what the people in the 10th district in Pennsylvania wanted, and Don Sherwood, the longtime Republican incumbent, losing according to our projection. This is another pickup for the Democrats right now. Jeff, let's talk a little bit about this extraordinary race in Pennsylvania.
You know, it's hardly a national trend, but I can't remember a campaign when so many incumbents have gotten in trouble on domestic issues. And by domestic issues, I don't mean health care or tax policy, but problems ranging from, domestic abuse charges to infidelity to the ingestion of various products to the Mark Foley case. And I think it's really, even if it doesn't show up in the polls, because people don't like to answer that they care about such matters, I think this whole aura has really contributed, if the Democrats take over the House tonight, to a feeling that it's time to change leadership.
Chris Carney, his Democratic opponent, ran obviously a very good campaign. It's never easy to beat an incumbent, and in this particular case, Don Sherwood certainly helped the Democrat a lot.
When you open your campaign with a TV commercial that you paid for saying, I'm really sorry I cheated on my wife, but I really didn't choke that woman, this is not how you want to start your re-election campaign. I think we can both agree as trained professionals, this is not a good way to launch a bid for re-election. I think the voters have responded.
It's almost 11 p.m. on the East Coast. More states will be closing their voting in a few minutes, in about 3 minutes from now. What should we be looking for?
Question one, Arnold. The governor of California left for politically dead a year ago when his attempts at reform flopped, made his peace with the Democratic state legislature, and appears, if the pre-election polls are right, on his way to victory. He wasn't born in the United States, so he can't think about the White House. Glitches, recounts, voter chaos. Maybe in the next hour or two we'll be able to learn whether or not the introduction of all these new voting machines has produced chaos or not, and whether or not there are races that are so close it's going to be days before we can decide them. Question three, did the exit polls work? We have not heard anything like we had in 2000 and 2002 and 2004. Maybe they finally figured this one out. And the last question I have is, who's looking good or bad for 08? I think we've all taken a vow not to start talking about this tonight, but clearly, whether it's George Allen, who is probably not going to run for president, John Kerry with his botched joke, Mitt Romney, who might be saying, you know what, the Republicans may be looking for a non-Washington face. We're going to be assessing in the next few days who came out of this campaign in better or worse shape.
Those are good questions that we're going to be assessing, obviously, throughout the night. Anderson Cooper, as we watch all of this, and we're going to go back to some of these races at 11 p.m. in a few minutes, California, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, Washington State. We'll be watching those very closely. It looks like the Democrats are getting increasingly closer and closer to that magic number of 15.
It certainly does. Our poll here, our group here has been watching very closely. What do you make of these latest developments?
Well, they're inching. The question is, will you have a Democratic majority, which I think if you had to make a guess tonight based on the trends we're seeing, it looks like they will get there.
In the House.
In the House. In the Senate, we have the Republican firewall holding at the moment. What does that mean? It means divided government. We had divided government back in the Clinton years when the Republicans ran the Congress and you had a Democratic president. If we have divided government again, it will be a big change for the psychology of George W. Bush, who has had Republican majorities that have largely gone his way. Lately, some rumblings about Iraq, but it would be a very different President Bush waking up in the White House tomorrow, having to make some decisions. Could make make some progress on issues like immigration, might have to concede on the minimum wage to the Democrats, but what happens with Iraq? A very new dynamic, a big test for this president.
And less than 1 minute before the polls close, Marcus Mabry, what are you going to be watching for in this next hour?
Well, in this next hour, I'm going to be watching California to see how big that victory is on the part of the Republican governor. One of the few Republicans to win big tonight is going to be Schwarzenegger. But I'm also going to be interested to see what's happening in Montana, because it's going to be an interesting question that what's happened so far has actually been bad for conservative Republicans, because running against conservative Democrats, and that's what we have in Jon Tester and Conrad Burns.
Let's go back to Will for the poll for the results right now.
Thanks, Anderson, very much. In a few seconds, we'll be able to make some projections out on the West Coast. It's approaching 11 p.m. right now. The state of California, Hawaii, among others, they're going to be closing their surprise. We are not yet ready to project the winner of the California gubernatorial race, but we are ready to project the winners of Dianne Feinstein and Daniel Akaka. Let's go to Connecticut, the 5th congressional district in Connecticut right now. Another major pickup for the Democrats in Connecticut right now. Take a look at this. In the 5th district of Connecticut, Nancy Johnson, the Republican incumbent, losing to Chris Murphy right now with 43% of the precincts reporting 56-44%. But based on all of the information we're getting, Murphy will win, beating the incumbent Johnson. And by our account, this would be the 10th Democratic pickup in the House of Representatives. Remember, that magic number is 15. They need 5 more without losing any of their Democratic held seats among the 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. They've picked up 10 Republican seats by our projections. They need 5 more. If they get those 5, they will be in the majority, and they will presumably pick Nancy Pelosi to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Anderson, I guess the Democrats are getting a little bit more, anticipating a victory in the House. 5
more seats are needed in the House, and of course still 3 more in the Senate. But as John King said, that firewall is still holding up very strong. Bill Bennett, we should also point out that Michael Steele, Lieutenant Governor in Maryland, has not conceded. CNN has projected he has lost, but he is not conceding at this point.
Yeah, just when I said he should move to Virginia, I got a bunch of emails and phone calls saying we have not conceded, and it looks to us like it's even. So we'll wait and see. I know we all projected, but let's wait and see.
What are you looking for in this next hour, or what are you seeing so far?
Well, I think you know, Anderson, when you look at Hostella, Northup, Johnson in Connecticut, losing those kind of races are, I think, very good, effective members. But we felt like that was going to be tough to sustain those seats in this environment. But when you start losing Charlie Bass, we're keeping an eye on Deborah Price up in Ohio. Those type of seats, you're kind of getting into the muscle of the Republican conference. And so I said yesterday 18 to 20 seats. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do think they're crawling and getting there slowly but surely.
Do you think Republicans will hold on to the Senate?
I do.
You do?
I do, yes.
Bill Bennett, you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think the Democrats will take the Senate. I've been pretty consistent on that for a while because of the geography. Now, it's also because only 1/3 of the Senate is up. You know, the entire House is up, and I think that's why Democrats are doing better. This is just a bad year to be a Republican. And yes, there are those scandal seats that we talked about. Don Sherwood had this problem with allegedly having some domestic violence. But regionally, I'm trying to say it the polite way, I know. But
I like how
he allegedly chose.
That's right, you slapped an allegedly in front of there. You can say anything.
Okay, well, I was educated as a lawyer, so but I think there's some of that, right? But maybe even as many as 10 seats, my Republican friends say. But there's a regional thing that's going on here. And it's the president, stupid, right? I mean, Nancy Johnson is a popular, long-term, veteran, incumbent, successful congresswoman. You know, come January, she's an ex-congresswoman. And it's not because all of a sudden she got stupid or untalented. It's because she was hitched to a very unpopular president.
There may be some merit to that if Rob Simmons and Chris Shays, and those two are still outstanding. So that theory doesn't necessarily hold up.
Just got some more pickups. I just want to go for Wolf. We'll be right back. Wolf?
All right, Anderson. thanks very much. We're getting 3 more projected Democratic pickups in the House of Representatives in Arizona. Jeff Greenfield, take a look at this. Randy Graff, the Republican incumbent, losing in that Arizona, the 8th district in Arizona. This is a major pickup for the Democrats.
It is. Randy Graff won a primary against the candidate that the establishment Republicans wanted. He ran a very, very, very strong anti-immigration message. He won the primary.
This is the Jim Colby seat.
That's right. The retiring Jim Colby, the only openly gay member of the Congress as a Republican, refused to endorse him. And that was a district that was looked to be in trouble for the Republicans, and indeed Randy Graff has gone down to defeat.
Here's another pickup in Florida, the 22nd district. Clay Shaw, the longtime Republican incumbent, we project will lose.
And that's another case of a incumbent who, when this year started, would have been on nobody's endangered list. He's as you say, a long-term incumbent. He's a relative moderate, certainly for Florida Republicans, but he has gone down to defeat it.
And Ron Klein will be the next United States congressman from that district, which is part of Fort Lauderdale and that whole area down in Florida. Now take a look at the 9th district in Indiana as well. This is another Democratic pickup.
Yes, and it is a flip-flop-flip. Barron Hill, who lost 2 years ago by about 1,500 votes, has now reclaimed his seat by a not quite the same margin, but by a very narrow margin. Indiana 9 just keeps going back and forth from Republican to Democrats. But you now see something interesting. 3 different states, 2 solidly Republican seats in 1 swing district, all going to the Democrats. And
here's another Democratic pickup just coming in. New York State in the 20th district, a longtime Republican, John Sweeney, losing right now. This is a major pickup in the Northeast for the Democrats.
Remember my conversation about domestic issues? John Sweeney was a very popular Republican, but the report of a police visiting the home of Congressman Sweeney, embroiled in a domestic dispute with his wife, turned that race around.
John Sweeney and Kirsten Gillibrand is going to be elected the Democratic Congresswoman from New York State in the 20th district. John Sweeney, the longtime Republican incumbent, losing according to our projection. Anderson, they're getting, if they're not at 15 yet, they're almost there.
Very close indeed. Amy Walter with the Cook Political Report is monitoring this all for us. What do you make of it?
Well, it's going along at quite a clip here in these last couple of minutes, where you see Democrats, John Sweeney just losing in upstate New York. That was a very close race. That was where sort of the bottom dropped out for Sweeney in these last 2 weeks with the accusations that had come out in the campaign. And it looks like now you're going to see Democrats also picking up a seat in New Hampshire. They've already picked up a seat in New Hampshire. They've already picked up a seat in the other suburban district up there in Connecticut, Nancy Johnson's seat. So these are these 3 very swing districts, 2 of them districts won by John Kerry, where Democrats have been able to knock off in some cases, long-time incumbents who've been able to hold on to their seats even as the National Party wasn't doing well. This time, they're running against such a big headwind, those Republican incumbents just couldn't make it.
Also in Florida, Clay Shaw in Florida 22.
Clay Shaw, same thing. I mean, these are long-time Republicans. They have won through thick and thin, and this is what Republicans said early on. They said, our guys are prepared, they're battle-tested, they can win these seats. The problem was they did, and some of them ran very good campaigns, but they couldn't beat the environment.
Were you surprised, though, Mark Foley's seat, Joe Negron, he's conceded now, but very close race.
It looks like it's too close to call, so I always expect that maybe he knows something that none of us know, that it may be just one of those races where he's seeing numbers that we can't see from here. He's got some on the ground.
And let's go back to Wolf Blitzer, who has some new information about the House. Wolf?
CNN projects that when all of the votes are in.
All right. I think we are now ready to make a major projection in the House of Representatives based on all the projections we've made so far. It now looks like the Democrats will, in fact, win control of the House of Representatives, capturing those 15 seats they need without losing their own seats, a net gain of 15. We can now project that the Democrats will be the majority in the next House of Representatives. That means Nancy Pelosi will be the Speaker of the House. That means Democrats will be in charge of all of the various committees in the House of Representatives. It will represent a significant change in the balance of power between the executive and the legislative branches of the U.S. government. The Democrats had hoped that they would get those 15 seats without losing any of their own.
down. It now appears, based on our projection, that the Democrats have done precisely that, and they will be the majority party in the House of Representatives. Can't say that for the Democrats in the Senate. They've picked up a net gain of 3 so far. They need 3 more in the Senate. There are still some very, very close races out there, so we don't know what's going to happen finally in the Senate, but we can project that the Democrats win control of the House of Representatives. A lot of happy Democrats out there right now, and presumably some nervous Republicans, because with the majority status in the House of Representatives, the Democrats will be able to engage in much more robust oversight of the Bush administration, including the subpoena power, if they decide to go down that road. We're going to be hearing from the new leadership in the Democratic Party and the House of Representatives, presumably throughout the night. We'll bring you what they have to say, but we can now project that the Democrats will be the majority in the House of Representatives. Jeff Greenfield.
Well, 12 years of Republican rule come to an end. What we do not know is the margin, whether the Democrats are going to be in power with 4 or 5 seats or 10 or 15 seats. That can make a huge difference. Nancy Pelosi has already said that in their first, not 100 days, I think, but almost 100 hours, they are going to offer a specific series of proposals. They look to me to be very focus group tested for maximum appeal. Raising the minimum wage, implementing the 9/11 commissions, stem cell research, making it possible for the federal government to negotiate for lower prices on prescription controls. And they are saying in no uncertain terms, no, we are not interested in impeachment. We are interested in a middle-class agenda. The interesting question, Wolf, is when you look at the Democrats who will take over committee chairs, these are some of the old liberal lions in the House. And for weeks, Republicans have been saying, do you really want Charlie Rangel of New York running the Ways and Means Committee, which does taxes? Do you really want John Conyers at the Judiciary Committee? Do you want Nancy Pelosi from San Francisco, which is a code word that I think has a pretty clear meaning of extreme liberal? Do you want her running the Congress? Well, that's what we're going to have. And one more quick point, when these moderate and conservatives come in, okay.
All right, hold that thought. I want to go to Dana Bash. She's in Washington over at Democratic Party headquarters. Dana, they must be very, very excited right now based on our projection that the Democrats will be the majority in the House of Representatives.
I think you can hear them because I can barely hear you over the streaming behind me. Certainly the people here, Democratic aides, staffers from around Washington here to celebrate, and they're definitely celebrating, as you can hear behind me. But not to rain on their parade, but I can tell you, well, talking to a Democratic leadership source here, they are not ready for the leaders to come down and claim victory yet. Why? Because there are actually 2 incumbent Democratic House members in the state of Georgia who they're a little bit worried about right now. So if they don't win, and perhaps 2 other seats are not taken from Republicans, they don't get to that part. They don't get to that point of 15 seats. So they're cautious right now. They're going to wait and see what happens in those 2 seats of Georgia.
We're going to watch that very closely, Dana. The leadership of the Democratic Party, they basically have gathered where you are right now. Is that right?
Well, that's right. We have the Senate leadership, the Senate leader, Harry Reid, as well as the man who is in charge of getting Democrats elected to the Senate, Chuck Schumer. They're upstairs in a suite of this hotel where I am. But the Democratic leader, Nancy Pelosi, as well as other members of the leadership are actually across town, hunkered down at the Democratic headquarters. But we do expect them to come over here. But again, they are waiting to see what happens in these 2 seats in Georgia. Remember, President Bush just last week went down to campaign for a Republican challenger. There wasn't a lot of that at all this year. Of course, most of the incumbents were Republicans, but again, there are 2 Democrats. We'll see what happens. So they're going to wait and see how the math plays out over the next few minutes or so to see whether or not they can come down and celebrate like the people here are behind me.
All right, Dana, we'll be watching together with you. Once again, CNN now projects that the Democrats will be the majority party in the next House of Representatives. They will have the necessary seats when the dust settles. When all is said and done, the Democrats will have picked up their minimum of 15 seats that they need. Anderson Cooper, let's get some assessment from our analysts.
John King, what do you make of it?
Well, we're going to have to wait for those 2 Georgia seats, or if they lose 1 or 2 of those, for them to be offset elsewhere as we move to the west and get more results. results. But this projection, by all accounts and by the trends we're seeing, will hold up, and it is a fascinating moment for the country. You will have the Democrats running the House. The Senate is still an open question mark. Nancy Pelosi was vehemently critical, fiercely critical of this president, saying he doesn't listen, he doesn't get it, he's been lying to the American people about the war in Iraq. President Bush was on the road this last week saying Nancy Pelosi keeps saying she won't raise your taxes, but she will. A lot of personal rhetoric thrown back and forth between the woman who will be the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the man who is still president for 2 more years after this election. They will say nice things tonight. They will promise to work together. The interesting thing, I would love to listen into the phone conversation when George W. Bush has to pick up the phone and call Nancy Pelosi and say, congratulations, Madam Speaker.
Maybe they'll record that somewhere.
Maybe, but I doubt it. I mean, you know, what sort of strikes me is that there was this big Democratic push for change. We're going to change things. We're going to change things. But when it gets right down to it, it's going to be very difficult to change things. You are going to have a divided government even if the Democrats take the Senate, because you've got a man with veto power, and I suspect he'll find a veto pen in the next couple of years. And so you have a man with veto power, and let's say the Senate does go Democratic, which we have no idea whether it will. You still have a government that is divided. So I think if people think that they voted for change and suddenly there's going to be this new direction, will be disappointed come January.
Gridlock?
Absolutely gridlock, and I want to see what the president's going to do. You know, Cheney's already told us what the White House is going to do when it comes to Iraq, which has changed nothing. That's what the Vice President of the United States already said. It's going to be interesting to see, because don't forget, this is a president who, even when he had a Republican Congress, often went around it or through it. This is a president who signed more signing statements, they're called, which is like an executive order, allowing the executive branch to make a move without consulting with the legislative branch than any president in history. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Democrats if he doesn't just go through them, too.
Let's check in with some of our analysts to see what they think about this. Bill Bennett, what does this mean to you?
Well, I disagree with the last point. The president is willing to change things, will change things, won't change his commitment in Iraq, but I think you will see some things. The presidential sweepstakes begin on Wednesday, and what's going to be interesting is to see whether, as several of us are saying, I think Paul as well, he can speak for himself, whether this is a move toward the center, especially with the election of some of these very centrist, even conservative Democrats. Nevertheless, go through the list of the committee chairmen who will be taking over. That is a liberal group, a very liberal group, so we'll see that. People will be, you may have gridlock, but the American people will be looking, as we look toward 208, to see what people are saying and what they mean and what they stand for, and that starts Wednesday.
I know we're about to lose you because you got your radio program 6 a.m. on Salem Radio Network and Sirius Morning in America. What's your headline tomorrow on your radio program?
The headline is it's the 6-year itch. It's the second year of the second term. Democrats will take 22. It's my guess, 21 maybe, and the Republicans hold the Senate. Gridlock government, presidential campaign begins.
Does President Bush, JC, now have to change? Does he have to compromise more if he wants to get things done?
Well, I think he'll have to be open to reaching out. The American people have spoken, and the Democrats are going to control the House of Representatives, and they're going to control chairmanships and subcommittees and so forth and so on. So he'll have to reach out, and I suspect, you know, if things get too crazy, he'll be forced to use his veto pen. So there's still some options that he has, but he's going to have to be a lot more conciliatory.
He's used that veto pen once on the embryonic stem cell research initiative this summer. Nancy Pelosi as Speaker, what does that mean?
Well, it means that there's a race to the center, and which of these two big leaders now, Nancy Pelosi and the president, will be able to get there first? Okay, I'm a Democrat, but I'm betting on Nancy for other reasons, too. She is a practical politician. She grew up in Baltimore. Her father was the mayor. I mean, she understands how to get to a majority. And she understands her majority is being given to her by moderate and conservative Democrats. President Bush got along great with Democrats in Austin. He has the capacity to work in a bipartisan fashion, but he changed when he came to Washington and decided to have a base-driven strategy, rigidly ideological, uncompromising, and that has fallen apart tonight. So which of these, you know, Ronald Reagan worked quite well with Tip O'Neill, and they didn't agree on anything. Bill Clinton worked with Newt Gingrich, even when Newt was impeaching him. Can President Bush show that largeness of spirit. I'm a doubter, okay? He's a nice man, but I'm a real doubter that he has that greatness in him that Reagan and Clinton had.
Very briefly, James Carville.
Always briefly from me. I'd like to
We'll start off along with you next time.
That's all right. I would like to remind everybody that in the 6-year President Clinton's term, we had a popular president. He actually picked up seats. We tend to forget.
After the first 2 years. He lost them all the first 2 years.
Excuse me for speaking while you interrupted, Mr. Bennett. I haven't interrupted you tonight, and I would make up the point that President Clinton had picked up five seats. We have a story here, and it's not a minor story. The House of Representatives is changing power, and the Democrats are going to pick up seats in the United States Senate. I would expect that some people would sort of graciously say, congratulations, we look forward to working with you.
Think that'll happen?
Congratulations. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
And we said Bill Bennett's got to leave because you got to wake up early, do your radio show at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you for being with us. We're going to talk to JC in just a moment. Let's go back to Wolf. Had another projection, I believe.
All right, Anderson, thank you very much. We project that Maria Cantwell, the incumbent Democrat in Washington State, will be re-elected, beating back a challenge from Mike McGavick. Maria Cantwell stays in the United States Senate from Washington State. All right, let's update our viewers, Jeff, on where the balance of power in the United States Senate stands right now, based on what we know.
Well, we had 33 seats up, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yet uncalled. Democrats need 6 seats to win. If we give Connecticut and Vermont's independent senators, Lieberman and Sanders, to the Democrats, they now have 48. Republicans have 46. If you assume, as most people do, that when Arizona comes in, John Kyle will be reelected, that's not a certainty. That's just an assumption. And if you assume in Nevada that John Ensign will be reelected, which virtually everybody assumes, guess what you have? With 4 seats outstanding, we are at 48-48. And now this is what's deciding it. We look to Tennessee, where Harold Ford Jr., the Democrat, is locked in a tight race, slightly trailing former Chattanooga Mayor Bob Corker. We look to Virginia, where incumbent Senator George Allen has, the last time I looked, an 11,000 vote lead over Jim Webb, with about 97% of the vote in. We look to Montana. We don't know what's going to happen there, where Conrad Burns is battling John Tester. And we look to Missouri, where Claire McCaskill and Senator Talent are locked in a very close race. What needs to be said is the Democrats need, of the 4 competitive seats we talked about, they need to win 3 of those 4. One more point. If they don't do this, if the Republicans keep the Senate, this will be the first time since senators were popularly elected that a party has taken the House without taking the Senate. There were some among us who believed those two go hand in glove. It may not happen tonight, Wolf.
Stand by for a moment, Jeff, because I want to go to the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. He's speaking right now. If, in fact, he concedes that the Democrats will be the majority in the Senate, we'll listen closely. Let's listen in briefly.
You know, there's a lot of great things we can continue to do. We need to keep this country safe. We have a great obligation to do that, and a great challenge to do that. We've been honored to be able to work on that since 2005 and get it done. We have a great opportunity to keep our economy rolling. We've been able to do that. We need to continue to do it. We've watched some of the House races, especially in the East, been kind of tough out there. But, you know, we got some opportunities in the West and maybe some pickups out there. And we're going to continue to watch that the rest of the night. I'll have a statement for the press tomorrow as far as the House of Representatives. But again, in this race, I just want to say to everybody, thank you. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, Dennis Hastert, he's been reelected in his district in Illinois. The question is, will he be Speaker of the House? We have projected the Democrats will be in the majority, and Hastert will not be the Speaker of the House. Presumably Nancy Pelosi, the minority leader right now, will emerge as the next Speaker. She would be the first woman ever in the history of the United States to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives, after the Vice President, next in line to the presidency. Right now we've projected the Democrats, when all the votes are tallied, when all the dust is settled, the Democrats will have enough seats to be in the majority in the United United States Senate, United States House of Representatives. We're going to be speaking to Ken Mehlman, the chairman of the Republican Party. We're also going to update you on those 4 key Senate races that right now hold the balance of power. We'll give you the complete update and all the numbers that are coming in. We're here at the CNN election headquarters in New York, and we'll be right back. Approaching 11:30 p.m. on the East Coast, the U.S. House of Representatives, we've projected, will be in the Democratic majority when the dust settles later tonight. The Senate still remains in doubt. The Democrats have picked up 3 Republican seats so far. If they are going to be the majority in the Senate, though, they must pick up 3 more, a total of 6. And we've projected, according to Jeff Greenfield, has projected that these 4 open seats, these 4 seats in the Senate are still very much in play. The Democrats need to run 3 of them if they're going to be in the majority. Let's go one by one through them. In Missouri first.
Well, Missouri, Senator Talent holds a lead of about 55,000 votes over State Auditor Claire McCaskill. Less than half of the votes in, as you often point out, and it's critical. We don't know where the votes are coming from. We know in Missouri, St. Louis and Kansas City deliver for the Democrats. Most of the rest of the state delivers for Republicans. That's what that's open. Montana, we've only got 4% of the vote in. John Tester and Conrad Burns. I have to say these numbers are interesting, but essentially meaningless.
With only 4% of the vote in, it's still way too early to tell.
Here is the nail biter of the night. 98% of the votes are in, and George Allen, Senator George Allen, leads James Webb by about 7,000 votes.
Out of more than 2 million cast.
Right. And that margin of Allen has been just shrinking ever so slightly every time they change the numbers. In Virginia, if somebody wins by 1% or less, the loser has the right to demand a recount, which must be granted.
And that's one state where it's incredibly close right now. Tennessee, take a look at this.
Well, former Chattanooga Mayor Bob Corker holds a 3 percentage point lead. I like to do real numbers. That's about 46,000 votes, if I do the arithmetic right. 86% of the votes are in. Once again, we don't know if Memphis, which is Ford country, is outstanding. We don't know whether Knoxville or Nashville is. But what we do know is it's very close. But clearly, of all of these races, Virginia is the one that is the closest. But that may be cold comfort for Democrats, even if they overcome this. They need 3 of these 4 states to take the Senate. And choose your cliche, Wolf. Inside straight, run the table.
Whatever it is, we'll be here. We'll be watching until it's clearly resolved one way or another. There's another ballot initiative that has received lots of national attention, and that's in South Dakota. Referendum 6 that effectively would ban all abortions in the state of South Dakota. And take a look at this. That referendum has been defeated, we project, by 55, right now with 38% of the precincts reporting 55-45 in the actual count. But it looks, we could project that referendum will be defeated.
The referendum, the ban was a absolute gauntlet thrown down in the face of Roe versus Wade, because it would have made virtually no exceptions. It would have been the most restrictive anti-abortion policy that any state would have tried to impose. And it was a clear way of saying, we want you to overturn Roe versus Wade. But the voters appear to have stepped in and said, you know what, that's too much.
All right, we're going to watch that as well. Suzanne Malveaux is our White House correspondent. She's got some information on what the president is planning on doing tomorrow. Suzanne?
Well, Wolf, we have just learned that the president is going to have a 1 o'clock press conference here at the White House. Also, we've learned how the president found out about the news. It was Karl Rove who told the president, called him from his office to the resident about 10 or 15 minutes ago to give him the news, to say that, in fact, the House would now be taken by the Democrats. We are also told that the counselor to the president, Dan Bartlett, said that the president was very disappointed in the results. The president is not going to be making making any calls this evening. He did make a call to the Republican chair earlier today, Tom Reynolds, but we expect those calls will be made in the morning. We are also told as well that the president continues to watch the results come in and that he is still optimistic that the Republicans will keep the Senate. They have not given up on that, so they are optimistic. But clearly, Wolf, this is a dramatic change for this White House. This is a dramatic power shift. There are a lot of questions about how this president will move forward and just how much political capital he has to move forward his agenda. Wolf?
All right, Suzanne, we'll be taking that news conference 1 p.m. tomorrow from the president live here on CNN. Thanks very much for that. Lou, this is a major change in what's going on in Washington, with the House of Representatives poised now to be controlled by the majority, the Democrats.
Absolutely, a big change for which apparently the president nor the leader of the Republican National Committee were prepared. But CNN has projected, of course, that the House of Representatives will be led in its new Congress by Nancy Pelosi, who will become the first woman Speaker of the House. I want to turn now to Ken Mehlman, the chairman of the Republican National Committee. Ken, you did not anticipate this. The president obviously saying he's very disappointed. First, what is your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that there's still a lot of folks out west that are voting. Obviously, the results in the east have been disappointing and challenging, and it's possible that Nancy Pelosi will be the speaker. We'll have to wait and see what ultimately comes out with respect to voting in the west. I want to make sure people, whatever their political party, participate, sure. And that's obviously critically important wherever you are. What I would say, though, is this. I think we always recognized this was going to be a very challenging year. You look at the president's typical 6-year election in the president's term. You've typically, since World War II, lost more than 30 seats. You also look whenever the nation's been at war, the president's party typically loses seats. What I think we've got to do is to continue to work, recommit ourselves to the principles we believe in, and try to work on a bipartisan basis to accomplish those principles. I also hope that all of us take time. Look, after the 2004 election, I took a lot of time and I say, how can we do a better job serving the principles we believe in, the principles of limited government, the principles of peace through strength, the principles of free enterprise, of judicial restraint. These are principles that are critical to our party. We've got to continue to look how we can work, and in many ways work on a bipartisan basis to accomplish them.
To accomplish them, and looking at the Senate, as Wolf Blitzer and Jeff Greenfield just went through, the races in Missouri,
very close,
Tennessee,
yeah.
Virginia. I mean, these are remarkably close, particularly.
They really are.
Particularly in Virginia. We have been waiting about 4.5 hours for the results out of Virginia. That race is about as tight as, and I will eschew, as Wolf did, any suggestion from Jeff Greenfield that I resort to a cliche, but that is an extremely tight race. The idea that there was a ban on gay marriage initiative on the ballot, if it is helping George Allen, it certainly is not helping him much, is it?
Well, I think at the end of the day, people voted on the basis of the choice between George Allen and Jim Webb. Obviously, Virginia is a state, as you know, Lou, that's in many ways changing.
Right.
It's a state where there's a lot of growth, and this is going to be very close. What was interesting to me is if you look at where most of the returns have come in from, it strikes me that they've mostly already come in from Northern Virginia. So I think while it's incredibly close, I think George Allen's lead looks to be pretty solid. I'll tell you another state, though, that you didn't mention that it's critical, and that's Maryland. The Washington Post has withdrawn its calling Maryland for Ben Cardin. Maryland's a state that remains incredibly close. There's a number of votes that need to come in. We have the opportunity tonight, and let's see what happens, potentially to make incredible history in Maryland. Michael Steele, the first statewide African-American elected official, not only would his election to the Senate be historic for both parties in Maryland, it'd be historic for the Republican Party, I think, as well, and for all Americans. And so the notion that that's a done one, I don't agree with. Michael Steele may make unbelievable history tonight in Maryland, which would be incredibly important for for that state and for our country.
This network, obviously CNN, has also made the same projection for Ben Cardin over Michael Steele in that race. Do you anticipate that these races, whether one includes Maryland, Virginia, certainly, do you anticipate recounts and litigation?
Well, there could be. I think under Virginia law, there may be an automatic recount that the state pays for. Each state is different. We'll have to see where they come down.
having been through the 37 days of purgatory in Florida,
right.
I can tell you that I hope that it's able to be resolved amicably and quickly. I think that's in everybody's best interest, but we'll have to see it. A lot of it depends on what the local laws say. These are obviously all close races. I think Virginia remains incredibly close, and as I said, keep your eye on Maryland. Right now, the numbers, Michael Steele is way ahead in the early numbers, and I think Michael Steele may have made unbelievably history, not only in Maryland, but among African Americans supporting a Republican, which I would personally find to be an incredible accomplishment.
I assure you, we'll be keeping our eye on all of these races into the late hours. Thank you very much, Ken Mehlman, Chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Thanks.
America Votes 2006 will continue. We're going to be keeping our eyes on those races and updating them right after this.
Welcome back to CNN Election Headquarters in New York. CNN has projected that the House of Representatives will have a new majority. The Democratic Party will be in the majority when the new House convenes. We've projected that based on actual tallies plus exit polls. But it still remains unclear what happens in the United States Senate. We have projected that there are at least 3 Republican-held seats that will become Democratic-held seats in the United States Senate. But if the Democrats hope to be the majority, they must capture 3 more. There are these 4 states, Jeff Greenfield. I want to go through one by one because this is the real drama that is unfolding right now. These 4 states hold the potential for the Republicans to remain in the majority in the Senate or for the Democrats to become the majority. Let's go first to Missouri.
In Missouri, Senator Talent holds a 6 percentage point lead over Claire McCaskill. These numbers haven't moved. Slightly less than half the votes are in. One key question, did that embryonic stem cell initiative bring out moderates and liberals, or did they bring out social conservatives to vote against them? We'll find that out when the exit polls tell us. 4% of the vote in Montana, where Conrad Burns, who was pretty much given up for dead about a month ago, is facing State Senator Jon Tester. This was one of the great Democratic hopes for victory. It's tightened. 4% of the vote, we can say nothing about that. Here.
What can you say about Virginia other than it's incredibly close?
You can say that about 2.25 million people have voted, and 6,000 votes separate Senator George Allen from Jim Webb. And as we talked about a few minutes ago, if this race comes in at 1% or less, the loser can ask for a recount. Whether or not there are other issues here about long voter lines, voting machines that didn't work, that will all come out if this race comes down to be this close.
2% of the precincts have not yet reported. 98% of the precincts in Virginia have reported. We're going to see what happens. But if there's a recount, the state pays for that recount under state law.
Right. And we are trying to find out where the outlying votes are, because that will make all the difference. Lastly, Tennessee, Bob Corker with a lead over Harold Ford Jr., 86% of the vote in. That is a 3 percentage point lead, about 58,000 votes. Can't call that race yet.
We're going to be watching these 4 races because that's where the drama, as I said, is right now. Let's bring back Paula and Bill for some exit poll results from Missouri.
Well, we're trying to make sense of a lot of numbers that have just come our way. And the one thing we wanted to try to put into perspective is talking about the people who voted yes on stem cell research, which has been an incredibly divisive issue in this campaign. And here's what they had to say. 76% of those voted for Claire McCaskill. 22% for Jim Talent. Now, another thing I think is worth looking at is the percentage of those voters who identified themselves as white evangelicals. 73% voting for Talent, 25% for McCaskill. What does this tell us?
It tells us that there's a very big divide on religious and value grounds in that Missouri race. Missouri is a state with a lot of white evangelical voters, a lot of born-again Christians. The stem cell research issue has been very important there, very divisive. As you can see, those who are voting yes on stem cell, 3/4 overwhelmingly for the Democrat, and evangelical or born-again white Christians Almost 3/4 of them are voting Republican. That is why this race is so close. It's the values divide.
It is also a race we're talking about in terms of the amount of money spent on it. Just show me the money state.
Right.
What, $9 million pumped in the McCaskill campaign by the Democrats, compared to, I guess that's $2 million more than the state of Ohio.
That's right. It's one of the most closely contested states in the country. And if I had to pick a state that I would say is most representative, most typical of the country as a whole, it would be Missouri, and Missouri is tonight a very closely divided state.
Wolf?
Paula, thanks very much. Paula and Bill, we want to continue our special coverage here from CNN Election Headquarters as we watch what's happening. The drama still unclear in the U.S. Senate. We'll get you an update on all the actual votes coming in those 4 undecided battleground states that will determine the majority in the United States Senate right after this. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. We're at CNN Election Headquarters in New York. Want to get back to a race that we projected a winner on already, and that would be in the state of Maryland between Ben Cardin, the congressman, Michael Steele, the Republican challenger, the lieutenant governor of Maryland. We projected that Ben Cardin will be elected the next senator from the state of Maryland, succeeding Paul Sarbanes, who's retiring. Right now, with 65% of the vote projected, the 65% of the precincts that are in, 52% going for Ben Cardin, 46% for Michael Steele. You heard Ken Mehlman here on CNN tell our Lou Dobbs only a few moments ago that the Washington Post has withdrawn its projected victory for Michael Steele, and we did check. That is true. The Washington Post has withdrawn its projection, but CNN is staying with its projection that Ben Cardin will be elected, because as we take a look at the outstanding votes, 66% of the precincts reporting, 34% still remaining. We've discovered what?
Well, we've discovered that, according to our information, the outstanding votes are coming from heavily Democratic areas.
The votes that still remain to be counted.
That's right. They come from Baltimore, which is traditionally
Baltimore City,
Democratic, the city of Baltimore. They come from Prince George's County,
outside of Washington, D.C.
And they come from, what's the third
Montgomery
one?
County, which is Bethesda and Chevy Chase, Silver Spring, another suburban county of Washington, D.C. All of those areas are heavily Democratic. Now, Prince George's County is the home county of Michael Steele, so there may be some question there, but there's no doubt that Montgomery County and Baltimore City are very, very heavily Democratic.
Prince George's County is also the county where Michael Steele got the endorsement of some prominent African-American Democrats who charged that the Democrats of Maryland had taken the African-Americans for granted. So we don't know what that means, but it is clear that, or at least if history is any guide, that Baltimore and the outlying suburbs we talked about are Democratic votes.
They don't get much more Democratic. Those 3 areas, Baltimore City, Prince George's County, as well as Montgomery County in Maryland. That's why we're staying with our projection that Ben Cardin will be elected the next United States Senator from Maryland. Michael Steele, the lieutenant governor who has run a very, very strong campaign in Maryland, will go down to defeat, but presumably his political future remains very, very strong down the road. This is an explanation we wanted to give in the aftermath of what Ken Mehlman told Lou Dobbs just a little while ago here on CNN. But the key drama, Jeff, remains those four other states where the Republicans have take a look at this. We're ready to make 2 more projections. In Nevada, the incumbent Republican John Ensign will be reelected. Not a huge surprise. Jon Kyl, we project, will be reelected in Arizona as well. The Democrats had held out hope that they had a shot there. Clearly, Jon Kyl, we project, will remain in the United States Senate.
Right, they poured some resources in. They sent some of their heavy hitters out to Arizona, but in the end, Jon Kyl is reelected. That board that we played with now is solid, and we are now down to those 4 Senate seats for sure.
And take a look at this, and I want to get a close-up of this. This is the Virginia race. Look at this. With 99% of the vote in, Webb has now gone slightly ahead of George Allen with 1,141,052 votes compared to 1,138,676 votes for George Allen. Webb has gone slightly ahead. This has flipped in the last few minutes.
And the reason is, according to my producer Bob Ruff, who's one smart guy, that the bulk of the votes that were not yet counted were coming from Richmond City, an African-American area where you would expect the Democrat to run strong. If that's the case, you can do the math. We've got about 2.3 million votes, 1% of the vote, maybe 25,000 votes left to count. If they are coming from that predominantly Democratic area, Webb may wind up this thing a few thousand votes ahead, and it'll be George Allen who has a right to demand a recount.
And I'm being told that 2% of Arlington County, outside of Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia, still remains to be counted, and everyone has always assumed that that would be a heavily Democratic part of the state of Virginia.
It does bear repeating that George Allen entered this year assuming that he was going to be a landslide winner and set himself up for a run at the Republican presidential nomination. He is now fighting for his political life.
It doesn't get much closer. You do the actual count. Look at this. What is it? About 2,500 votes difference out of more than 2,200,000 cast in Virginia. 99% of the precincts now reporting a slight, ever so slight advantage going to Webb over Allen. But remember that if it's less than 1%, the margin of victory, the defeated candidate can ask for an automatic recount. The state has to do that. Anderson, pick it up. It's incredibly tense in Virginia.
It is incredibly tense, and one person who seems very happy right now is James Carville, who has been, I don't know if, I don't think we caught it on camera, James, but you did basically like a touchdown for football.
Look, if Webb holds on, and I spoke to the McCassell people in Missouri. They said they don't feel so confident to tell me that they're going to win, but they feel very confident. If that happens, the Senate comes down to Montana. You're in for one thrilling night. And one thing in a Virginia race that's interesting is if it wouldn't be for the Green candidate, Webb would have won easily. But right now, we have Webb ahead. I've spoken to the people in Missouri. They're confident but not assuring me that they're going to win based on where the numbers are coming from. If that happens, Anderson, this entire night in control of the United States Senate will come down to the state of Montana.
3,000 votes right now separating Jim Webb from Allen.
And there's a recount. We had a recount in the Attorney General's race last year where the Republican won by, I think, Paul, something like 327 votes. And it held up. Unless there's a big transposition error where somebody from a Republican county turned it around, the leads generally hold up in Virginia.
And as we're listening to James talking, we're looking at pictures from Democratic Party headquarters where we're going to go shortly as soon as they start to talk. Paul Begala.
This is what election night is for. It's so exciting, not just for Democrats to do it. Well, I'm a Democrat, but I like having this nail-biter down to the end. While James was talking, I was on the phone with Jessica Vandenberg, who's Webb's campaign manager. And she says some of the votes are in Newport News, traditionally pretty Republican area, but it's a naval area, and Webb should do well there as a Marine, and as a highly decorated Marine at that. The rest, Richmond City, as Jeff pointed out, and some absentee votes in Arlington County. Folks, Webb's in pretty good shape.
And CNN's Dana Bash right now is in Democratic Party headquarters. Let's go to her. Dana?
It's the last place in America to get the news. Well, let me tell you tonight, the news is arrived.
Problems hearing what Dana is saying. Let's listen in to some of the speakers.
The American people have sent a resounding and unmistakable message of change and new direction for America. We accept your votes not as a victory for our party, but as an opportunity for our country. And we humbly accept your challenge to clean up a broken budget and broken politics. To promote policies that make it easier for hardworking Americans who are struggling with the costs of health care, college, prescription drugs, and retirement security. To get serious about breaking our dangerous dependence on foreign oil and enacting the recommendations of the 9/11 Commission recommendations. And all Americans have recognized to finally acknowledge that what we're doing in Iraq isn't working, and we desperately need to change course. We can do these things, and we can do more if we put the long-term interests of our country ahead of a constant effort to seek political advantage. It's time for the endless campaign to stop and the hard work of governing to begin. And this is our pledge to you. You have given us a chance to turn this country around, and we'll give you the government that no longer lets you down. We will do it by reaching across the partisan divide, setting aside the bitterness of the last few years, and leading America in a new direction. That's our commitment. And tonight we extend a hand of a cooperation to the President, our colleagues across the aisle. We will work with you when we agree. We will challenge you when we don't. But our goal will always be the best interests of our country. We welcome the opportunity to usher in a new era of responsibility in Washington. And there's a lesson. I want you to hear this lesson. The American people never lose their zeal for reform, and neither can we. The old era of irresponsibility is over, and the new era of real reform has just begun. And I want to just thank a few people, if I can. I want to thank one person in particular. She has been tireless campaigner, a heroic fundraiser, and she will soon make history as the first female Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi.
All right, we're watching what's going on. We're going to continue our special coverage. Larry King is standing by as well. Let's just recap where we stand. It's midnight now here on the East Coast. The House of Representatives, CNN projects, will become Democratic-controlled. That's why you hear Rahm Emanuel, who was in charge of trying to get Democrats elected to the